The narrative opens in a grimy, dimly lit alleyway, where a pair of rough-looking street punks kill time trading pointless banter. Meanwhile, our leading man trudges back home, silently cursing the trash-strewn, obnoxiously loud streets of his neighborhood, and finally drags himself into his so-called sanctuary, a claustrophobic 180-square-foot rooftop shack. Enter Bong Joo-hyuk, a 25-year-old hustler juggling 3 agonizing part-time jobs, who is about to feast on cheap instant noodles. Again. Despite grinding himself to the bone, his bank account stays completely empty, drained by a crushing mountain of debt that keeps him perpetually trapped in sheer misery. Armed with absolutely zero special talents and nothing but a functioning pulse, he slurps his pathetic meal, sinking deeper into a swamp of utter despair about his bleak future. But right in the middle of this depressing dinner party of one, a glowing holographic screen slices through the air, boldly announcing his awakening. He freezes completely solid, a clump of lukewarm noodles literally dangling right out of his gaping mouth. Snapping back to reality, he violently flinches, blurting out loud at the glowing text, questioning if this legendary phenomenon is serious. Society treats this event like a divine miracle, a life-altering golden ticket that makes winning the Mega Millions look easy. But there is a massive fatal catch. To claim a single dime of that wealth, you actually have to survive the nightmarish, blood-soaked floors of the tower. Joo-hyuk's paranoid brain instantly spirals straight into a highlight reel of gruesome horrors, like getting brutally ripped limb from limb by savage beasts, or freezing to death in glacial wastelands, and melting alive in scorching hell. Not to mention the glorious possibilities of choking on toxic gas or getting smashed into a bloody pulp by hidden dungeons. Mentally tallying up this terrifying list of fatalities, he seriously considers just sticking to flipping burgers and hauling boxes. As a proud, certified coward, Joo-hyuk has built his entire 25-year existence around dodging conflict and running away from anything even remotely threatening. Dropping his cheap chopsticks, he squints at the glowing box, heavily suspecting this whole awakening thing is just a psychotic break, probably triggered by sheer exhaustion. And he firmly barks out the voice command to reveal his player profile. Instantly, a fresh screen pops up. It shatters his denial, completely confirming he is not dreaming. His brand new life-changing trait, summoning. Newly minted players usually unlock a vast spectrum of abilities, ranging from standard close combat swordplay to divine healing and mystical conjuration. The summoning class is notorious for commanding an army of elemental spirits, magical familiars, or sometimes terrifyingly savage demonic beasts. His pulse skyrockets. His mind races with wild fantasies about what kind of overpowered entity he might command. Bubbling with sudden hype to test his new powers, he strikes a highly dramatic pose, thrusts his hand forward, and screams. After absolutely nothing happens, he awkwardly wiggles his fingers, feeling like a complete idiot, and attempts a randomized call. Still, dead silence. He just stands there in his cramped room, blinking in total bewilderment. Then a wave of pure embarrassment hits him, as he suddenly remembers the golden rule of the awakening. Everyone knows that a player's superhuman abilities only function inside the magical borders of the tower. Back in the real world, they are just squishy regular humans who can do nothing but stare at their floating status screens. Cringing incredibly hard at his own stupidity, right, mentally dismissing the idea of real-world magic. A jarring system alert chimes through the room. It flashes an impossible message. Random summon has been successfully activated. His jaw drops to the floor as a blinding, intensely violent purple aura erupts, completely swallowing his tiny apartment. Through the blinding glare, a distinct human silhouette slowly steps out of the void. The light fades to reveal a dude decked out in hardcore medieval rogue armor, looking wildly disoriented. Joo-hyuk mentally short-circuits. How did his power bypass the rules? Did he seriously just yank a living, breathing? Catching his stare, the armored stranger tosses up a highly energetic salute, happily confirming his humanity, and leaving our hero completely paralyzed with shock. His brain practically melts down trying to comprehend this glitch in reality. He dragged a guy into the real world, Meanwhile, the rogue tilts his head and takes a massive sniff of the air, his eyes locking onto a highly intoxicating, deeply familiar aroma. He lights up like a little kid pointing frantically at the bowl. "Is that instant ramen?" he gasps, begging Ju-hyuk for just a single tiny taste. Still frozen like a statue, Ju-hyuk can only watch helplessly as the rogue violently inhales the entire bowl, crying internally, utterly devastated that his grand, terrifying first summon turned out to be a hungry freeloader who stole his dinner. Within seconds, the guy is loudly vacuuming up every last drop of those noodles. He immediately whines about the intense heat, deeply irritating Ju-hyuk. He cannot believe his new minion is just a freeloader with zero spice tolerance. But beneath the annoyance, Ju-hyuk's mind is spinning. How on earth did his ability trigger beyond the tower walls? And why did it drag out a literal human being? Pulling up his interface for a second look, he spots a crazy detail. His unique trait actually lets him call forth people and demi-humans alike. They even drop in specific rarity tiers. Staring at a grading scale from R all the way to LSSR, he suddenly feels like he is just rolling the dice in some insane gacha game. Right on cue, the interface pings with a crucial update. Whoever he summons is locked into 3 absolute laws. These ironclad rules state the creature has to shield their master at any cost and follow his every single command to the letter. If those 2 directives ever clash, keeping him breathing takes top priority. Hearing the phrase absolute obedience brings a massive wave of relief crashing over Ju-hyuk. Naturally, he starts wondering about the true identity of his new house guest. The screen flashes. Meet John Kosak. He is an SR-ranked lunatic assassin, boasting a terrifying 99% kill rate. This freak actually managed to butcher a 5th Circle warlock before Ju-hyuk can even process that a violent surge of data blasts right into his brain. The room aggressively warps around him, dragging him kicking and screaming into someone else's nightmarish memories. Tumbling headfirst down a dizzying funnel of raw information, he transforms into a silent spectator, plunged deep into a wildly brutal history. The chaotic flashes stabilize, projecting Kosak right at his lethal peak. It immediately clicks he is living through the killer's most gruesome highlight reel. The guy is an absolute monster on the battlefield, effortlessly carving through crowds of enemies all on his own. But soon a deeply unsettling quirk about his hunting style emerges. Ju-hyuk watches in pure terror as Kosak delicately ties cheerful red bows around the severed heads of his victims. Yup, totally earning that mad assassin title. The killer just flashes a sickeningly proud smirk. He absolutely loves leaving behind his twisted calling card. Yet for all his flawless executions, his legendary streak violently shattered over one massive blunder. The illusion shifts, tracking the shadow as he slips into a ridiculously extravagant bedroom to eliminate his final mark. He coils his muscles for a lightning-fast, dead-silent strike, radiating total arrogance. Too bad his prey turned out to be the absolute strongest swordmaster in the entire empire. The playback slams to a halt as the assassin gets effortlessly sliced to ribbons, forcing Ju-hyuk to witness the exact second his new pet actually died. Jolting back to the present, Ju-hyuk nearly jumps out of his skin. Kosak is hovering inches from his face, curiously asking what has got him so spaced out. He scrambles backward in a blind panic. Meanwhile, the deadly phantom just mutters a quick apology and politely requests his next mission. Still trembling from those bloody flashbacks, Ju-hyuk desperately anchors himself to that one golden rule: absolute obedience. Sucking in a massive lungful of air, he resolves to push those boundaries. He barks out a bunch of mundane house chores. Shockingly, the deranged killer attacks the laundry and dishes with blinding speed and weirdly intense hype. Ju-hyuk is completely floored. The guy is a domestic machine and has not grumbled even once. The insane truth finally clicks. This unstoppably lethal entity will literally jump through hoops for him. Eager to test the waters, he casually asks if Kosak would follow a totally ridiculous command. The hitman enthusiastically nods his head. Swallowing his nerves, Ju-hyuk drops the ultimate loyalty test. "Bark for me." Kosak's face instantly freezes. It looks like the humiliating demand just crossed a massive line. Instant regret washes over Ju-hyuk, a chilling dread gripping him that this maniac is about to violently snap. But flipping the script entirely, Kosik rips a massive smile across his face and starts happily yapping, panting and bouncing around like an overjoyed puppy. Flashing the most deadpan thumbs up imaginable, Ju-yuk officially stamps his new follower as 100% whipped. But this bizarre bonding session shatters when brutal heavy pounding rocks the front door, followed by a furious voice screaming his name. Every drop of blood vanishes from Ju-yuk's face. He totally blanked out. Today is collection day for the loan shark. He frantically waves at Kosak, hissing at the assassin to scramble and get out of sight. His mind flashes back to the nightmare of dragging 10 million won out of a shady underworld boss after every single legitimate bank slammed their doors in his face. Taking that dirty cash was his ultimate last resort, just to cover his dad's life-saving surgery and keep his little brother in college. He bites back his frustration, fully aware he chose a foolish path. Yet to keep his family safe, he would. As the loan shark violently bangs on the door, demanding he show himself, Ju-yuk frantically whispers to his hidden summon Kosak. Ever the ruthless assassin, Kosak gleefully offers to slice the scumbag's head right off, but Ju-yuk immediately brushes off the bloodthirsty suggestion. Instead, he violently shoves the killer into the cramped bathroom, commanding him to stay out of sight. He begs him not to make a single peep, frantically backtracking, to clarify that the second the front door swings open, the massive mob boss lunges forward violently, choking Ju-yuk. The thug mocks him with fake concern over his late interest fees, forcing gasping for air. He lies that it totally slipped his mind, desperately insisting he literally just transferred the cash. The loan shark flashes a twisted grin, chillingly suggesting that if cash is tight, Ju-yuk could always just rip out a kidney to clear his debt. Making matters worse, one of the sneering cronies chimes in, noting that his little brother would fetch a massive price on the black market. That single threat makes the blood freeze dead in Ju-yuk's veins. Catching the sudden murderous glare in his eyes, the boss leans in aggressively, daring him to start swinging. But Ju-yuk instantly swallows his rage, frantically shaking his head, while pasting on a pathetic, cowardly. Satisfied, the gangster finally backs off, dropping a chilling final warning to watch his back before he gets erased from existence. Once the coast is clear, Kosak slides out from the shadows. When Ju-yuk actually praises him for staying quiet, the lethal killer proudly credits his master's absolute orders. Absolutely exhausted by the sheer madness of the day, our hero briefly toys with the insane. He immediately scraps that death wish, utterly convinced a weakling like him would not last 5 seconds inside. When the lethal assassin eagerly asks for his next mission, he even offers to cancel the summoning spell, gently giving the. Surprisingly, the deadly warrior has a far more wholesome request. Like an excited kid, he shoots his hand into the air, brightly begging to watch television. Ju-yuk blinks in absolute disbelief. Totally baffled, shrugging off the absurdity, he figures it cannot hurt, and tosses him the remote. As Ju-yuk finally crashes on the bed, his terrifying bodyguard sits slowly drifting into a deep sleep. Our hero softly admits that sharing his tiny space really is not the worst thing in the world. After years of grinding himself to the bone in total isolation, having another breathing soul nearby actually feels surprisingly warm. But the cozy vibes shatter the next morning when his brutal 8:30 a.m. alarm rips him awake. Scanning the dead quiet room, he notices Kosak is gone. Assuming the magic naturally faded while he slept, a glowing blue screen pops up, confirming the guy despawned thanks to that strict 6-hour time limit he had completely forgotten about. Shaking off the bizarre memories of yesterday, he locks into his daily grind and starts dressing for his shift. But right as he gets ready, an urgent breaking news broadcast about Smile Cash, his exact mafia loan shark, freezes him in his tracks. His plastic toothbrush slips right out of his trembling fingers, clattering into the sink. The reporter grimly announces a horrific bloodbath. 3 prominent loan sharks were just discovered. His jaw drops as the anchor shares the most unhinged detail of all the bloody severed heads were beautifully wrapped up in cute red ribbons. Instantly, a nightmarish vision of Kosak happily decorating those chopped-off skulls flashes right behind his eyes. A wave of pure nausea crashes into him. There is literally only one absolute psycho who would pull off that exact stunt. Clutching his head in screaming panic, he realizes his sweet TV-watching roommate is actually a relentless, blood-crazed butcher. The morning news continues blasting the horrifying crime scene footage, zooming in on the utterly destroyed gangster hideout. The camera zooms tightly onto the boss's dead, motionless hand, his iconic flashy gold rings now dripping with thick crimson. Ju-yuk absolutely loses his mind, utterly convinced he is going straight to prison for this massive slaughter. Later, at his shift, a customer's voice yanks him back to reality. But his broken brain instantly short-circuits, conjuring a twisted hallucination of the dead thug. He vividly imagines the bloody mobster casually slamming his own severed head onto the counter to check out, paralyzing our guy with absolute dread. His paranoia completely breaks his mind as the basic convenience store physically morphs into a horrifying ribbon-covered massacre display. Staring down a gruesome lineup of freshly decapitated heads, Ju-yuk shrieks, stumbling backward from the cash register in pure terror. But the totally bewildered customer, clutching a harmless Valentine's box, gently asks if he is all right. Jerked back to reality, a deeply flushed Ju-yuk stammers out rapid-fire apologies and frantically offers to scan her items. The mental toll proves too heavy. He immediately clears his schedule, calling out of every single side hustle for the following day, just to breathe. Trudging solo through the bitter snow, his mind spirals around the slaughtered men. Gnawed by a sickening guilt, is their blood actually on his hands? Safely locked inside his cramped rooftop apartment, he plots his next move, swiping open the system menu. The interface displays Kosak's terrifying credentials. A super-rare, certifiably insane assassin, hailing from the Cruel Guild. He desperately repeats that the master is immune, but ice-cold dread still pools in his gut. Needing the truth right now, he swallows his terror and triggers Kosak's designated summoning sequence. A bizarre holographic window suddenly blocks his view. The system throws him a total curveball, demanding a customer service review for Kosak's previous performance. Staring blankly at the 5-star scale, the puzzle pieces click into place regarding that mysterious blank section, lingering on the assassin's stat page. Boiling with rage over the guy's midnight slaughterfest, his thumb hovers over the screen, ready to slap down a brutal 1-star rating for all the massive headaches. But his finger freezes right before submitting the spiteful score. Conceding he just isn't built that cold, he pivots and the interface chimes in approval. Kosak's official performance score locks in at a mediocre 3 stars. Memories of his mom's service jobs flood back, reminding him how soul-crushing bad reviews really are. He admits he lives by a strict personal code. Never ever drop a 1-star bomb. With a blinding flash, Kosak pops into existence, snapping a crisp, upbeat salute as he clocks back in. The killer is practically glowing over his 3-star grade, vowing to grind even harder, leaving Ju-yuk utterly speechless. Cutting the small talk, the master corners his minion, demanding to know if he butchered the debt collectors. Kosak brightly chirps that he wiped them out right before logging off, plunging our protagonist into sheer paralysis. The horrifying weight of being locked in a room with a literal psychopath crashes down, sending his pulse into overdrive. Fighting off a total panic attack, he forces his lungs to pump, anchoring his sanity to the absolute system laws designed to keep his head attached to his neck. When Ju-yuk demands to know how he even tracked the goons down, the killer reveals he slickly slipped magical homing beacons onto them during their very first encounter. Mind blown by the guy's calculated plotting, he asks why anyone would go that far. Kosak casually waves it off, explaining it is simply optimal protocol to squash future problems early on, completely brushing off Ju-yuk's frantic screaming that he never greenlit a hit. The maniac calmly points out that his hands were tied by the 3 core laws of the summoned. The system window flashes to spell out the rules. A minion must protect their master's life at any cost, actively overriding any opposing commands. It strictly confirms Kosak will happily go rogue just to secure a kill, completely ignoring Ju-yuk's direct orders to stand down. Ju-yuk fires back that those thugs were barely a threat, but Kosak counters that the threat meter is entirely up to his own judgment, insisting that in his eyes they were ticking time bombs, a twisted logic Ju-yuk can only brand as absolutely psychotic. He instantly backpedals and apologizes for the insult, but Kosak just gives a lazy shrug, casually noting it is a super common critique. Icy sweat beads down Juyuk's face, as the sheer, unfiltered danger of Kosak's wildly loose definition of a threat truly sinks in. His mind flashes to a nightmare scenario. Strolling down the sidewalk together, only to accidentally brush shoulders with a sketchy-looking pedestrian. A random stranger might just toss out a meaningless insult, barking at him to watch his step, or threatening to rip his eyes out. But in Kosak's twisted mind, that, right there, is a deadly declaration of war. And just like that, another mangled corpse would end up tied off with a gruesome red bow. The horrifying mental image of his summon turning everyday people into blood-soaked presents makes Juyuk's blood run completely cold. Catching on to his master's rising panic, Kosak instantly desperate Juyuk begs the assassin to swear off murder, but the psycho smoothly sidesteps the promise. Even after getting strict orders to stop executing people over mere suspicion, he flashes a snappy salute and cheerfully vows to just use his best judgment. Realizing the maniac is totally dodging the issue, Juyuk lets out an exhausted sigh and just drops it. But right before getting dismissed, Kosak drops a massive bombshell, asking if Juyuk has ever thought about conquering the tower. The mere idea of stepping into that brutal gauntlet of infinite wealth and absolute slaughter leaves him paralyzed. He grips his fists tight, knowing deep down that braving those floors is his one golden ticket out of this miserable life. Yet his courage instantly shatters the second he visualizes the grotesque monsters lurking inside. He openly admits he is terrified of the gruesome peril and the incredibly high chance of dying. Piqued by curiosity, he asks if Kosak ever served other summoners before him. The assassin nods, reminiscing about his past masters, describing them all as fiercely stacking himself up against those legends. A crushing wave of humiliation washes over Juyuk. Confessing he lacks the spine to throw his life away playing the hero, he drops his head in absolute defeat. He braces for the inevitable judgment, totally convinced Kosak views him as nothing but a pathetic, spineless. But to his absolute shock, the psycho's face splits into a massive, eerie grin. He proudly announces that Juyuk is without a doubt the absolute greatest master he has ever had. Kosak passionately preaches that a summoner's ultimate virtue is never bravery. It is pure, unadulterated self-preservation. He argues that fearless masters are just massive liabilities. Because the second the summoner kicks the bucket, the phantom gets banished from the physical world forever. Flashing a wicked smirk, he promises to handle every single drop of bloodshed himself. Then he drops one final piece of advice that leaves Juyuk utterly speechless. Just hide in the shadows and live a very, very long life. Fast forward through a miserable, sleepless night of tossing and turning, Juyuk wakes up totally drained. He tries to force himself to move on. He should just count his blessings that those vicious loan sharks got permanently dealt with. Determined to stay under the radar, he buries any thought of the tower, deciding to just grind away at some safe, mundane 9-to-5 job. But his peaceful daydream gets brutally shattered by his ringing phone. It is his dad on the line breaking the news that his sickness has severely worsened, and he urgently needs a transfer to a high-tier medical facility. The gut punches just keep coming. His mom just got completely laid off, plunging their family into absolute financial ruin. Slapping on a fake smile, our boy chokes back his own mounting despair and promises to visit them soon. The second the call drops, that family crisis sparks a fire under him. He instantly straps on a hard hat and a high-vis vest, gearing up to march straight into the jaws of the tower. He locks in a hyper-cautious strategy. Just poke his head into the first floor and bail out the exact second things look too sketchy. Then it hits him. He doesn't actually have to drag the murderous Kosak along. He could totally summon somebody fresh. He immediately starts daydreaming about hitting the jackpot with a random drop, maybe snagging some insanely overpowered mythic-tier companion. But the system violently crushes his dreams, flashing a glaring notification that random summons are locked behind a 30-day cooldown. So, with 0 options left, he drags Kosak out anyway. The killer materializes in an instant, joyfully praising him for the 5-star review. Sweating bullets, Juyuk awkwardly greets the lethal maniac, Praying the psycho didn't notice he just tried to replace him, he loudly declares they are entering the tower, but frantically adds that it is strictly a test run, a decision which Cossack beams at, praising his master for such a brilliantly cautious move. Then, glancing at Juyok's garbage construction gear, he casually waves it off, promising to be his ultimate meat shield and guide through the hellscape ahead. He guarantees a completely risk-free VIP carry, where Ju-hyuk won't have to break a sweat or lift a single finger. A glowing system prompt flashes before them, requesting confirmation to breach the first floor of Korea's infamous Black Tower. Jaw set with pure determination, Ju-hyuk and a hyped-up Cossack smash the accept button, officially kicking off their very first dive into the deadly labyrinth. As the spatial distortion yanks them inward, Cossack snags his summoner by the collar, yelling at him to hold on tight. They get sucked through a chaotic, swirling digital vortex, breaching the tower's boundary for the very first time. The breakneck speed of the warp is an absolute gut-wrencher for the totally unprepared Ju-hyuk, and the duo rockets through the cybernetic gateway, hurtling straight toward the first floor at terminal velocity. They finally spawn inside, touching down in a bleak post-apocalyptic wasteland, shielded by a glowing hexagonal safe zone. Ju-hyuk scans the dead, cracked earth, muttering that the beginner floor is nothing but an absolute dump. But the dizzying warp sickness suddenly hits him like a freight train, and he desperately fights down the surging nausea, only to fail spectacularly, puking literal rainbows, while Cossack nonchalantly pats his back, promising he will build a tolerance. With the rough landing out of the way, the summon confidently marches Ju-hyuk past the barrier to kick off their rookie campaign. A crisp chime rings out in Ju-hyuk's ear, a system alert confirming his physical stats have been heavily buffed and his combat skills are fully unlocked. He flexes his muscles in pure awe of this surging vitality, absolutely mind-blown by the sheer amount of raw power coursing through his veins. Despite the floor's objective materializes wipe out 5 armor-plated fat maggots targets that Cossack instantly locks onto on the horizon. Ju-hyuk flashes back to his internet deep dives, remembering these bugs were classified as tanky but utterly harmless punching bags for newbies. However, he also recalls the horror stories of amateur players sweating for 30 straight minutes just to crack the shell of a single grub. Gripping his fists tight, he hardens his nerves, hyping himself up that he is officially an awakened player now. Riding a massive wave of unearned confidence, he boldly announces he is going to solo one of these beasts. But Cossack immediately shuts him down, pointing out there is zero need for him to get his hands dirty. Ignoring the warning, our rookie squares his shoulders against a lumbering, oversized maggot, hungry for his very first taste of battle. Then it abruptly hits him. He doesn't even have a weapon. He pivots to beg Cossack for a blade. But before the words leave his mouth, the massive insect rears its hideous body backward, coiling up for a brutal strike, and completely exposes its sickeningly pulsing, see-through underbelly, paralyzing Ju-hyuk dead in his tracks. All that hyped-up courage instantly evaporates into thin air as he gapes at, completely petrified by the sheer revolting horror of the monster. Dropping the tough guy act in a heartbeat, he whips around and frantically screams for his summon to save him. Cossack just beams with utter pride, flashing a giant thumbs up and loudly applauding his master's incredibly smart choice to back out. Not wasting a single second, the fighter erupts with explosive aura, blitzing toward the swarm of grubs like a heat-seeking missile. A single, wildly effortless straight punch from him is all it takes to make the first armored insect violently detonate into a massive shower of toxic green sludge. He barks at Ju-hyuk to stay back, ripping through the surviving monsters with blazing, neon blue energy talons. He maneuvers with jaw-dropping speed, becoming a terrifying tornado of lethal slashes that the helpless maggots cannot even register. To finish off the stragglers, he unleashes a vicious barrage of razor-sharp, pure kinetic energy blades and triggers his devastating ultimate move, Blade Burst. As the shredded chunks of the monsters rain down from the sky, he stands there without a single scratch, wrapping up the mission in seconds. Ju-hyuk is left totally glued to the spot in pure, unadulterated awe, absolutely staggered by the astronomical gap in their combat tiers. He is totally speechless, unable to comprehend how his summon just casually wiped out the entire mob in the blink of an eye. A massive flood of glowing alerts suddenly chimes in, confirming the mission clear, an instant level up, a 100-gram mana stone drop, and an absolutely unheard of S++ rank clear score. Thrilled by the absolute breeze of a fight, Ju-yuk practically floats on cloud 9, already picturing mountains of cash pouring into his bank account. But a stunt like that, it definitely grabs some heavy attention. A massive system-wide broadcast flashes across the interface, catching the eye of a fierce, high-powered businesswoman. Miles away, a shredded female athlete abruptly drops her weights, completely derailed by the jaw-dropping alert of a brand-new S++ ranker. Another elite veteran catches the notification, silently filing the intel away. Soon enough, all across Korea, every single awakened in the tower network stares at the exact same mind-blowing broadcast. Meanwhile, having conquered the zone, our duo warps straight back into the cramped apartment of Ju-yuk. He glances at his clock, completely dumbfounded. The whole damn raid took exactly 5 minutes from start to finish. Kosik puffs out his chest proudly, praising his master for a spectacular victory. Our boy sheepishly admits he literally just stood around, but his loyal assassin insists that is exactly how a top-tier commander should lead. Digging through his loot, Ju-yuk stares at a glowing mana stone and a cryptic, wing-shaped platinum badge. In this modern era, mana stones are the ultimate fuel driving entire global industries. Since hunters constantly farm the tower market, rates are public knowledge. He immediately realizes his 100-gram chunk easily nets him around 50,000 won. But while the rock means cold hard cash, that platinum emblem, complete mystery. He has never seen anything like it. Shrugging off the enigma, Ju-yuk dances around, hyping up his fast and easy payday. Meanwhile, the deadly phantom killer just wants to kick back and binge-watch his fate. To properly celebrate their massive win, Ju-yuk orders a mouth-watering feast of braised pork trotters. Suddenly remembering his minion's total intolerance to anything hot, he quickly calms the panicked assassin. Kosik bows, dropping a wildly outdated historical thank you. This makes Ju-yuk cringe, begging the guy to just chill out and talk like a normal person. Curious, he asks why Kosak sounds like a medieval knight. The phantom casually drops that he absorbed the habit from a past master. Ju-yuk cracks up. In his head, he compares it to someone adopting the quirky habits of an annoying ex-girlfriend. Flustered Kosik offers to completely drop the noble act, but Ju-yuk just howls with laughter. It is way too entertaining to let go now. Bonding over takeout and a good chuckle, our protagonist starts shifting his perspective, deciding that maybe this supposedly terrifying, bloodthirsty phantom is actually just a giant softie at heart. Riding a massive wave of confidence alongside his overpowered sidekick, he finally believes a better life. Fast forward to the next morning. Fired up and ready to execute his master plan, he violently tapes a fresh schedule to his bedroom wall, boldly titling it The Daily, his foolproof strategy. Ditch the soul-crushing construction gigs, juggle just 2 light part-time jobs, and completely dominate the tower with Kosak after hours. Back in the system, Kosak practically vibrates with joy after scoring yet another 5-star satisfaction rating from his boss. Ju-yuk beams, genuinely stoked, just seeing his lethal partner so incredible. This actually gets him thinking. Why does a literal killing machine care so much about customer reviews? Kosik eagerly breaks it down. Racking up top-tier ratings triggers massive direct system upgrades. It dramatically boosts his active summoning duration and skyrockets his over. Armed with that sweet intel, the duo plunges straight into the brutal second floor of the Black Tower. Their new objective: eradicate 10 incredibly agile, bloated maggots. Basically a much beefier, deadlier variant of the trash mobs they shredded on floor 1. Ju-yuk immediately spots the danger. These grotesque bugs dart around with terrifying speed. Sweating slightly, he warns Kosak to play it safe. But the phantom just smirks, swearing on his life that he absolutely will not fall. In fact, he arrogantly guarantees a total wipeout. he gives himself a strict 3-minute timer. Igniting his twin blades with lethal energy, he gears up for a lightning-fast massacre, desperate to safely escort his master back to the couch. Getting completely caught up in the hype, Ju-Yuk screams that a speedy victory means fried chicken for dinner. This absolutely supercharges Kasak. His aura explodes violently, and he roars a ridiculously passionate thank you to the heavens. History repeats itself. In a blinding flash, the glowing daggers of Kosak butcher the light. Once again, our boy is left utterly paralyzed in shock. He instantly clears the stage, snatching another impossible S++ grade, alongside a second glowing platinum crest. Blown away by their lightning-fast clear times, he calculates he can dive into the dungeon and bounce right back out, long before he even has to clock in for his morning shift. So the pair keeps tearing up the tower, with Kosak playfully roasting Ju-Yuk's sloppy landing as they touch down on floor 3. In a brutal montage of total domination, they absolutely shred the 3rd level, securing yet another pristine S++ rank. Floor 4 crumbles just as effortlessly, ending with our resident assassin striking a ridiculously cocky pose. They polish off their morning grind by steamrolling the 5th level, sealing the victory with a crisp high 5. But after hoarding 5 flawless S++ grade platinum badges back-to-back, Ju-Yuk freezes. A system alert pops up, dropping a jaw-dropping hidden perk right into his lap. The glowing blue text reveals his brand new buff, Awakening trait, enhancement, a massive upgrade that instantly doubles his simultaneous summon cap. Checking his stats, Ju-Yuk realizes his level has already but the absolute game changer. That newly unlocked dual summon ability. It hits him like a freight train. He can actually drag another powerhouse into the fray, even though Kosak is basically a one-man army who shreds everything solo anyway. Drooling over these insane S-rank payouts, he declares this the ultimate cheat code and immediately maps out his grand master plan chill in the absolute backline while his minions do all the dirty, life-threatening work. With over 20 days still ticking down on his random summon cooldown, he swears to play it painstakingly safe until the timer hits 0. Giddy with excitement, he aims to keep scaling the tower perfectly, picturing a future where he kicks back and naps, while 2 absolute beasts. The camera cuts to the Korean Awakening Management Department, nestled right in Hanam-dong's soul. Inside a sleek executive boardroom, a group of top brass officials are deadlocked in a suffocatingly tense, silent standoff. Team leader Jong Gwang-il sweats bullets, mentally wrestling over the perfect moment to drop the explosive new tower clear announcement for maximum hype. Suddenly, manager Lee Mina pierces his thoughts, asking if he's stressing over the press release making him jump out of his skin. He immediately snaps at Mina for psychoanalyzing him, but she just shrugs, claiming her curiosity is totally justified, and flips to business mode, officially reporting that yet another jaw-dropping S-rank clear just hit the system of Korea's notorious Black Tower. John connects the dots, realizing that since someone absolutely steamrolled floors 1 through 5 in perfect, rapid-fire succession, it absolutely has to be a lone wolf player. He concludes they are staring at a generational prodigy, a monster talent who might actually sweep every single floor with a flawless. Seconds later, the department's director violently slams his fist against the mahogany table, instantly commanding absolute pin-drop silence in the room. He barks out the grim reality until this phantom player showed up. Korea's absolute peak record was a measly A rank, and they literally just discovered that higher tiers even exist. His voice drops as he warns that rival nations are ruthlessly poaching and even flat-out kidnapping top-tier talent right off the street. And if they don't act fast, they are going to lose this absolute powerhouse. With panic in his eyes, he screams their new ultimate directive. They need to hunt down this S-class anomaly immediately. He furiously orders a hyper-surveillance net over every single newly registered rookie. Boom, the timeline flashes forward 48 hours. Back at Ju-Hyuk's messy apartment, a hilariously domesticated Kosak is happily scrubbing the breakfast dishes while casually confirming that they are breaching floor 8 this afternoon. This prompts our lazy hero to point out that floors 1 through 10 are basically the tutorial zone, which totally explains why they've been speedrunning this whole thing without breaking. Stepping through the portal, the pair plunges into the thick fog-choked forest of the 8th level. The objective is crystal clear: slaughter 10 red thorn frog warriors. Within seconds, the grotesque amphibians ambush them from every pot. One hulking frog monster whips out its massive, venomous purple tongue in a lethal sneak attack, but Kosak's blade blurs into a silvery flash to slice it clean off. Moving with gorgeous, lethal precision, he absolutely blends the entire mob of amphibian freaks in a fraction of a second. The system chimes in, declaring the bloody massacre a total success, and tossing yet another shiny S-rank and pristine platinum badge right into Juhyuk's greedy hands. Back at the apartment, Kosak throws his hands up in victory over another conquered floor, while Juhyuk nervously rubs the back of his neck, confessing he was completely useless. Our guy pours out his gratitude, thanking the assassin for making the brutal climb feel like a total breeze. But the killer keeps it grounded, warning his master to keep his guard up as they push, hoping to treat his loyal minion Juhyuk flashes some cash, urging him to hit the town and blow off some steam. Kosak shoots that idea right down, swearing he will never leave his master's shadow. Hilariously, the whole absolute obedience rule takes a back seat when it comes to taking a vacation. So Juhyuk pivots, suggesting they just order some fried chicken, and the deadly killer's eyes light up with pure joy. Rocking a ridiculously goofy chicken hat, Kosak then he just sits there patiently waiting for the delivery, while wearing a full-blown mascot suit. Meanwhile, the system drops a fresh reward into Juhyuk's lap. It is a rare tower-exclusive healing potion, and he figures it belongs in Kosak's inventory. Next up, he appraises his massive stash of glowing mana stones, estimating the pile is worth a solid 1.8 million won. Now comes the hard part. He has to figure out exactly how to Fast forward to day 10 of their grueling ascent. The duo Juhyuk stretches out his aching muscles, groaning about how He looks back on their insane grind, amazed at how they have consistently smashed through a new level every single day. He remembers how effortlessly, honestly grabbing that prestigious S-rank clear felt like picking up spare change off the sidewalk. Completely forgetting that he is hanging out with a cold-blooded murderer Jew, Yuk raises a cheerful toast to his bodyguard's insanely overpowered skills. Firing up the summoning sequence, he slaps a flawless 5-star rating onto Kosak's performance review. This glowing review triggers a massive buff, boosting the assassin's devotion timer by a full hour. Practically tearing up with joy, Kosak bows deeply, promising to make every extra second count, while demanding his master trust absolutely no one else. The second they cross the threshold of the 10th floor, the system chimes in, jacking up their physical stats to perfectly match their current level. Pushing through the shimmering portal into a dense overgrown forest, Juhyuk is instantly hit by a massive adrenaline rush. A tidal wave of raw magic and explosive energy courses through his veins. As the tower riding a hilarious high of pure delusion, the dude flexes, genuinely wondering if he is pumping his chest. He taps Kosak on the shoulder, boldly declaring that he is finally stepping onto the front lines. But the assassin violently shuts that down, swearing he would take his own life if a single scratch ever tainted his master's skin. Juhyuk pushes back, utterly determined to actually pull his own weight for one. But his heroic monologue crashes into a brick wall as he locks eyes with a gigantic, glowing, unblinking orb staring out from the shadows. The 10th floor boss steps into the light, revealing the nightmarish, towering silhouette of a colossal praying mantis. The absolute sheer mass of the beast paralyzes him with fear. His brain short-circuits, completely baffled at how normal players ever survived a monster this horrifying. Backpedaling hard, he starts rambling about how 2 grown men ganging up on a tiny bug would ruin their human pride, leaving Kosak totally bewildered. The colossal insect unleashes an ear-piercing screech, dropping into a strike stance and instantly vaporizing whatever bravery Juhyuk had left. Throwing himself behind cover, our guy instantly demotes himself back to the role of Kosak's terrified personal cheerleader. Unfazed, the assassin plants his feet firmly on the dirt, staring dead-eyed as the mountainous bug rears back for a lethal swipe. In a flash of motion, Kosak launches forward, gracefully weaving through the monster's colossal scythes with blinding supersonic speed. His eyes narrow, with lethal precision coiling his muscles. He erupts into a hurricane of glowing blue blades, slicing the monstrous bug into a dozen pieces before it can even blink. Right on cue, the system flashes another S rank, a shiny new level up, and a pristine platinum badge for conquering the boss room. Kosik sheathes his weapon casually, announcing the mission's success, while the tower unlocks the gateway to level 11. Calling it a day, the duo steps into the light, as the system confirms their safe exit from the Black Tower. Safe at home, Juyuk counts up his loot. He scores an extra kilogram of mana stones, pushing his massive hoard to exactly 5.5 kilograms. Plus, the system drops a massive bonus of 5 extra platinum badges. Hitting the milestone of 10 shiny badges unlocks a brand new top-tier perk, slapping a massive greedy grin across our hero's face. Vibrating with hype, he prays for something overpowered, and the system delivers. He just unlocked the god-tier ability to completely copy one skill from his summon. A massive holographic menu pops up, displaying Kosak's deadly arsenal of skills. Before Juyuk can even wrap his head around the crazy choices, Kosak practically begs him to pick Shadow Step right away. The demon insists that it is the ultimate getaway move. It guarantees he can vanish into thin air the second things go south. Hearing this, Juyuk immediately puffs out his chest, trying to look tough. He scoffs, asking if Kosak really thinks he is the type of coward who would ditch a fight just to save his own hide. But despite all that big talk, his finger instantly smashes the Shadow Step button, triggering a system alert that the skill is locked in. Trying to save face, he looks Kosik dead in the eye, and solemnly claims that elite footwork is the foundation of any real battle. Hyped up to try it out in the real world, he triggers the ability, only to realize it is literally just a quick hop forward. A pathetic little dash, completely lacking any cinematic teleportation map. Completely drained just from that tiny movement, he flops onto the floor, whining about the totally rigged physics of this stupid system. Kosik just flatly nods in agreement. Fast forward to day 11. After agonizing over his phone for ages, a flushed Juyuk finally gathers the guts to dial a number. Sweating bullets and stuttering like crazy, he contacts the Awakening Management Department, officially declaring that he has awakened as a player. The operator cheerfully congratulates him on the milestone, offering to dispatch a team of government agents directly to his apartment, an offer he reluctantly accepts. Hanging up, he slumps back completely exhausted. He legitimately realizes that making a simple phone call was the absolute bravest thing he has done in his entire 20. Cutting over to the department headquarters, Mina strides confidently toward a sleek government vehicle parked outside. Gwangil stops her, asking about the mysterious caller from yesterday. She shakes her head, confirming that whoever it was, they definitely are not the unknown S-ranker. Hearing this, Gwangil lets out. He is totally stressed that this god-tier player is still completely off the grid. Shifting gears, Mina brings up the brand new Awakening application they just got, tossing him an invite to tag along and inspect the rookie. He hops in, absolutely determined to track down this elusive S-ranker and absolutely drown them in every VIP perk the government possesses. Meanwhile, back at his place, Juyuk is in full-blown panic mode, scrubbing and tossing trash everywhere before the feds show up. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes through the room. The Awakening Management Department is officially here. Taking a deep breath, he cracks the door open awkwardly, ushering them inside as Gwangil flashes a badge and does the introductions. Juyuk practically freezes up the second he notices a pretty woman in his living room, barely managing to stutter out his own name. Out of nowhere, Mina closes the distance, stepping way past his personal bubble and leaving the poor guy totally flustered and beet red. With absolute ice in her veins, she stares directly into his soul, bluntly demanding to know if he is the hidden S-class. The direct accusation hits him like a freight train. Juyuk yelps like a kicked puppy, his entire cool guy facade shattering into a million pieces. His brain goes into overdrive. How on earth did she figure it out? Did the government invent some crazy radar tech he knows absolutely nothing about? Realizing that playing dumb is his only way out, he mentally braces himself for a massive lie. He swears to himself that he is going to act cool, calm, and totally natural. Instead, he turns into a stiff, sweating robot, awkwardly claiming he is definitely not the S-ranker, and only knows them from internet rumors. Manager Mina does not buy it for a single second. She instantly reads his sweaty panic and jumbled words. He is displaying every textbook symptom of a massive liar. Thankfully, Gwang-il swoops in, playfully karate-chopping his aggressive partner on the head. He snaps at her for treating a civilian like a criminal suspect, bowing an apology for his partner going rogue. Gwang-il promises it was just a routine vibe check. Ju-yuk breathes a massive sigh of relief, though he is still sweating bullets on the inside. Before things can get any more awkward, a required orientation video boots up on a tablet featuring Tavi, the sickeningly cute mascot of the Korean Black Tower. The upbeat cartoon explains how massive, terrifying obelisks suddenly spawned across the globe without warning. It started exactly 20 years ago. Humanity threw everything they had at the structures to uncover their secrets, but every single attempt totally flopped, because a massive, invisible force field literally bounced back bombs, bullets, and everything in between. The dark truth behind the monoliths stayed a complete mystery until the very first wave of players finally spawned. These chosen few were the only ones capable of stepping inside, fighting their way. Out in the real world, players look like your average Joe. But once they cross that threshold, they unlock insane powers, grinding for epic loot to level up and become absolute monsters, and skyrocket the global economy. But the moment a nation's climbing pace slows down, a devastating tower collapse countdown kicks off. Fail to conquer the next floor within 6 months. That country's tower crumbles to dust. Tabby paints a horrifying picture, revealing how the bustling city of Mumbai, India, was completely erased from the map. Just 3 years ago, the mascot spins the globe to South Korea, pointing out their massive stroke of luck. They only have one black tower to deal with, looming deep within the rugged mountains of Gangwon province. Even with a tiny pool of awakened fighters, South Korea is absolutely dominating the leaderboards. They are currently sitting on the 65th floor, trailing just behind the US at floor 66. The broadcast paints these players as modern-day legends, brave explorers diving into the abyss to shield humanity from total annihilation. The clip wraps up with a high-energy call to action, hyping up any newly awakened rookies to step forward, secure their official licenses, and become the saviors of tomorrow. Snapping back to reality, Gwang-il cuts the nonsense, telling a visibly irritated Ju-yuk that it is time for the official verification test. Gwang-il validates his awakened status, while our guy casually tosses his freshly looted mana stones onto the table. The moment he casually drops that he just cleared the 10th floor, blaring alarm bells go off in both examiners' heads. That is the exact floor where the mysterious S-rank record was just shattered. Mina's eyes narrow into dangerous slits, her radar going crazy. Probing for cracks in his story, she leans in, asking if he caught any of the massive breaking news flooding the internet. Desperate to play it cool, Ju-yuk forces a stiff thumbs up and lets out a hilariously awkward laugh, acting completely clueless about the legendary S-ranker. But his twitching thumb and painfully fake grin scream anything but innocent. If anything, he looks incredibly guilty. Shifting gears, Gwang-il breaks down the fine print of the government contract, explaining the strict divide between the elite squad and the general squad. He notes that general members operate like wandering mercenaries, pulling off independent dungeon raids on their own terms. The elite team, however, are top-tier government assets swimming in premium perks like VIP security in exchange for crushing the most brutal high-stakes floors. The second they mention a massive base salary for the elites, panic grips Ju-yuk. If they connect him to that S-rank milestone, his peaceful life is over. He pictures an absolute nightmare, ruthless paparazzi swarming him, shoving cameras in his face and dissecting every second of his private life. The mere thought of becoming a public spectacle makes his stomach churn, and he instantly vetoes the entire concept. Then, Gwang-il drops the ultimate deal-breaker. Elite members are legally required to strap on body cams for every raid. Hard pass. Without missing a beat, Ju-yuk flat-out rejects the elite application. The examiners are completely stunned. Fidgeting nervously, he insists he is perfectly thrilled with the basic squad setup and heavily downplays his own abilities, swearing he has. Flashing a weak, cowardly smile, he claims he just wants to safely farm the low-level zones and scrape by with decent cash, acting like the upper floors are way too terrifying for a weakling like him. Gwang-il tries to nudge him toward glory, but Ju-yuk stands his ground like a brick wall. Manager Mina lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Convinced her prime suspect is just a lazy coward, her blood boils in silent frustration. She glares at him disgusted that someone so completely devoid of drive and ambition could ever wield actual power. In her mind, even if he possessed god-tier skills, his pathetic mindset makes him worthless. Because to survive the elite squad, you need a burning hunger to conquer the tower. Conceding defeat, Guang Yul honors his bizarre choice and seals the soaking in the sweet relief of dodging massive fame. Ju Yuk stutters out a quick thanks. But right as they reach the final hurdle of registration, Guang Yul throws a curveball, asking our guy to plunge straight back into the tower immediately to prove his awakened status. And just like that, the examiner slyly suggests he should just go ahead and clear the next floor while he is inside. Reality hit. These guys are still trying to expose him as the secret S-Rank powerhouse. He agrees to tackle the next level, but feeds them a massive lie, claiming it will take him at least 2 hours to finish, hoping to completely throw them off his scent. But Mina does not bat an eye. Flashing a sweet, pleasant smile, she insists he take all the time he needs, promising they will be waiting right there for him. With the trap set, he gears up to breach the tower, while the 2 government agents watch his every move casually, offering them the TV remote and telling them to help themselves to the fridge. The second he vanishes into thin air, Guango confirms the guy is 100% awakened, immediately turning to his partner for her read on the situation. Mina completely writes him off. She cannot gauge his actual skills, but she pegs him as way too cowardly, betting he will tap out on the 11th floor. Why? Because the 11th level is a pure psychological nightmare. It swarms players with giant long-tailed centipedes creatures that lack raw power but make up for it with horrifying numbers. The quest demands slaughtering 100 of those grotesque bugs, a gritty task she firmly believes a wimp like him could never stomach. She smugly predicts he will crack under the pressure and sprint straight back to the safe zone, a theory Guangho easily buys into considering her flawless track record. Trusting his partner's sharp gut feeling, he lets out a heavy sigh and reaches for his phone, ready to report another dead-end lead to their boss. Meanwhile, deep inside the 11th floor, Ju Hyuk fires up his summoning skill, pulling Jeon Gwang-suk onto the battlefield. The phantom assassin materializes with a snappy, cheerful salute, visibly pumped to tackle another run with his master. Then the system prompt flashes. The glowing objective demands he wipe out 100 giant centipedes within a strict 3-hour window. Faced with slaughtering 100 of these long-tailed freaks before the clock runs out, our overzealous assassin figures he can easily wrap this up in about 5 minutes. But our boy frantically hits the brakes, ordering him to hunt at a snail's pace and drag it out past the 1-hour mark to dodge another suspicious S-Rank clear. Gwang-suk flashes a knowing thumbs up, totally picking up on the stealthy vibe needed to fool the feds lurking outside. With the ground rules set, Ju Hyuk smirks like a madman, fully convinced that intentionally tanking his clear time will finally get those pesky agents off his back forever. Except his summon instantly starts butchering the centipedes at a blinding, breakneck speed. The assassin's version of slow is still ridiculously overpowered. Sweating bullets, Ju Hyuk screams at him to dial it back even more, which the Phantom happily agrees to do. His kill rate drops by maybe a fraction of a percent. But as Ju Hyuk backs away to keep a safe distance, a massive centipede erupts from the dirt right beneath his feet, violently launching him into the sky. Pure, unadulterated panic washes over his face as he watches his foolproof master plan disintegrate in the most horrific, nightmarish way imaginable. Paralyzed by the creepy crawlers swarming him, his body completely locks up, keeping him from activating a single escape skill. Spotting his master in mortal danger, Gwang-suk's playful grin vanishes, replaced by cold, murderous intent. Chucking every single order out the window, he rockets through the air, swearing to shield his summoner at all costs. Boiling with rage that these ugly many-legged freaks dared to lay a claw on his boss, he unleashes a catastrophic barrage. In a blinding flash of silver steel, his strike vaporizes the entire monster swarm in a split second. Ju Hyuk hits the ground in one piece, but can only stare in absolute dread as the massacre unfolds, frantically screaming for his shadow minion to just wait a second and begging him to slow the hell down. But it is way too late. The Phantom is moving like a blur, putting his master's survival above the mission plan. Even while swearing he will try to slow down. Next time, Gwang-suk declares that keeping his boss alive is his #1 job. A cold wave of dread washes over our guy, as he realizes that with John fighting like this, his doom is sealed. And right on cue, the dreaded system bell chimes loudly, broadcasting an S-rank clear for the 11th level. Completely crushed by this epic fail, he sighs, throwing his hands up in total defeat, and gets swallowed by a flash of light warping out of the black tower to face the music. Back in the apartment, manager Mina glances at her watch. 5 minutes have ticked by, and she fully expects him to spawn back into the room, totally defeated any second now. Out of nowhere, a glowing system prompt shatters the silence. It broadcasts a flawless S-rank clear for the 11th floor, leaving both agents absolutely stunned. Right on cue, Joo-hyuk spawns back into his living room, his arrival syncing up perfectly with the glowing notification. The duo stares wide-eyed. Mina points out the undeniable fact that the golden S-rank notification popped up the exact fraction of a second player Bong logged out. The math is unquestionable. The unassuming guy standing right in front of them is the mysterious S-rank beast. Exhaling a massive sigh, his face darkens. He mutters that he really did not want things to go down like this. With his cover completely blown, a shadowy Corsac materializes behind his shoulder, twin daggers gleaming in the light. He grimly announces that these 2 government suits need to be permanent. Reacting instantly to his master, Corsac lunges straight at the defenseless guests. As the shadow closes the distance, Joo-hyuk barks the order to tie them up immediately. But before the words even leave his mouth, Corsac slices complete. Joo-hyuk unleashes a blood-curdling scream the second those 2 heads hit the floorboard. Completely hyperventilating, he shrieks that decapitation was absolutely not part of the plan. Weirdly enough, the decapitated agents now randomly start babbling endless apologies for accidentally digging up his hidden identity. Snapping out of his wild hallucination, Joo-hyuk's random yelp leaves the 2 living agents totally baffled. Watching him drip with buckets of nervous sweat, they cautiously ask if he needs a medic. Once he catches his breath, Kwang-il goes right back on the offensive, practically begging this powerhouse to join their top-tier squad. But our anti-hero tries to spin one final desperate lie. He stammers that his pathetic 11th floor run just magically happened to sync up with some other god-tier player's victory. The veteran agent clearly smells the absolute garbage in that story, throwing in the towel. Kwang-il drops the interrogation and slides a shiny new contract across the table. Joo-hyuk nearly chokes, staring back at him as a premium elite agreement. He instantly objects loudly, reminding them he begged for the most basic bottom. But Kwang-il smirks, clarifying that this is not your everyday elite paper. It is a legendary once-in-a-lifetime deal. The binder flips open to reveal an ultra-elite contract, crowning him as a top priority national asset. The perks are purely insane, boasting a 12 billion won yearly salary, prime real estate, and round-the-clock VVIP bodyguards. But the absolute wildest flex? Total legal immunity. This piece of paper literally makes him untouchable by the cops. Joo-hyuk stares at the ink, realizing this would practically turn him into modern-day royalty. It is a god-level status, currently held by exactly one man. Korea's yet staring down a golden ticket, padded with every single luxury the government can legally provide, Joo-hyuk completely shuts it down. He demands a normal, boring contract, violently rejecting any sort of celebrity treatment. When asked why he would turn down 12 billion won, he bluntly states that he despises being the center of attention. He literally flashes back to a time he sprinted out of a retail store just because a friendly employee asked for his size. In another memory, he blacklists his favorite convenience store entirely, because the cashier dared to recognize his face. The agents exchange blank looks, realizing they are dealing with a crippling introvert. As Joo-hyuk rambles on about an unpredictable future, Kwang-il sighs in defeat. Respecting the bizarre boundary, he agrees to print out the standard paperwork instead. Internally, Joo-hyuk pats himself on the back. He knows that grabbing an elite contract means strapping a massive boulder of expectation. If he signs his soul over to the elite tower clearing squad quitting, will never be an option. Those guys are built as a specialized squad for the highest floors. Dodging that nightmare scenario completely, he walks away with zero regrets, perfectly happy just making a slightly fatter paycheck than his old broke life. Cut to the imposing headquarters of the Awakening Management Department, where a high-stakes briefing is kicking off. Director Park Kyung-soo grills team leader Jian over his crazy field report, struggling to swallow the idea that someone so painfully shy could casually pull off such monumental feat. Gwang-il verifies the intel. Reviewing the file, Director Park rubs his temples, completely baffled by the glaring contradiction. He finally chalks it up to a bizarre personality quirk, marveling at how Joo-hyuk lives like an aggressively average Joe, which brutally clashes with his god-tier combat skills. Leaning forward, the director presses, "Are we absolutely sure we didn't just tag the wrong guy?" Mina shoots that theory down instantly. The timestamps on those tower clears sync up flawlessly with his entry logs. No mistakes. His patience snapping, Park slams a fist onto his desk. "I don't care what it costs," he barks. "Draft him into the elite squad immediately." Gwang-il nods grimly, swearing they will reel their target in. Meanwhile, miles away, in a cramped apartment, Joo-hyuk is pacing a hole into the floor, absolutely tearing into that recruitment contract. He makes it crystal clear hell would freeze over before he signs away his freedom. Whirling around, he unleashes his fury on Kasak. He roasts the shadow assassin for going rogue earlier, flat out threatening to unsummon his shadowy behind if he pulls another stunt. Cut to the 12th floor. The duo steps through the portal into a brutal new trial. The objective: slaughter 20 icicle spear weasels in the middle of a desolate frozen wasteland. Before stepping onto the ice, Joo-hyuk shoots his minion a death glare. "Take it slow. Go easy. We cannot afford another S-rank." Seeing the towering assassin bow in polite submission, Joo-hyuk breathes a sigh of relief. He genuinely believes his fly-under-the-radar plan is back on track. If we just clear this floor like normal scrubs, he schemes, the Awakening Management Department will finally drop the investigation and leave us alone. That cocky illusion shatters instantly. The moment they step forward, a sub-zero blizzard violently slams into him like a freight train of solid ice. He thought he was dressed for the tundra, but this chill pierces straight to the bone. His teeth chatter, his entire body convulsing in the frostbite-inducing. Looming nearby, Kasak watches in horror as the color completely drains from his master's face. Panic grips the loyal shadow. Seeing his almighty summoner shivering, he tragically misreads the situation as a critical medical emergency. Eyes flashing with desperate resolve, Kasak decides, totally tuning out Joo-hyuk's frantic screams, to stand down the violently overprotective assassin explodes into motion. In Kasak's twisted shadow logic, a common human cold is a terminal, incurable plague that must be stopped at all costs. "Stop! I order you to stop!" Joo-hyuk shrieks. But it's too late. A dark blur tears through the snow, instantly wiping the monsters off the map. And then the soul-crushing chime rings out. Ring, ring. His phone buzzes instantly. It's Gwang-il practically choking on his own spit as he demands to know if Joo-hyuk just speed ran the 12th floor. Sweating bullets, our guy frantically plays dumb, stammering that the 13th floor is going to be super tough. Cut back to their toasty apartment. Kasak is beaming proudly, declaring his master blissfully blind to the absolute bureaucratic nightmare he just unleashed. Joo-hyuk's eye twitches. Blinded by rage at the repeated defiance, he snaps his fingers and unsummons Kasak mid-sentence, cutting off his cheerful babble about watching TV. Watch TV. "Who the hell do you think you are right now?" Joo-hyuk roars to the And guess what? No warm soup for disobedient shadows. Fast forward to the next day. The pair breaches the 13th floor, dropping into a terrifying corridor rigged with lethal traps. Taking one look at the death maze, Kasak's hyper-anxiety flares up. Terrified that a single blade might scratch his precious master, the shadow goes rogue again. He decides the only safe strategy is zero ground contact. Ignoring a fresh wave of panicked screaming from Joo-hyuk, the giant shadow scoops his master up like a baby. And they blow past every single trap, instantly conquering the floor. and setting off yet another godforsaken S. Hitting the 14th floor, they are immediately swarmed by monstrous eyeball bats. Predictably, Kasak doesn't hesitate. He launches himself into the fray, butchering the flock before they can even flap their grotesque. Juhyuk just stands there dead inside, watching his unwanted S-rank streak rack up. The fight drains out of him. He finally throws his hands up, totally surrendering to the chaotic circus his life has become. Crashing back at home, he pulls up his banking app. His jaw drops at a fresh deposit of nearly 5 million won from Manastone sales, stacked on top of the hefty government hunter subsidies. Leaning back, he starts crunching the massive payout from floors 11 straight through 14. Counting the glowing mana crystals he bagged as loot, his jaw practically hits the floor when he realizes he's raked in over 7 million won after a mere 2 weeks of player life. Visions of a 30 million won monthly payday dancing in his head, he happily trashes his grueling part-time schedules. The following morning, Kosak throws himself face down on the floor, practically weeping with gratitude over a flawless 5-star rating, despite his past rebellion. Since his original scheme has completely derailed, Juhyuk simply waves it off, telling the guy to pace himself from the 15th floor up, leaving Kasak blinking in total disbelief at the leniency. Embracing the fact that his cover is completely blown, our hero zeroes in on the silver lining. Just one more S-rank guarantees a massive haul of 15 platinum badges. A wickedly greedy grin stretches across his face as he imagines scoring another god-tier perk to guarantee his ultimate survival. Completely fired up Juhyuk and a fiercely loyal Kosak storm into the 15th floor, itching to tear through the goblin laborers. Since the system demands a bloody kill count of exactly 20 green-skinned targets, the duo creeps silently through the shadowy, overgrown forest, locking eyes on their unsuspecting. Juhyuk quickly notes that these aren't mindless beasts, since they actually possess a shred of intelligence. Conquering the upcoming stages is about to get brutally tough and demands some serious tactical intel. Kosak whispers a grim warning. These creatures are slippery little snitches, and if just one scurries away, an entire horde will swarm them, urging his boss to stay totally hidden. Flashing a deadly confident smirk, the minion vows to wipe the floor with every single one of them in one brutal, sweeping strike. Without missing a beat, he instantly triggers a top-tier cloaking ability, leaving Juhyuk watching in awe, secretly craving that exact phantom-like power for his own. Moving like an absolute ghost, the unseen assassin blitzes straight through the completely clueless monster mob. Slitting throats and slicing limbs before the creatures can even blink, he effortlessly triggers the sweet system notification floor clear. Naturally, they secure a flawless S-rank rating, snatching up that incredibly precious 15th platinum token, which officially unlocks the highly anticipated 16th floor, right before the duo teleports out of the dungeon and pops straight back into the middle of his messy living room. Wasting absolutely zero time, Juhyuk rips open his digital inventory screen, practically salivating over his hard-earned loot. He proudly summons the glorious collection of 15 shiny medals, watching them hover around him like a magical halo, right as a sudden system chime blares, dropping a brand new bonus perk straight into his lap, making him buzz with wild excitement over whatever insane game-breaking power he just managed to score. Cutting to the very next scene, cashing in those rare badges officially grants him an elusive energy barrier kit, which suddenly pops out as a bizarrely simple gold bangle, leaving our hero scratching his head about what this protective shield actually does. Slipping the shiny trinket onto his wrist, a glowing text box instantly pops up explaining that it generates a heavy-duty damage-absorbing force field that perfectly scales with his growing level, despite having a massive 5-hour cooldown attached. The moment he actually powers it up, a brilliant blue aura completely swallows him whole, making him realize it's basically an invisible, full-body riot suit that functions perfectly outside the tower. Thrilled out of his mind, he confirms the magical force field holds up in reality, handing him an unbelievably overpowered defensive trump card. But of course his brain immediately short-circuits straight to cash daydreaming about auctioning off this priceless artifact for absolute billions and permanently retiring from this incredibly deadly dungeon-crawling nightmare. However, realizing that higher stages guarantee even sicker loot drops, he hungrily grills John Kasak about crushing floor 16, only for the assassin to instantly burst his bubble by warning him that a flawless S-rank is no longer a guaranteed walk in the... Completely blindsided by this sudden reality check, Joo-hyuk freezes up, frantically trying to plot his next move, and silently wrestles with the ultimate dilemma. Pawn off the $1 million bracelet right now, or risk his neck climbing higher into the abyss. Meanwhile, over at the Awakening Management headquarters, a stressed Director Park demands to know exactly how long it's been since Joo-hyuk's last flawless run. Lee Mina quickly pulls up the files, reporting a solid 15-day dry spell, while the team leader points out that their star rookie is currently hard stuck on the 15th floor. The director violently slams his fist against the desk, groaning over the agonizing fact that such an absurdly overpowered prodigy is also a massive, unbelievable coward. Jian, however, firmly holds on to a shred of optimism, calmly suggesting they give the kid a little more breathing room, considering the tower's difficulty takes an absolutely brutal spike from floor 16 and beyond. Suddenly, their tense strategy session is cut short by a flashing alert. Joo-hyuk is literally on his way to the agency right now to hit up the exclusive player shop. The news completely stuns Park, but seconds later a wild, game-changing realization lights up his eyes. The director pieces it all together. Joo-hyuk isn't trapped. Instead, he's intentionally grinding the 15th floor, hoarding cash to gear up with top-tier equipment. It makes perfect sense, considering the kid had absolutely nothing to his name during their previous home visit. A wave of embarrassment washes over the director. He silently kicks himself for nearly chewing the boy out before grasping the sheer genius behind his tactical farming. Wasting no time, he barks orders at his crew to supply Joo-hyuk with any gear he desires, at heavily discounted rates. Then the clock rewinds to a bizarre incident from 15 days prior. In the flashback, absolute terror grips Kosak's face as his master drops a mind-boggling demand. Deadpan Joo-hyuk casually pulls up his shirt and orders his frantic summon to plunge a dagger right into his gut. Kosak frantically begs to know why he is being tortured like this, but our hero coolly clarifies that he isn't begging for a death wish. He simply needs a live guinea pig to verify if his brand new energy shield can actually... Still, the loyal assassin vehemently denies the order, plugging his ears and playing deaf to the sheer lunacy of the request. Annoyed by the defiance, Joo-hyuk snatches the blade himself, deciding to take matters into his own hands with a swift, self-inflicted thrust. Only as he howls in excruciating agony does it hit him. He completely forgot to activate the damn barrier. Beside him, an outraged Kosak vows to sever the wicked arm that dared to injure his Following the bloody self-sabotage and a harsh scolding from his overprotective minion Joo-hyuk tiredly dismisses the assassin back to the monster-slaying grind. Ever the obedient servant, Kosak dives right back into his blistering, lightning-fast massacre of the dungeon's beasts. Our boy sits back and observes a startling pattern. Regardless of the difficulty level, Kosak completely clears a zone in roughly 10 minutes flat. With some time to kill, he figures it's the perfect window to take his newly stolen abilities out for a spin. He gears up to unleash Shadow Step, the technique he ripped straight from Kosak. A ghostly neon blue aura instantly flares around his body. Triggering the Phantom Dash, he rockets through the dense forest, carving a path of blurry afterimages while getting a grip on his blinding new speed. The sheer adrenaline of tearing through space at superhuman velocity leaves him totally spellbound. He pinballs wildly between the trees, finally grasping why his summon hyped this up as the ultimate survival tool. But amid the reckless joyride, his runaway momentum launches him headfirst into a hidden hazard lurking in the brush. He crashes out, finding himself deadlocked in a stare-down with a stray goblin. Startled by the sudden ambush, he wonders if the cowardly critter had been cowering in the shadows to dodge, not offering a single second to strategize. The goblin unleashes a blood-curdling screech and vaults directly at his throat. Running purely on survival instinct, Joo-hyuk throws up his defenses, finally triggering his elusive energy shield. A resounding crash echoes as the barrier perfectly absorbs. Shivering with absolute revulsion, he mercilessly punts the ugly creature away like a discarded football. Spotting the airborne pest rocketing his way, Kosak effortlessly intercepts the monster, casually praising his master for the slick assist. But the moment it clicks that his liege was actually under attack, the assassin violently alters course. blasting toward Ju-yuk at blinding speed. He frantically checks on the boy, barking out a harsh reprimand for tangling with a goblin while literally sniffing him up and down for scratch marks. The relentless onslaught of nagging kicks off again, forcing an exhausted Ju-yuk to clamp his hands over his ears. Fast forward through 2 grueling weeks of grinding floor 15. Our hero has totally mastered his powers and stockpiled a staggering 22.5 kilograms of raw mana stones. The entire haul translates to a sweet payday of 11,200,000. Snapping back to reality, he rings up the Awakening Management Department to cash in at their exclusive market. He's totally caught off guard when they stubbornly insist on sending a ride rolling up to the headquarters in a jaw-dropping luxury limousine. The second his boots hit the pavement, team leader Jian is right there, rolling out the red carpet with a wildly extravagant greeting. The insanely lavish VIP treatment leaves him sweating under the spotlight. Escorted inside, he quickly registers his biometric vein scan for high-security clearance. Jian warmly insists the doors are always open to him, offering a personal guided tour of the armory. But a highly uncomfortable Ju-yuk politely shuts the offer down. He vastly prefers to fly solo and browse the aisle. Stepping into the state-of-the-art player shop for the very first time, he is absolutely blown away by the ridiculously opulent. Still a weird feeling gnaws at him. The entire massive store is a complete ghost town, with him as the sole buyer. Paranoid that the price tags might melt his brain, he decides to play it safe and offload his mountain of mana stones first. The desk clerk officially appraises his loot at 11,250,000 won, confirming the massive funds are ready to burn instantly. Honestly, shopping feels like an absolute chore to him right now. He just wants to grab his upgrades and bounce. Little does he know, Director Park is closely tracking his every move from the shadows, with Jian quietly confirming his arrival. He actually had the entire shop locked down for his exclusive use, secretly instructing the staff to slash the prices by a massive 90%, figuring our bashful hero would flat out reject the gear if it looked like a charity handout. Fast forward, and dusk settles over his cramped rooftop apartment, wrapping up the day. Safe inside, he practically beams as he shows off his newly acquired adamant mace. He scored this beast of a weapon for a measly 2 million won, alongside a pair of premium basilisk leather boots for an absolute steal at 3 million won. The sheer bargain leaves him reeling, especially since top-tier gear like this usually runs into the tens of millions. He's equally stunned by the red carpet welcome from Jian, though the blatant VIP treatment makes his skin crawl just a bit. Even so, he just can't peel his eyes away from those slick new boots. As he inspects the heavy-duty footwear, he mentally notes that his true lifesaver is the energy barrier perk. This nifty trick fuses all his defensive stats into one unbreakable shield purely courtesy of the system's perks. He reluctantly confesses to himself that his humble intentions are fading fast. The seductive pull of the tower's perks is just too intoxicating to ignore. Bright and early the next morning, he calls forth Kosik, boldly announcing their long-awaited raid on the 16th floor. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he notices his summoning skill is officially off cooldown, leaving our resident assassin looking visibly perplexed. Kosik crosses his fingers desperately, praying for a comrade who is actually. Ju-hyuk begs every god in the sky for some decent luck as he braces himself to pull another unit. Chanting a jittery abracadabra, he triggers the random summon mechanic. Instantly, a colossal vortex of chaotic purple lightning detonates right inside his tiny living room. This explosive light show heralds the dramatic entrance of a brand new being. The duo gapes in utter disbelief as the hulking, shadowy figure begins to float upward, only to smash headfirst into the plaster ceiling with a sickening crunch. Paralyzed by sheer panic, Ju-hyuk swallows hard, terrified of the catastrophic beast he might have just dragged into his home, not to mention mourning the tragic loss of his apartment's security deposit. As the dust clears and the hulking brute fully materializes, our protagonist stumbles backward, trying to figure out if he pulled a human ally or a bloodthirsty monster. But before he can even blink, John Kosak explodes into motion, launching a vicious dropkick straight at the towering intruder. The strike plants perfectly onto the barbarian's jaw. Without missing a beat, the assassin unleashes a relentless tornado of punches, shrieking at the giant for destroying Ju-hyuk's life, leaving the bewildered summoner questioning if these two have some hidden history. The Titan, however, just brushes it off like a gentle breeze, casually mocking that the deadly strikes barely tickle. Boiling with rage, Cossack whips out his twin blades, promising to chop the brute's head clean off and wrap it up with a lovely little ribbon. But right as the assassin dives in for the fatal slash, Ju-hyuk screams at the top of his lungs, frantically ordering them to stand. Sobbing over the impending repair bills, he pleads for peace, crying that one shattered ceiling is already pushing him to bankruptcy. He then tries to drag Cossack out into the hallway, but the killer refuses to budge, swearing that this massive meathead is a notoriously brain-dead fool, a moron who supposedly cannot even grasp the basic. Hearing this, the giant immediately fires back, stubbornly insisting that he absolutely knows. But when Cossack challenges him to actually recite them out loud, the flustered warrior stammers, butchering the concept into complete illogical gibberish about surviving and fighting. Seeing right through the bluff, Cossack brands the giant a useless dud, demanding they execute him on the spot. The plan off the brute to intentionally trigger the 100-day resummoning penalty, a brutal system loophole that Ju-hyuk didn't even know existed. Pulling up the holographic interface, Ju-hyuk's heart sinks as he confirms his prize. An R-rank dull barbarian meat shield, literally the absolute garbage tier boss. Defeated, he seriously considers just swallowing the penalty and waiting. What follows is a hilariously painful interrogation, where the giant fails to recall his own name, why he's here, or even the basic concept of every single question is met with a vacant "dunno," driving our protagonist desperate for any shred of useful intel. Ju-hyuk dives into the system's deep, but the moment his eyes hit the text, a violent surge of psychic energy rips straight through his mind. Suddenly, a familiar vertigo hits him. Just like with Cossack, Ju-hyuk feels his consciousness forcefully ripped away, plunging him deep into the memories of his newest summon. Blinking against a blinding glare, he materializes in the middle of a lush, sun-drenched meadow, wondering where on earth he is. Then his eyes lock onto a towering figure, the barbarian standing tall in his. This colossal warrior of the Great Plains tribe possessed an untainted soul, finding absolute joy in the simple beauty of nature. But do not let that peaceful demeanor fool you. Underneath that, tragically, his massive brawn came at a heavy cost. He was incredibly naive, possessing a deeply gullible and childlike mind. That serene existence shatters the moment a blonde-haired stranger swaggers into the field, a wicked smirk playing on his lips as he openly marvels at the giant's sheer bulk. The smug newcomer casually introduces himself as Ares. When asked for his own name, the gentle giant just scratches his head with a goofy grin, innocently admitting he completely forgot it. Blindly trusting this fake hero, the innocent warrior was lured into a deadly trap. Ares callously threw him onto the front lines, yet relying on pure, raw strength, the Titan stood his ground. He tanked the beast's devastating acid breath head-on, violently ripping off the serpents' heads he fought with a relentless frenzy, utterly oblivious to the horrifying. In the end, he crumbled to the venomous wasteland, completely dissolved by the corrosive sludge. He surrendered his life to shield a squad of cowards. A sickening chill runs down Ju-hyuk's spine as he watches in pure horror, seeing nothing left of the mighty warrior but a stark, white skeleton. In that gut-wrenching moment, the devastating truth clicks. A meat shield. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion, he lets out a string of curses. Figuring a little brain damage won't hurt, he throws his arms wide, warmly embracing his clunky new summon and vowing they will conquer the tower side by side. Kicking things off with a christening, he tosses out two options: barber or meatball. The dense giant just stares blankly, struggling to process the choice. Pushed for a verdict, the brute rubs his chin in deep thought before proudly locking in on the title, Meatball. Sealing their bond, Ju-hyuk looks his towering buddy in the eye, swearing to wash away his worries and guarantee him a good life. Swayed by the heartfelt vow, Meatball pledges absolute loyalty to his brand new master. Beaming with pride, our guy cheerfully dubs himself Cossack and Meatball, an official brotherhood. But while Cossack initially recoils in pure disgust, you can practically see the gears turning in the assassin's head as a devious scheme clicks into place. Flipping the script instantly, Cossack suddenly embraces the giant, plotting to personally mold this massive meat shield into the perfect bullet sponge. With their roster locked in, the eccentric trio marches straight toward the 16th floor. Stepping through the portal, Juyuk pauses to analyze his absolute freak show of a squad. A cowardly gamer, a psychotic killer, and a brain-dead tank. As Cossack barks insults at the lumbering giant for mirroring his every move, the ragtag crew officially breaches the 16th floor of the Black Tower, instantly feeling their sealed powers surge back into their veins. Their entire arsenal of combat skills finally unlocks. Flanked by his chaotic minions, Juyuk plants his feet, fiercely determined to forge this messy alliance into an unstoppable weapon. Their current objective: wipe out 30 pesky goblin scouts. Creeping through the dense woods, Cossack barks out tactical orders, urging his master to pop a defensive barrier and keep Shadow Step locked and loaded. He harshly warns that these green runts pack lethal poison darts and strike from the blind spots, blissfully ignoring the fact that a trap is already closing in around them. Seconds later, a vile creature melts out of the foliage, lining up a deadly shot on an oblivious Juyuk. The goblin spits a toxic needle straight at his throat. But right before it pierces flesh, Cossack's arm blurs through the air, snatching the deadly projectile a mere hair's breadth from Juyuk's eye. The illusion of safety shatters as the canopy erupts, swarming the trio with dozens of screeching goblins. As Juyuk scrambles for cover, his manic assassin dances through the chaos, swatting away the toxic barrage and screaming that he's got the defense covered. But with the lethal rain of needles showing zero signs of stopping, the battlefield turns into a meat grinder. Panicking, Juyuk orders his hulking tank to rush the front line and eat the damage. Instantly, Meatball's hollow eyes flare with blinding energy. Stepping up to honor his master's command, the behemoth slams his massive foot into the dirt, triggering a violent shockwave before launching his colossal frame into the sky with a skull-rattling bell. It's an overwhelming taunt, instantly magnetizing the aggro of every single monster. Watching the terrified goblins scatter like roaches, a bewildered Cossack glances upward, just as a monstrous eclipse blocks out the sun. Meatball plummets like a meteor right into the heart of the swarm, detonating the ground and launching goblin bodies into orbit. The sheer kinetic force of the impact catches even Cossack, tossing the deadly assassin through the air like a rag doll. Huddled safely behind a boulder, Juyuk watches in absolute awe as his giant effortlessly bulldozes the entire ambush. Desperate to survive, the remaining monsters form a firing squad, synchronizing a massive barrage of blowguns. A blinding hurricane of toxic darts peppers Meatball's thick hide, but the tank merely chuckles, booming, "That tickles," flashing back to his prime directive to slaughter them all. The giant unleashes pure carnage, ripping the frantic goblin horde to bloody shreds with his bare. Calculating this absurd display of raw destruction, Juyuk realizes this walking mountain packs the firepower of an SR or even an SSR tier summon. He deduces his measly R rating strictly boils down to his single-digit IQ. Fast forward to his cramped apartment. To crown their flawless victory, Juyuk splurges on a mountain of crispy fries. The gentle giant greedily inhales the greasy feast, beaming as his master showers him with praise for hard-carrying the raid. But the wholesome vibe shatters when Cossack barges in, viciously roasting the brute for mangling his vocabulary and gorging like a pig. Watching them clash, Juyuk silently prays his dysfunctional family will eventually stop biting. But cutting right through the toxic banter, Meatball softly mutters, "Boss is a good man." The raw sincerity completely blindsides Juyuk. Deeply moved, he smiles softly, promising his giant friend that a little junk food is the least he deserves, and that he'll be leaning heavily on those broad shoulders from here on. The wholesome vibe shatters when Cossack suddenly whacks Meatball on the head, scolding the giant for butchering his pronunciation yet again. Our hero instantly snaps, screaming at the assassin to back off, but the shadowy killer simply gestures at the table dryly, pointing out that the massive barbarian is aggressively devouring. Fast forward to the following morning. The squad steps through the portal onto the 17th floor of the tower. The second their boots hit the ground, their locked traits and combat abilities instantly flip. Ju-hyuk clenches his fists, overwhelmed by a massive surge of raw, untamed energy coursing through his veins. Now that he hit level 17, his inner wild stallion rears its head, pumping him full of adrenaline as he gets wildly eager to dive headfirst into the bloodbath himself. Kosik swiftly dumps cold water on that hype, sternly warning him that level 20 is exactly where cocky rookies let their guard down and die. Meatball chimes in, right after bluntly telling his master to stay safely glued to the objective for the 17th floor flashes before them as wipe out 30 armored goblin warriors. Right on cue, a terrifyingly disciplined legion of heavily armored greenskins marches into view, blocking their path. Staring down a 90-man goblin battalion moving with military precision, Ju-hyuk swallows hard, realizing this looks way more horrifying in reality than behind a screen, watching strategy guides. His mind flashes to the textbook tactic, fall back to a safe zone, and patiently wait for the horde to break apart into tiny 3-man scout patrols. Then you carefully bait them out, group by group, a painstakingly agonizing process that could take absolutely forever. Trashing that sluggish game plan entirely, he shifts his gaze to his hulking new powerhouse. Declaring he has absolutely zero patience for that tedious garbage, he thrusts a finger toward the enemy line and commands the giant to crush them. Hearing this, the colossal barbarian unleashes a deafening, chest-rattling battle cry that practically shakes the atmosphere, thrilled for the slaughter. Watching his beast gear up, Ju-hyuk smirks, calculating just how effortlessly this brute will carry him straight to the Flashing a wicked grin, he barks the final order to massacre every last one of them, his mind already drooling over whatever overpowered perk he will unlock next. Meatball launches himself into the air, crashing down dead center into the goblin formation, and sparking absolute pandemonium. The monsters shriek in sheer terror as the mountainous warrior eclipses the sun and drops right on top of their heads. Panicking, the grunts desperately lock their shields into a tight phalanx, aiming a bristling wall of jagged spear. But Meatball just bulldozes through their spiked barricade like it is made of wet paper, completely ignoring the useless weapons snapping against his thick skin. Dropping his shoulder, he delivers a devastating, bone-crushing tackle that launches green bodies rocketing through the air like rag dolls. Seconds later, the dust settles to reveal a completely devastated war zone, painted with crushed goblins and splintered metal. Chilling safely in the back line, Ju-hyuk stares in absolute awe, totally blown away by this monstrous, one-sided massacre. He chuckles to himself, realizing that fancy tactics and clever formations only matter when both sides are actually in the same weight class. In his mind, comparing this brutal power gap is like watching 1,000 flimsy rental bicycles desperately trying to ram into a heavy armored military. To absolutely no one's surprise, that flawless, overwhelming slaughter instantly rewards them with another shiny S-rank and a coveted platinum badge. Ju-hyuk loudly showers his giant gladiator with praise, cheering for his undisputed MVP. Lurking in the shadows, a furious Cossack glares daggers at the scene, his bitter jealousy boiling over into absolute rage. Wasting zero time, the trio pushes straight into the 18th floor, greeted by a new kill order. Assassinate 30 invisible goblin rogues. Riding high on his brainless rush tactic, Ju-hyuk instantly unleashes Meatball into the fray. But there is a massive catch: these specific freaks blend straight into the shadows. The hidden daggers strike from the darkness in lethal ambushes, causing the barbarians' heavy, bone-breaking swings to hit absolutely nothing but empty air. Outmaneuvered by their lightning-fast agility, the giant awkwardly spins in circles, totally lost. Watching this, Ju-hyuk grits his teeth. Frustrated, Meatball beats his massive chest, roaring into the dark woods, and furiously daring the spineless cowards to show their faces and fight like men. In response, a chilling, venomous wave of mocking laughter bounces through the eerie forest. Finally, the shadow assassin confidently steps into the moonlight. Popping his collar, Cossack arrogantly offers to give them a masterclass in elegant killing. scoffing at the big guy's brainless, clumsy tantrum. Triggering his shadow step skill, he cockily declares that cheap goblin tricks are an absolute joke compared to his god-tier velocity. Like a ghost, he dances through the invisible horde, slicing throats and dropping the unseen killers with breathtaking, surgical precision. Ju-hyuk claps loudly from the sidelines, hyping up the edgiest. But the second Cossack turns his back, our hero's face contorts into a sinister, manipulative smirk. The trap was sprung perfectly. The arrogant rogue swallowed the bait, hook, line, and sinker. By ruthlessly weaponizing Cossack's petty envy, Ju-hyuk flawlessly manipulated his two elite monsters into a fierce, try-hard rivalry. Now he can just kick back, while his aggressive pets sweat and bleed for him, leaving him to happily daydream about hoarding mountains of shiny platinum badges and broken. Realizing he had just hit level 18, he figured it was high time to get his own hands dirty. Energy surged around him as he geared up to unleash his so-called ultimate secret technique. In a flash of bizarre magic, his head morphed into a literal horse. "Wild horse, release!" he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Shifting into battle mode, he flashed back to the floor guide he had skimmed earlier. Since the goblin cloaking skills were absolute garbage, he banked on sheer focus to track their shadowy movements. Praying his shadow step drills from 415 would pay off, he warped right behind a goblin, only to trip over his own damn feet. He shrieked in terror as gravity took over, but by pure dumb luck, his flailing mace slammed perfectly into the skull of the monster. That lucky strike bumped their team kill count straight to 10. Sweating bullets, he desperately tried to play it cool, bragging that the clumsy takedown was completely intentional. But his pathetic victory lap instantly vanished when another goblin assassin dropped from the ceiling, blades ready. Meanwhile, Cossack was an absolute blender, carving through waves of assassins and skyrocketing their score. Down to the final 3 targets, the warrior gripped his weapon, ready to wrap up the mission solo. Out of nowhere, Meatball crashed the party. Cutting off the attack, the brute slammed his fist down for a devastating shockwave. The massive blast vaporized the surviving goblins on the spot, ruthlessly stealing all the glory. Furious at the kill-steal, Cossack, unfazed, the empty-headed barbarian just gave a goofy grin, claiming he was only lending a hand. Right in the middle of their shouting match, a cold realization hit Cossack. Their master was completely missing. Cutting back to our hero, a rusted goblin axe swung straight for his neck, but he miraculously dodged it by a hair. Grabbing his head in sheer panic, he realized his passive energy shield had just eaten a lethal strike. But the breather didn't last. 2 more green menaces boxed him into a corner, forcing him onto the ropes. Suddenly, pure adrenaline flooded his veins. His senses dialed to the max, rendering the incoming attack. Reading their every move, he effortlessly weaved through the synchronized, deadly slashes of the twin assassins. Spotting a massive opening, he whipped around. The dual execution instantly cleared the room, rewarding him with yet another flawless S-Rank screen. Seconds later, a frantic Cossack burst onto the scene, screaming his master's. Ju-hyuk, however, was beaming from ear to ear, aggressively bragging about securing the final blow. His 2 elite summons just stood there, utterly speechless. Crushed by his summoner's reckless stupidity, Cossack collapsed to his knees, burying his face in his hands. Meanwhile, down at the Awakening Bureau, manager Manhwa sat paralyzed as the system broadcasted an unheard-of 18th consecutive S-Rank clear. Jian leaned back, stating that this mystery climber was an absolute juggernaut with flawless preparation. Bursting with national pride, the director practically begged to leak the player's real identity to the press. But his staff immediately shot that idea down. Jian hammered the point home. This guy wasn't just a VIP. He was a generational anomaly, needing heavier security than even the top guild elites. News anchors rapidly broadcasted the impossible milestone coast to coast, completely tearing up the history books of Korean tower climbing. The announcement threw the entire nation into a rabid frenzy, desperate to unmask the legendary S-Rank phantom. Later, back at the apartment, an exhausted Cossack let out a deeply soul-draining sigh, which instantly rubbed Ju-hyuk the wrong way. When pushed to explain himself, the knight finally confessed Ju-hyuk was leveling up way too fast for his own good. It terrified him just how rapidly his master was unlocking and dominating his hidden, latent potential. Jo-yuk blinked in utter confusion, convinced the mighty warrior must be talking about waving off the high praise. The summoner laughed it off as just a bizarre, but Kosak didn't crack a smile. He stared intensely, pointing out that clumsy shadow step was actually a textbook-perfect execution. He bluntly admitted that even a veteran like him couldn't copy that move so easily, making the knight dropped a heavy warning. The more arrogant and thrill-seeking his master became, the closer he danced with actual death. He sternly reminded the boy of their unbreakable, ironclad rule, staying alive always comes first. Jo-yuk offered a casual thumbs up, swearing to play it safe, but that mischievous glint in his eyes screamed the exact opposite. But Kosak isn't buying a single word. He bursts into pathetic sobs, absolutely terrified that his cocky new master is bound to trigger a massive catastrophe. As their shouting match drags on, Meatball flashes a cocky grin at the weeping assassin, flat out calling him a clueless idiot. Absolutely furious, Kosak hurls himself at the brute, screaming that he'll toss the barbarian into a boiling stew pot, only to get brutally slammed backward, right into the refrigerator. Groceries and shattered appliances scatter everywhere in the chaos. Watching this absolute disaster unfold, their master panics and forcibly banishes both of his chaotic minions, screaming at them to stop trashing his apartment. Standing in the ruins, he drops to his knees over the true casualty of war. The priceless homemade kimchi his mom packed for him. Mentally drained from the madness, he figures a quick trip to his folks' place might cure his massive headache. Bright and early the following day, he trudges up the familiar stairwell of his parents' building. The second he steps through the front door and calls out to his family, his old man's cheerful voice immediately answers back, spotting his dad stuck in a hospital bed right in the living room. He checks on the old man's bad hip, only to catch an earful about being a stranger lately. Ignoring everyone telling him to stay put, his dad stubbornly tries to stand, grumbling that his brittle bones will rust if he just rots in bed all day long. His sweet mother quickly herds him toward the kitchen for some hearty stew, mentioning that his little brother Minhyuk just ran to the grocery store for tofu. A mouth-watering, deeply comforting spread is already waiting for him at the dinner table. Between bites, he gently asks if they're struggling financially right now. Both parents instantly brush off his concern, urging him to just focus on his own future. Seeing right through their brave faces, he decides to test the water by dropping a casual joke about wishing he could randomly awaken as a player. The second the words leave his mouth, his dad freezes, throwing him into a brief panic that he just blew his secret cover. Instead, the older man absolutely loses it, cracking up alongside his little brother. They call it the most hilarious delusion he's ever come up with, and his dad relentlessly roasts the ridiculous image of his average son surviving inside the deadly tower. When his mom brings up work, he smoothly lies about catching a rare day off, secretly knowing he's already ditched every single one of his part-time gigs. But you can never fool a mother's radar. She instantly calls his bluff, pointing out that his guilty expression always betrays him. Even though she knows he's hiding something, she flashes a gentle smile, telling him she has complete faith in whatever path he chooses. That unconditional support, though, wraps up with a deadly serious threat: never under any circumstances borrow from shady loan sharks. The specific mention sends an electric shock of sheer panic straight down his. Her strict words spark a gruesome flashback of the bloody news broadcast, showing the exact mobsters Kosak had recently slaughtered. Desperate to pivot the conversation, he discovers his mom was actually canned from her job. She had aggressively shut down an incredibly disrespectful customer, refusing to bow down. He chuckles at his mom's fiery, badass spirit, remembering his dad's ultimate lifetime flex, actually managing to score a first date with her back in the day. A hilarious mental chart pops up perfectly, demonstrating how his old man, the ultimate beta male, managed to pass his totally weak yet stubbornly resilient genes down to both of his boys. Watching his parents stress over their daily lives, he makes a firm choice. He'll keep his newfound player powers buried a little longer. On his way out the door, he casually tosses a bank book to his little brother Minhyuk. He explains its extra living expenses for the folk, leaving strict instructions to make absolutely sure they don't work themselves into an early grave. Just as he grabs the doorknob, his brother suddenly calls him back. Our hero smiles inwardly, assuming the kid is tearing up with guilt since he covered his hefty college tuition last semester. Taking the quiet hesitation as pure brotherly embarrassment, he gives him a warm, reassuring pat on the telling him he completely understands the unspoken gratitude. But instead of a tearful thank you, Minhyuk flashes a cheeky grin, shamelessly pointing out that if mom and dad are getting a payday, the favorite younger brother deserves a fat cut of the cash. Utterly annoyed by the audacity, Joo-hyuk mutters that he's an absolute punk, but still whips out his phone and drops 500,000 won straight into the kid's account. With his batteries fully recharged by his family, he marches straight up to the towering gates of the Awakening Management Bureau. Staring up at the intimidating skyscraper, he tightly clenches his fists, vowing to conquer the player life, to give his family everything. Fueled by this new drive, he turns on his heel, heading straight for the official. Shrugging off the manager's plea for a heads up, he completely understands that pushing further up the tower means the beasts are only going to get tougher, making top-tier armor an absolute must. A clerk presents a massive, heavy-duty bulwark, but the price tag is a staggering 100 million won. His jaw practically hits the floor. Paralyzed by the financial hit and his own crippling social anxiety, he stammers out a flimsy excuse, awkwardly claiming the gear is just too heavy. Without missing a beat, the bright-eyed employee presents a much better alternative. A compact, auto-regenerating buckler, available for a fraction of the cost. The gear instantly catches his eye, looking like the absolute perfect combo for his trusty mace. Swallowing his nerves, he bites the bullet and drops 40 million won on the spot. Transaction complete, our guy officially bags himself a slick new piece of Yet deep down he groans, realizing that making small talk with a cute cashier was somehow way more terrifying than trading blows with bloodthirsty goblins. Errands finally handled, a thoroughly satisfied Joo-hyuk spins around to hit the exit. But right before he crosses the threshold, a guy casually leaning against a pillar flags him down, easily pegging him as a rookie. He sticks out a hand, smoothly introducing himself as a fellow climber named Choi Ho-suk. Wrapping up the handshake, Ho-suk casually drops that he is a seasoned veteran currently pushing through the 30th floors. This instantly shrinks our boy's ego, sheepishly admitting he is. Even so, he cannot help but notice how incredibly laid back and genuinely friendly this powerhouse seems to be. That feeling only grows when the veteran offers a helping hand if things ever get too rough. Flashing a warm smile, Ho-suk doubles down on urging Joo-hyuk to reach out the second he hits a wall. Staring after the effortlessly cool player, as he strolls away, Joo-hyuk feels a bitter pang of jealousy over the guy's crazy stat. Later that night, in his dimly lit apartment, our hero gears up for another grueling dive into the tower. Pulling up his glowing system window, he confirms he has hit level 19, totally locked in for the 19th floor. But before the bloodbath begins, he cracks open a steaming box of premium dumplings, laying out a tasty peace offering for Cossack. He calls forth his shadow assassin, but the summon's entire vibe takes a dark nosedive the second he materializes. Hitting the floor in sheer panic, the minion flips out, absolutely terrified that his master is actually gearing up with a brand new shield to join the Cossack voices his intense dread, haunted by the memory of a former master who kicked things off, playing it safe only to spiral into a suicidal adrenaline junkie. Desperate to calm him down, Joo-hyuk swears he will bolt refusing to buy it, the assassin forces him to swear on his life that he will never sprint ahead of his meat shields. Nodding violently, Joo-hyuk eagerly seals the deal. Cossack goes even further, begging his master to use him and Meatball as literal cannon fodder to survive. Surprisingly, our guy is completely on board with that brutal strategy. Right as they gear up to teleport out, a mouth-watering aroma snags the shadow's focus. It is the massive savory dumplings Joo-hyuk snagged just for him, a calculated bribe to boost his minion's devotion. Cossack practically tears up, deeply touched that his lord prioritized his stomach over that brainless meatball. But right as he enthusiastically reaches for the steaming feast, he freezes dead in his tracks, abruptly asking if Joo-hyuk happens to have any bitter enemies out for his blood, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. the assassin reveals a suffocating, murderous aura lurking right outside their front door. Suddenly, a heavy knock shatters the apartment, followed by a strange voice calling his name, sending ice-cold terror racing straight down his spine. Kicking into pure survival mode, he orders Kosak into the shadows and throws up a blazing energy barrier in the nick of time. A deafening gunshot blasts the door lock completely off its hinges, sending the shattered metal skittering across the floor. Slowly, the heavy door groans open, unveiling a menacing silhouette cloaked in dark. Gripping a smoking pistol, the intruder throws out a terrifyingly upbeat greeting. Stepping into the light is none other than Choi Ho-sok, the friendly veteran from the gear shop. But now his face is twisted into an absolutely psych. With a sinister chuckle, he confesses he has been stalking our protagonist this entire. Jae-hyuk desperately begs him to lower the piece, but the maniac just presses the barrel harder, barking a lethal demand to hand over his player bracelet and dump out his entire inventory right this second. A cold steel barrel presses directly against his forehead, but our boy just smirks, wondering what kind of massive death wish this fool has by pointing away. Blinded by pure rage over this blatant defiance, Ho-sok completely misses the towering, shadowy figure of Kosak materializing right behind his back. The thug realizes way too late that threatening this specific summoner is nothing short of absolute suicide. Running completely out of patience, Ho-sok violently raises his pistol, preparing to crack his target's skull open. He viciously threatens to beat the young man to a bloody pulp if he does not cough up his loot right this second. But the absolute millisecond he swings, Kosak mercilessly slams the heavy butt of his own weapon right into the back of the attacker's skull. Right before the world fades to black, the thug can only wonder where the hell this giant monster even came from. With one devastatingly precise blow, the shadowy assassin instantly neutralizes the threat, dropping the would-be robber face first onto the floor. Jae-hyuk just stands there in stunned silence, watching this incredibly deadly situation get resolved in the blink of an eye. Quickly snapping out of his daze, he absolutely showers his summoned bodyguard with praise for a flawless performance. He breathes out a massive sigh of relief, admitting he was actually terrified Kosak might just butcher the guy, like some cheap, trashy street punk. And now that the immediate danger has passed, our hero easily pieces together that Ho-sok must be one of those notorious underground item brokers. He remembers hearing about these ruthless players who actively hunt and murder others outside the tower, just to strip them of their hard-earned gear. Jian's stern warning about the horrific dangers players face out in the real world suddenly echoes loud and clear in his mind. After all, the top-tier elite teams always have a dedicated personal security detail whenever they step out of the tower. A cold chill runs down our protagonist's spine as he realizes a terrifying truth if it were not for his insanely broken ability to summon companions anywhere. But while he takes a moment to appreciate his overpowered skills, a wickedly gleeful Kosak, the menacing assassin, is more than ready to tie up loose ends with his deadly signature finishing move. Jae-hyuk frantically waves his hands, immediately shutting down his shadow's generous offer to permanently dispose of the trash. He firmly insists that they are going to do things by the book and just hand this garbage. Meanwhile, all the way across town, Director Park hits the panic button when he discovers that player Bong has casually strolled into the official player shop yet again. Team leader Jian quickly chimes in, confirming the kid only picked up a ridiculously flimsy tiny buckler. He heavily sighs, deeply regretting the fact that he could have handed him a complete set of god-tier equipment, if only the stubborn rookie had signed that elite contract. Judging entirely by his recent shopping spree, the higher-ups are fully convinced he operates as a frontline brawler. And that means charging headfirst into danger without a full set of heavy-duty armor is practically a death sentence for him. So Jian mentally schemes to cook up some, but his master plan is violently derailed when his phone suddenly blows up with a blaring urgent call from the police player task force. He snatches up the receiver, strictly slipping into his authoritative voice to identify himself to the frantic officers on the line. But the terrifying update echoing through the speaker instantly drains the color from his face, leaving him utterly speechless and horrified. Without wasting a single heartbeat, he completely burns rubber out of the agency parking lot, flying in a total panic as he sprints up the stairwell toward Ju-yuk's. Absolutely dreading a gruesome crime scene, he mentally beats himself up for failing to lock down that elite contract, sooner utterly terrified of what waits behind that door. Cutting back to the apartment, a swarm of heavily armed officers are aggressively slapping cuffs on a totally disoriented Hosok for home invasion, but the slimy rat desperately attempts to flip the script, screaming bloody murder, that he is the actual victim here, while an incredibly flustered Ju-yuk fights for his life, shouting that this lunatic kicked his door down. Confused by the chaos, the officers stubbornly demand the homeowner to come down to the station too, flashing our poor guy a terrifying mental image of his miserable but literally seconds before they are forcefully dragged away. Jian violently kicks the doorframe, crashing the party to intervene. Believing his golden ticket just arrived, an insanely ecstatic Hosok immediately locks eyes with the high-ranking team leader from the department. He instantly doubles down on his completely fabricated sob story. The absolute nerve of this guy, boldly crying out that Ju-yuk aggressively kidnapped him just to strip him of his... But instead of throwing him a lifeline, Jian brutally winds up and delivers a thunderous, bone-rattling slap straight across the jaw of the pathetic robber. Totally stunned and violently bleeding from the mouth, the punk can barely stutter out a pathetic plea, begging to know why he just got smacked into next week. Yet Jian absolutely erupts with pure fury, viciously screaming at the piece of trash. For even Hosok is left completely shell-shocked and choking on his own words, as the wildly furious team leader blatantly ignores every single syllable of his ridiculous lie. Flashing his badge with intense authority, Jian coldly orders the local cops to step down. From this exact second forward, his elite division will... This bone-chilling threat instantly drains the last drop of... Knowing full well just how brutal their methods are, the thug collapses to his knees, sobbing for his life. But Ji-hoon isn't having it. With eyes like ice, he casually drops the bomb that they've pulled his rap sheet, and dripping with sarcasm, advises the scum to start shopping for a damn good attorney, though he highly doubts any sane lawyer would touch a repeat offender's case with a 10-foot pole. While officers slap the cuffs on Hosok, the squad captain drills his men on the strict protocol for detaining awakened players. It's a foolproof system engineered specifically to stop rogues from ducking into the tower to dodge prison time. The rule is absolute. The second he exits the portal, he spawns right back into police custody. Instantly dropping his terrifying aura, Ji-hoon pivots to Ju-yuk. His icy glare melts into sheer panic as he frantically checks the kid for injuries. Straightening up, he uses his most respectful tone to address player Bong, folding into a perfect 90-degree bow. He pours out a desperate apology, swearing on his life to provide VIP protection moving forward. Behind that polite smile, Ji-hoon's mind is racing. He absolutely needs to lock Ji-yuk down with an exclusive elite contract and shield this golden goose from any threat. Fast forward to the next morning. Ju-yuk updates Kosak, mentioning that the authorities dragged the mugger away. Predictably, his murder-happy assassin's eyes light up eagerly, asking if the punk is getting a public execution. And when Kosak nonchalantly requests the exact GPS coordinates of the guy's holding cell, Ju-yuk snaps, strictly commanding him to scrub that thought from his brain immediately. With a heavy sigh, he calls out his hulking barbarian, who is currently puffing his chest out like a proud toddler because he finally mastered basic counting. Squad assembled, the trio breaches the Black Tower's 19th floor. Their core objective: slaughter exactly 30 goblin shamans. These spellcasters are notoriously frail, leaning entirely on annoying hexes and pathetic chip damage magic. Supreme confidence washing over him, Ju-yuk kicks back, knowing it's a walk in the park, as Meatball bulldozes straight into the monster front line. The wicked little gremlins shriek with laughter, bombarding the incoming giant with a massive barrage of shadowy hexes. But the massive brute simply grinds to a halt, inflates his lungs, and lets loose a deafening, earth-shattering bellow. The sheer shockwave shatters the dark magic into pixel dust. Ji-yuk's jaw practically hits the floor, absolutely dumbfounded by this wildly unconventional brute force method to counter magic. Spotting the perfect opening, Kosak materializes from the shadows. He barks at Meatball, reminding him of the speedrun strategy to clear the zone, to which the towering meathead enthusiastically grunts in agreement. Like unleashed hounds, the two deadly summons explode forward, side by side, locked and loaded, to absolutely wipe the goblin horde off the map. Moving at breakneck speeds, they slice through the panicked shamans like a hot knife through butter. Hating the feeling of being benched, our boy equips his shiny new weapons, hyping himself up to finally crack some skulls. But before he can even swing his blade, the blinding "stage cleared" notification flashes right in his face. His overpowered minions had already massacred every last target. Staring blankly at the blood-soaked backs of his two underlings, Kosik flashes a cheeky grin, rubbing it in. That's when it clicks for Juyuk. The duo deliberately speedran the slaughter fest for the sole purpose of keeping their squishy master. Naturally, their freakish clear time secures them yet another flawless S-Rank rating, dropping a highly coveted platinum badge into their inventory. 24 hours later, the boys step onto the cursed 20th floor, a legendary graveyard notorious for breaking even veteran players. Kosik drops his playful act, severely warning Juyuk that this zone is a lethal melting pot of every goblin variant in existence. Both summons fiercely demand that their master park himself in the safe zone, while they do the heavy lifting. The system chimes with the brutal conditions: slaughter 100 mixed goblin troops and a massive hobgoblin boss, all under a grueling 10-hour clock. Sick of being treated like fragile glass, Juyuk glares, wondering if they're going to block him from the action again. Completely ignoring his master's pout, Kosik breaks down the battle tactics. Meatball will act as the ultimate meat shield, hoarding all the enemy aggro, so Kosik can slip in for the kill. The second the giant lunges forward, the mixed goblin battalion unleashes absolute hell. A torrential rain of poison arrows, jagged spears, and vile curses. But while the frontline archers and mages dump their entire payload onto the hulking, a squad of sneaky goblin assassins melts out of the shadows, lunging directly for Juyuk's blind spot. However, Juyuk merely smirks. Like hell, a textbook flank attack is going to drop him. Triggering his evasive sidestep skill, he violently propels himself forward, planting his foot on his ally's massive shoulders. He launches himself like a missile. "I'm going in," he roars, diving headfirst past the vanguard. He plummets straight into the churning sea of green flesh, sending Kozak into a total panic. While the assassin watches his master basically beg for death, this is always the quiet kid, always stuck in his own little world. Out of nowhere, a neighborhood bully yanks his favorite plastic truck right out of his hands, sprinting off with a nasty grin, leaving little Juyuk frozen in shock. Sadly, having absolutely no money painted a giant bullseye on his back. Mean kids ruthlessly branded him a charity case. Middle school total ghost. High school same story, just him and his lonely cafeteria tray. His fate as the ultimate outcast felt permanently locked in. He was simply too terrified to flip the script. He chuckles at the irony. The same guy who used to stare at his shoes when the school thugs walked by is now throwing down with literal nightmares. But here's the catch. These aren't people. They're just living pixels, brainless mobs that completely bypass his crippling social anxiety. All he has to do is smash them into dust and collect the shiny loot. Kozak is practically pulling his hair out as his master sprints like a madman into the kill zone. Instantly, a massive swarm of goblin grunts lunges forward, thrusting their crude spears at his chest. Yet Juyuk dances through the deadly metal rain. Slipping past the lethal blades, he closes the gap in a heartbeat. Raising his heavy mace, he brings it crashing down onto a sniper's skull. One shot lights out. He doesn't stop there. Riding this explosive adrenaline rush, he tears through the green tide, snapping necks and cracking ribs. Kozak's jaw drops. He can't believe his master is already wielding the elite Shadow Walker technique like an absolute pro. Suddenly, the assassin catches a deadly shimmer in the air. A blistering volley of darts. "Master, look out!" Juyuk jerks his shield upward. Clang, clang, clang! Toxic spikes glance off the metal, while his shimmering energy field swallows the rest. A cold sweat breaks out on his neck. If that barrier had cracked, he'd be looking like a human voodoo doll right now. The adrenaline violently crashes. Pure terror floods his veins. Oh crap, Did I bite off more than I can chew? Busting into a full-blown sprint, he screams for backup. Kozak, head for the rocky ridge, the assassin barks. Hearing the distress call, Meatball lets out an earth-shattering roar. The giant brute bulldozes forward, hell-bent on keeping his boss alive. Meanwhile, Ju-Yuk is running on absolute fumes. His lungs burn. His legs feel like lead, but the screeching horde is right on his heels. Finally, the rocky outcropping comes into view. A spark of desperate hope flashes in his eyes. He scrambles to the very edge. Gasping for air, he looks around wildly. Is this the spot? His stomach drops. It's a complete dead end. Trapped, with his back glued to the cold, hard rock, he frantically bats away the thrusting spear tips. This is it, he thinks. I'm actually going to die here. A rusty blade arcs toward his throat. But right before it connects, boom! A monstrous hand blocks out the sun. Meatball absorbs the deadly strikes like they're absolutely nothing, becoming an impenetrable meat shield between his frail master and the trembling mob. Then, in a blinding flash, the brute swings his massive fists. Cracoom! A shockwave pulverizes the entire front line into pulp. At the exact same second, Kozak slices through the final rogue's throat and parkours his way up the sheer rock face. Up top, a squad of ugly shamans are chanting some nasty dark magic, but the assassin slitting both their throats before they can even blink. The high ground is secured. Flicking the green blood off his daggers, he gazes down at the carnage. Looks like that's a wrap. System check. All 100 grunts eliminated. Time for the main event. Down below, Ju-Yuk is picking his jaw off the floor for the 20th time today. His 2 bodyguards just bulldozed an entire army in seconds. Good job, buddy. Let's keep moving, he stammers, still totally intimidated by the giant's terrifying shadow. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently quake. Heavy, booming footsteps. The floor's grand champion steps into the light, the apex predator of this stinking dungeon. But Kozak doesn't even flinch. He explodes off the cliffside like a coiled spring. Diving right toward the beast, he barks an order to Go Bong, his quirky little nickname for the giant Meatball. Meatball unleashes an earth-shattering roar, making it crystal clear he has got this handled. The colossal barbarian effortlessly blocks the hobgoblin's lethal sword slash, bare-handed. He violently grabs the beast by the throat, squeezing hard as it snarls in pure fury. Then, plummeting from the sky, Kozak screams for him to keep the boss pinned, burying both of his daggers deep into the monster. In an explosive fountain of purple blood, the floor boss is instantly annihilated. Right on cue, system alerts pop up. The 20th floor raid is a resounding success, showering him with a sweet level up, shimmering mana stones, and precious health potions. Kozak showers him with praise, but Ju-Hyuk quietly chuckles to himself, knowing damn well it is way smarter to let his overpowered summons do the heavy lifting. He gives a heartfelt nod to his loyal guardians, and the imposing warriors immediately bow in absolute reverence. Suddenly, a massive global alert rings out. Bong Ju-Hyuk has officially secured a jaw-dropping S-Rank for conquering the 20th floor. As his ultimate prize, another glittering platinum badge drops into his palm right before he teleports out. The internet absolutely explodes. News of this unprecedented 20th consecutive S-Rank spreads. Forums crash as millions of people wildly obsess over the true identity of this legendary. Meanwhile, director Park Kyung-soo rubs his temples. Sure, the record is mind-blowing, but this suffocating media frenzy is turning into a massive headache. He flat-out vetoes the idea of gagging the media. He knows that any censorship would immediately tip off the vultures that his department has already tracked down the mystery ranker. Changing gears, he demands the latest intel from their top-secret background check on the player's family. John steps up reporting that the father of the player, Bong Soo-chol, is currently grinding through brutal physical therapy after a nasty, hip-shattering accident. Director Park does not hesitate. He immediately greenlights a blank check to transfer the old man to the most elite state-of-the-art rehab facility in the nation. Their digging also uncovered a little brother, Bong Min-hyuk. He is a struggling college freshman, so they immediately draft up a bogus. Finally, the intel shifts to the mother, Hong Jum-ja. She just lost her job after ripping into a completely toxic, abusive customer. John points out a crucial fact. The mother is the absolute backbone of that household. Win her over, and they win the whole family. Director Park loves the strategy. He slams his hand on the desk, ordering his agents to move out immediately. They are to weaponize the full financial might of the government. Cut back to the apartment. Kosik's razor-sharp nose suddenly twitches at the glorious scent of greasy takeout, while Meatball literally starts chanting for the delivery guy. Joo-hyuk just facepalms, completely exhausted by his chaotic roommates. Panicking, he tosses a giant blanket over the hulking barbarian, violently shushing Kosak before cracking the front door open. The poor delivery guy is sweating bullets, lugging an absolutely ungodly mountain of food. 12 massive plates of sweet and sour pork and 12 steaming bowls of black bean noodles, plus one single. After locking the door, Joo-hyuk stares at the receipt. He grumbles about how cheap it is to give just one sad dumpling for a feast this huge. But as he unpacks the bags, his jaw drops. He uncovers an insanely thick stack of restaurant coupons hidden beneath the bowls. But the thrill quickly fades into a bitter sigh. Even with all those discounts, he has never been in a financial position to actually use them. With the coast clear, Meatball throws off his blanket disguise. The giant monster is absolutely hypnotized by the mouth-watering aroma of the black. Chuckling at the puddle of drool forming on the floor, Joo-hyuk asks the big guy if he has ever tasted anything like this before. Meatball just faceplants right into the bowls, eating like a starved beast. Kosak scolds him for having zero table manners, but Joo-hyuk just waves them off. He tells the boys to chow down while his mystical warriors devour the noodles. Joo-hyuk fires up his inventory screen to inspect his shiny new loot. A golden system alert flashes, announcing a super rare perk for successfully hoarding 20 consecutive platinum badges. He stares at the screen in pure disbelief. He actually pulled it off. He practically vibrates with excitement, desperate to see what god-tier ability he has unlocked. Suddenly, a glowing question mark block materializes in midair. The ultimate reward is a totally unpredictable random box. He just blinks, completely dumbfounded. What the hell is a random box supposed to do? Leaning in closer, his eyes widen as he scrolls through the absolutely insane, never-ending list of legendary, staring down an endless ocean of potential loot. He quickly skims through the catalog, knowing the drop is completely random anyway. Basic drops. Hard pass. He instantly writes off the usual junk, mana stones, herbs, scrap metal, and standard gear as completely boring. Weighing his options, he realizes a straight-up level boost rune completely outclasses a cheap tower skipping pass. Because skipping floors just means leaving all those sweet, clear rewards sitting. A global tower pass flashes across the screen, grabbing his attention, but he keeps hunting for the ultimate jackpot. Then he spots it. A guaranteed high-tier summon ticket, an absolute golden ticket, to an SR, SSR, or maybe even a god-tier LSSR. His mind immediately races with the wild thought of pulling a legendary unit. He pictures a life of pure luxury, kicking back and relaxing, while his overpowered minion absolutely obliterates the tower for him. A greedy smirk creeps across his face. He gets 3 random pulls, and he desperately prays that the odds are in his favor. Begging the universe for a lucky break, he smashes the open button, swearing to live a righteous life if he just gets something insane. The mysterious box shudders and erupts in a blinding light, ready to spill its hidden secrets. Heart-pounding, he watches with wide eyes, holding his breath, to see the results of his very first massive gamble. First drop, a 10 clarity mana stone. Joo-hyuk's shoulders slump, muttering that it is a total dud, though he forces himself to admit it will still fetch him a cool 5 million won. Brushing off the bad luck, he pushes forward and cracks open the second reward. Boom! Huge success. He actually scores the Primordial Thunder Staff skill, chuckling at its incredibly dramatic martial arts style name. Adrenaline spiking, he reaches out for the final box, begging his lucky streak to hold out just a. The glowing light fades, revealing an ultra-rare summon grade-up rune. His jaw practically drops to the floor. He just hit the absolute mother load with this. The interface flashes with a notification confirming he can instantly boost one of his companions to the next tier. This is exactly what he has been dying to get since it holds the insane power to force a minion right into a higher rank. Something crazy like SR or even SSR. But now he is torn. Does he buff his SR warrior Cossack or the R rank meatball, who are currently bickering like children over a meal? Ultimately, he leans toward upgrading Cossack, feeling a wave of nostalgia for all the countless bowls of rice they have shared in the trenches. Cossack is his day one partner after all. Though he smirks to himself, realizing that the gluttonous meatball has probably inhaled way more rice overall. Regardless, his mind is pretty much made up. Checking the fine print. The rune's description reveals that it scales the upgrade directly off a summon's hidden potential. But honestly, there is no rush. Since his squad is already hitting hard enough, he pockets the rune to hand over to Cossack later. Right now, he is absolutely itching to test drive his brand new personal power. He instantly pulls up the glowing stats for the Primordial Thunder. It is an incredible growth type ability that electrifies any weapon. A massive grin spreads across his face, thrilled to finally have some real offensive magic of his own. Without a single second of hesitation, he excitedly slams the learn button, unlocking its fierce, first-form, soul-chasing thunderbolt. A massive surge of combat data floods directly into his mind. The weapon mastery hardwires straight into his brain. Completely amped up, he materializes a heavy mace to take it for a spin. He violently whips the weapon through the air, dramatically screaming out the attack's name. But the magic just awkwardly fizzles out, doing absolutely nothing inside his cramped apartment. He facepalms, remembering that tower skills are completely useless out in the real world, forcing him to bench the test drive for later. Back inside the tower, a totally confused Cossack stares, asking why his boss is violently swinging a mace at thin air. So Juyuk smugly explains he bagged a new skill. And when the curious warrior asks if it is an actual attack move, Juyuk puffs out his chest, proudly bragging that it is a highly coveted growth-type ability. Cossack freezes in sheer horror. The warrior drops his noodles, instantly paralyzed by terrible visions of his totally reckless master charging straight into mortal danger. But the dramatic tension shatters in a second, when Meatball swoops in, snatching up the dropped noodles and violently stuffing his face. Utter chaos erupts as a fight breaks out between the two, aggressively demanding the stolen noodles back. But the stubborn warrior refuses to back down. Exhausted by the absolute circus, Juyuk just snaps his fingers and unsummons both idiots. The very next morning he sits alone, deeply chewing over Cossack's sudden wave of panic. He takes a hard look at the harsh reality of his summoning class trait. Normally, a summoner is absolutely pathetic in a real fight, completely squishy compared to their monstrous frontline pets. It completely strips them of their own combat power, forcing them to... And for a total wild card like him, someone who drags god-tier entities straight into reality, that massive crutch becomes dangerously obvious. His mind drifts to Cossack's previous master from a parallel dimension, swallowing the harsh truth that the former summoner was practically a demigod compared to him. But even with all that overwhelming power, the guy still bit the dust, and his entire reality crumbled to ash. He totally gets why Cossack acts so paranoid right now. Carrying the heavy baggage of a dead master would make anyone a nervous wreck. But a fresh, intoxicating taste of raw power just ignited his pride. His male ego practically screams at him to cocky enough to think he can sweet-talk his way out of this. He snaps his fingers and calls out both of his heavy hitters. And instantly the system registers both warriors, the towering Meatball included, as his official summoned entities. Cossack materializes, looking like a total stressed-out mess, his shoulders literally trembling from their previous nerve-wracking argument. The assassin spills his guts, admitting he was already terrified about his master acquiring an offensive ability. To him, this new skill isn't a gift, it's a deadly poison. His voice drops to a deadly serious whisper, warning Juyuk that while puny goblins were child's play, squaring off against orcs is a whole different beast. Those absolute brutes are a totally lethal nightmare. While Meatball silently creeps up in the background like a hulking shadow, the assassin bows his head preemptively, begging for forgiveness for the absolute treason he is about to commit. He bluntly triggers Summon Principle Article Number 3, completely stripping away his master's free will just to guarantee his absolute survival. The golden rule dictates that if a summoner's reckless order directly clashes with their well-being, keeping them breathing, boom, taking the cue. Meatball instantly lunges and traps his screaming master in a crushing bear hug, but Kosik immediately smacks the big guy upside the head, barking at him to wait, and pin their boss down only after they breach the tower. With Meatball strictly assigned to babysitting duty, the rogue coldly declares he will butcher every single monster on this floor, completely solo. It hits our protagonist like a truck. His own loyal summons just staged a full-blown mutiny. Cornered and utterly desperate, he swallows his pride and unleashes his ultimate weapon. He fires off the devastating puppy dog eyes maneuver, practically weeping as he begs his hyper-protective assassin to trust him just this once. He frantically spits out a million promises, swearing on his life he will not wander off, pleading for the chance to smash just a single monster. He vows to take it incredibly slow and absurd. The fierce assassin visibly flinches, completely torn between his hardwired instinct to protect and his master's heart-wrenching, pathetic pleas. Juyuk's face lights up with sheer euphoric relief when his stubborn rogue finally caves in. But it comes with a the absolute second a hair on his head is threatened, Kosak will step in and butcher everything. Deal locked, and the duo excitedly clink their weapons together with a sharp metallic strutting with newfound confidence. The trio boldly phases into the 21st floor of the ominous Black Tower. Stepping into command, Kosik immediately briefs his squad, breaking down the cold facts these monstrous orcs, though he sarcastically adds they might still outsmart Meatball, prompting the hulking giant to grunt in absolute offended absolutely itching to test drive his shiny new skill. Our hyped-up protagonist awkwardly suggests taking a few practice swings before the real bloodbath kicks off. Without missing a beat, Kosik cheekily throws Meatball right under the bus, enthusiastically offering the giant up as a living punching bag for his master to violently. Seeing the big guy actually step forward, and the assassin mercilessly egging him on, a totally overwhelmed Juyuk screams that he will just charge the front line solo, instantly forcing the two protective goons to back off. Heaving a massive sigh, he figures it is vastly better to just crush a real orc skull, especially since the muscle memory for the skill is already perfectly burned in. A glowing system prompt flashes their grim objective: slaughter 30 bloodthirsty forest orcs before the 4-hour timer hits 0. Right on cue, the dense tree line erupts. A massive, terrifying wave of roided-out forest orcs comes crashing through the foliage, roaring for fresh meat. But before our guy can even blink, his two overprotective bodyguards scream they have dibs on the vanguard. The insanely powerful duo literally explode off the ground, rocketing straight into the screaming horde like twin artillery. Crash Meatball touches down with the impact of a falling meteor, obliterating the front line and sending massive orc bodies ragdolling through the air with a single devastating haymaker. Simultaneously, Kosak morphs into a blur of pure lethality, violently carving the enemy ranks to bloody ribbons. With blinding, lightning-fast, Juyuk's jaw practically hits the dirt. He stands there totally paralyzed by the sheer terrifying speed at which cold panic spikes through his chest. At this insanely violent pace, these two psychos are going to wipe out the entire floor before he can even swing his weapon once. Out of nowhere, the nimble rogue triggers an aerial dash, violently clearing a bloody runway, and sticks a flawless superhero landing right in front of a dazed, towering orc. Realizing his loyal assassin just served up a perfectly stunned piece of meat on a silver platter, a wildly grateful Juyuk firmly grips his weapon and gears up to strike. Kicking up dirt, he aggressively propels himself forward intensely, funneling a massive surge of glowing kinetic. Just as the crushing blow inches closer, the brute furiously snaps its head around, locking its bloodshot eyes onto the incoming. But instantly Kosak melts into the shadows and reappears directly behind the beast's massive spine fingers, twitching on his blades. Just as the massive orc brings down its battle axe, Juyuk triggers his shadow step, slipping into the darkness and dodging the lethal blow by a hair. Remembering the fundamental vertical motion of the soul-chasing thunderbolt, brilliant golden sparks erupt around the weapon as the primordial thunderstaff skill kicks into high gear, surging with terrifying electrical energy. With a vicious roar, Juyuk slams the crackling mace straight down onto the monster's skull, perfectly executing the first form's soul-chasing thunderbolt. The devastating blow makes a sickening crunch. A wicked, deeply satisfied grin instantly stretches across Juyuk. He realizes right then that the destructive force of his brand new gear is genuinely off the charts. Hey guys, if you are loving this recap, smash that like button and definitely subscribe to the channel. It gives me a massive boost and allows me to keep dropping these epic manhwa summaries for you all. Having obliterated the first beast, our hero cracks his knuckles and immediately locks his gaze on the next target. But Meatball beats him to the punch, brutally stomping on the creature's spine and reminding Juyuk that they only agreed to hunt a single mob. Regardless, he breezes through the 21st floor with another flawless S-Rank, effortlessly pocketing his shiny new platinum badge. 24 hours later, he sticks to his single-kill tactic effortlessly, slaughtering a savage desert orc to conquer floor 22. The very next day, a vicious cave orc meets its doom at his hands, letting him speedrun straight through the 23rd level. Not even a fiery, heavy-hitting volcano orc can put up a decent fight against him. This absolute domination cements his insane, unstoppable. Jumping to the following morning, Juyuk is absolutely buzzing with hype for the highly anticipated 25th floor. He knows deep down that if he wants to farm multiple monsters daily, he seriously needs to forge a stronger bond with his loyal summons. Realizing he has been a bit stingy and never tossed them any loot, he chooses to kick things off by handing over the super rare Summoning Grade Up rune. The moment Cossack pops out of the portal, Juyuk casually flicks the glowing stone right into the assassin's hands. The deadly Shadow Warrior freezes completely, absolutely dumbfounded, when he senses the massive evolution energy radiating from the artifact. With his jaw practically on the floor, Cossack stammers, asking if his master is seriously blessing him with an assist. He completely loses his cool, screaming that this magical stone will catapult him straight into the elite SSR. Trembling with pure excitement, he vows to become an absolute powerhouse to shield his master, leaving Juyuk chuckling at the intense loyalty. Openly weeping tears of absolute gratitude, the rogue explains that such a massive evolution is extremely sensitive and takes some serious time to complete. Hearing this, our protagonist finally clicks that leveling up a summon is not just some quick flash of light. Cossack swears on his life that after their next run into the tower, he will re-emerge looking incredibly badass and way more lethal. So when Juyuk offers him to just chill in the living room for a while, the assassin eagerly sits down to binge some television. But the second Cossack reaches for the remote to flip the station, Juyuk and desperately screams at him to flip it right back to the previous broadcast. Out of nowhere, he spots his own mom fiercely holding up a solo protest sign right there on the screen. His mind immediately starts racing, utterly baffled as to why his mother is suddenly... The reporter starts breaking down his mom's fearless, solitary strike against the massive Jinsung Corporation over a totally corrupt contract cancellation. She had finally reached her breaking point and refused to quietly swallow the completely unjustified firing. On camera, she explains how an incredibly entitled client forcefully ordered her a trained water purifier mechanic to take out their filthy garbage and recycling. The moment she denied her employer's ridiculous demand to beg for forgiveness, the scumbag corporation retaliated by instantly shredding her employment contract. Even after standing out there picketing for 10 straight days, those arrogant corporate executives, that cruel mockery, only ignited a roaring fire inside her, making her swear to violently crush. Right in the middle of her passionate, defiant speech, a sharp-looking guy walks up confidently, introducing himself as attorney Lee Chang-suk. Claiming to represent the top-tier Park Kim law firm, he instantly earns a harsh, untrusting glare from the defensive mother. She questions why an elite corporate shark would ever approach someone like her, and her wary gaze immediately morphs into sheer, venomous fully believing Jinsung Corporation sent this suit to silence her, she aggressively barks that she will not back down from a legal bloodbath. But the lawyer quickly throws up his hands, clarifying that he is actually standing there to help her violently drag that very company into court. He smoothly declares that the absolute greatest legal powerhouse in South Korea is going to fight her battle, and they will do it for $0. Hoping to break through her thick walls, he calmly explains that taking down these corporate bullies is part of their annual charity initiative for the struggling working class. Her eyes narrow with suspicion, but something in his voice rings true. She agonizes over whether to grab on to this impossible lifeline. He pushes her to seize the miracle, vowing to put his entire firm's prestige on the line to destroy her opponents in court. Making her choice, she places her fate squarely in his hands. The slick lawyer snaps his fingers, his eyes gleaming as he announces, "Let the media circus begin." Immediately, a tidal wave of reporters swarms her, drowning the room in a chaotic sea of blinding camera flashes. He nudges her to lay her hidden torment bare for the cameras. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she prepares to broadcast her agonizing truth to the entire country. Watching the broadcast, Ju-yuk shatters under the weight of immense guilt. The realization that his mother endured such hell in silence tears him apart. He curses himself, feeling utterly useless for abandoning her when she needed her son the most. Suddenly, that heavy guilt morphs into deep confusion. His mind races, trying to figure out how his dirt-poor family managed to snag a heavyweight attorney from a legendary powerhouse firm like Park Kim. Meanwhile, catching the dark vibes radiating from his master, Cossack practically begs to go crack some skulls over at the Jin Samul Corporation. But our hero orders him to pull back. His mom has a legal shark on her side now, leaving the bloodthirsty assassin visibly bummed out. Desperate to chip in, Ju-yuk figures he will wire her every dime he made from hawking mana stones. He even debates pawning off his own barrier kit. Before he can finalize the plan, his phone buzzes. It is his dad, who casually mentions that some random social welfare program took care of the astronomical legal fees. Ju-yuk sits there absolutely stunned. His old man chuckles, brushing off the idea of his broke son having any real cash, and tells him to just keep grinding at his job. Right before dropping the call, his dad drops another bombshell. Ilsan Hospital just rang him up. He got handpicked for an exclusive, fully funded hip surgery and rehab trial. Every single cent of the hospital stay and physical therapy is totally covered. Hanging up the red flags in Ju-yuk's mind start waving wildly. The odds of his dad scoring a free ride at South Korea's #1 medical center are 0. But before he can connect the dots, his phone rings again. This time, it is his little brother on the line, absolutely fuming over the heartbreaking news report about their mother. The kid insists on handing over his entire allowance to help her out, bragging that his tuition and a sweet new laptop are already paid for. He cheerfully boasts about bagging a massive scholarship out of nowhere, laughing it off as a stroke of amazing karma. Ju-yuk's inner alarm bells deafen him when his little bro casually drops the name of the sponsor, the Awakening Management Department. Boom! The entire puzzle snaps together in an instant. The agency is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Furious, he immediately dials up team leader Gyan, demanding a face-to-face sit-down. Ju-yuk cuts the small talk, slamming the team leader for meddling in his family's personal business. Unfazed, Gyan does not even try to hide it. He keeps a cool head, bluntly stating that those extreme measures were totally required. He spells it out clearly. The agency wiped out every single domestic headache that might derail our hero's focus from conquering the tower. Ju-yuk fires back, demanding to know why a basic grunt like him is getting top-tier VIP-level perks. Slamming his hands onto the table with intense resolve, the team leader finally drops the act, sliding a heavy official folder across the desk. An ultra-elite contract. Flashing a sly grin, he announces that since his family baggage is gone, it is time to put his signature on this Premier League deal. Caught off guard by this highly calculated ambush, our guy plays the modesty card, faking doubts about his own abilities. Jian scoffs at the act, demanding to know how someone who just shattered every impossible record in history could pretend to lack confidence. Ju-yuk yields, realizing that playing dumb is a complete joke coming from a 24-time S++ ranker. Then, completely blowing his mind, the team leader drops into a rigid, desperate bow, practically pleading on his knees for Ju-yuk to sign on. With the leverage fully in his hands, Ju-yuk begins dictating his harsh terms. He openly rejects the idea of being watched 24/7, refusing to let cameras record his every move inside the tower. Why? Because he absolutely refuses to expose Kozak and Meatball to the public eye. keeping his prized summons far away from unnecessary drama. Catching on to his hesitation, Jian immediately pivots. The recruiter offers a flexible deal, promising to tailor both the surveillance and security protocols to match his exact boundaries. The pitch sweetens. Jian throws in a heavily fortified private sanctuary just for him, plus an elite bodyguard detail assigned exclusively to him. But the absolute knockout punch, a guaranteed promise of 2 luxury properties. One mansion for him, another for his loved ones. It is a jaw-dropping bribe that borders on irresistible. Naturally, our boy instantly zones out, happily picturing his gorgeous new real estate. Jian doubles down, assuring him this isn't empty talk. He holds absolute clearance from the commissioner himself to ink this deal. Pen in hand, he prepares to sign. But his hand suddenly freezes. This abrupt halt leaves the team leader completely dumbfounded. When pressed for an explanation, Ju-hyuk calmly hits the brakes, asking for a little breathing room to think it over. He clarifies that he needs a trusted second opinion before making a massive career leap, a request the recruiter reluctantly accepts. Fast forward to the next morning. A blinding shockwave of light erupts, signaling the grand finale of Kozak's evolution. The summoned Great-Up rune actually worked its magic. Stepping out of the intense glare, an upgraded Kozak makes a theatrical entrance, proudly crowning himself as the ultimate special super rare assassin. Now flexing his shiny new SSR title, he strikes a ridiculously dramatic victory pose. Squinting through the sheer brightness, Ju-hyuk quickly orders his flashy men. Dragging the assassin away from prying eyes, they huddle up for a secret strategy session. He lays out his massive crossroads. Play it safe on the standard squad, or take the plunge and join the high-stakes elite team. Without skipping a single beat, the assassin fiercely champions the elite squad. He argues that a master wielding national threat-level power absolutely demands top-tier VIP treatment. When our hero sweats over the crushing weight of those heavy expectations, Kozak swiftly shoots down his... In fact, the assassin furiously outright bans the idea of his master ever lifting a finger in combat or training. He hammers home his ultimate philosophy. A summoner's only real job is to just sit back and live a long, healthy life. After all, keeping the boss safe is the true source of their unlimited power. Then Kozak drops a massive bombshell. The summoning void isn't empty. It is absolutely packed with legendary and SSR juggernauts. One day, Ju-hyuk will unlock every single one of them, commanding an army of absolute, unquestioning loyalty. That obedience stands absolute, provided no one breaks the sacred third law of protecting the master at all costs. Hyping himself up, the assassin whispers rumors of god tier. The sheer concept of commanding demigods hits like a freight train. It is a reality so mind-bendingly terrifying, our protagonist can barely even wrap. Kozak brings him back to Earth, clarifying that while those gods are currently locked, his master's mana will eventually scale high enough to call them down. The game plan is simple. Survive for decades and relentlessly spam those random summons. Hearing this, our guy immediately crunches the numbers. With a strict 30-day cooldown, he is guaranteed at least 12 god-tier lottery pulls every single year. And checking the clock, he is only 19 days away from his next epic drop. Mind made up, Kozak demands they inject one absolute zero compromise clause into the new contract. The golden rule Ju-hyuk retains total dictatorship over when they challenge uncharted floors. This ironclad veto ensures the top brass can never drag him into a blind suicide mission. Just imagining his precious master stumbling into a death trap reduces the hyper-protective assassin to literal tears. Touched by this surprisingly tactical breakdown, our hero genuinely thanks his loyal shadow for the golden advice. Shifting gears, Ju-hyuk warmly welcomes the towering meatball into the fold. But Kozak instantly sparks a turf war, barking at the massive barbarian for disrespecting his seniors. Stone-faced Meatball growls that true warriors do not bow to weaklings, instantly cranking the hostility to 11. Instead of raging, a smug Kozak weaponizes his fresh upgrade. He puffs out his chest, roaring that he is now an untouchable, special, super rare god among... Flexing his new SSR status, Kozak gets right up in the barbarian's grill, rubbing in the massive power gap between a top-tier legend and a measly R rank. Totally overwhelmed by that huge two-tier gap, even the usually fearless meatball breaks eye contact. The big guy practically tiptoes around the smirking assassin. Seeing this, Juhyuk promises to hand the next rank-up runes straight to the hulking warrior. With their little rivalry put on hold, the squad breaches the 25th floor. Their objective: wipe out 100 brutal orcs and take down the moment they step inside, a deafening roar echoes out. A seemingly endless sea of green-skinned monsters swarms the entire zone. Staring down that massive mob, our boy smirks, wondering if he can snatch a couple of sneaky kills for himself in the absolute chaos. Meanwhile, Cossack is practically vibrating with excitement. He cracks his knuckles, itching to break in his brand new SSR powers with a... Stepping up as commander, the assassin barks out an order. He points at Meatball, telling the brute to dive in head first and rip the aggro right off the horde. Meatball lets out a thunderous war cry. A savage grin spreads across his face as he barrels forward, more than happy to... He plants his massive foot down, literally shaking the cavern floor. Then, launching himself high into the air like a human cannonball, the barbarian brings both heavy fists crashing. Boom! A brutal shockwave rips through the dirt, tossing heavy orcs into the air like ragdolls, and instantly carving a massive crater right through them. With the monsters totally disoriented, Cossack flashes a wicked grin. He readies his blade and violently erupts into a shadowy blur. He tears through the dead space at supersonic speeds. The sheer wind pressure from his dash sounds exactly like a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier. The newly minted SSR assassin glides across the chaotic battlefield. With his razor-sharp twin daggers fully extended, he turns into a living meat grinder, and in a single heartbeat, dozens of frontline orcs are slashed to ribbons by his terrifyingly fast strikes. Not stopping there, he triggers his blade explosion skill. Violent waves of destructive energy burst from his weapons, honestly making it look way less like a dagger attack, and a hell of a lot more like he just fired off a heavy-duty bazooka. Suddenly, a squad of enraged orcs flanks him from the blind spot. They lunge forward violently, burying their crude weapons straight through the assassin's chest. But it's a trap. The fading figure they just skewered was nothing but a fake-out afterimage, quietly dissolving into a misty blue light. The real Cossack seamlessly drops out of stealth right behind the totally clueless strike team and brutally triggers his despicable ambush skill. In a flash of cold steel, he instantly executes every single high-value. The few monsters left standing just freeze. They stare in absolute horror as their strongest buddies hit the dirt in pieces. Trapped in front of this unfathomably strong killer, the massive brutes actually start shaking like leaves. Seeing their panic, Cossack just chuckles as his lethal daggers suddenly ignite with a sickeningly bright purple orb. He coldly reminds the trembling mob that the slaughter has barely even started, instantly activating Poison Dagger. Watching this massacre, our hero starts panicking. If he just stands around his overpowered pet, refusing to be left out, he immediately kicks in Shadow Step, diving straight into the bloody chaos. But right as he grips his weapon, Cossack's earlier warning rings loudly in his ears. A summoner's absolute safety is the real... Screw that, though. Our boy refuses to just be a liability hiding in the back lines. He vows to grind his way to the top, desperate to prove himself so his loyal squad can finally stop baby. He knows deep down that leaning on his summons like a crutch isn't a permanent strategy. If he wants to survive this brutal world, he has to become a total powerhouse. Proving his point, he easily ducks under a sloppy, desperate axe swing from an incoming orc, and smoothly pivots, delivering a blindingly fast, glowing roundhouse kick that launches the heavy monster backward like a baseball. The beast crashes violently into the rocky dirt. Hearing the heavy thud, but before it can even react, our MC drops the hammer. He triggers the primordial thunder staff first form, brutally slamming the heavy rod right down on the monster's skull. Searing voltage instantly fries the orc's brain, as raw electricity snaps and pops around its twitching body. Catching multiple targets sprinting his way out of the corner of his eye, he pops Shadow Step again, and vanishes. He blinks frantically around the chaotic arena, perfectly blending his new, razor-sharp reflexes with bone-crushing staff strikes to drop enemy after enemy. Never losing his momentum, he elegantly weaves through the dazed green horde. He is an absolute blur of blinding until his sparkling weapon finds its mark again. He blasts another elite mob straight to oblivion with a massive, concentrated burst of raw lightning. All of this relentless fluid combat suddenly pushes him past his limits, triggering he finally unlocks the primordial Thunderstaff's second form, Scattered Falling Thunders. A massive grin spreads across his face. The kid is absolutely buzzing pumped to see his overpowered ability level up this early. As a fresh wave of greenskins comes rushing in, he figures this is the perfect time to test out his brand new Scattered Thunder. Zero hesitation. He grips his weapon, ready to let the second form rip. He vaults right into the heart of the horde, drawing a tremendous surge of high-voltage current into his body. The raw power fractures into 5 jagged bolts, blasting the surrounding monsters and frying them alive in a blinding blue flash. At long last, an epic area of effect nuke is his. Meanwhile, hanging back on the sidelines, Cossack scratches his head. Totally clueless, the shadow assassin mutters. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. The reality drops like a rock. His squishy master is out there, brawling in the danger zone, totally solo. Sheer panic takes over. Screaming his boss's name in pure terror, the ultimate helicopter parent shoots across the dirt, sliding in next to him to deliver a vicious scolding. He chews the kid out for violating their strictly enforced one monster per floor rule, just to show off a new move. Busted red-handed, our hero awkwardly rubs the back of his neck, stammering out a sweaty apology. But halfway through his excuses, a light bulb flicks on. Wait a second. Why on earth is the commander begging his own minion for forgiveness? His inner dialogue kicks into overdrive. Sure, out in the real world he might be a total pushover, but inside this dungeon he is the undeniable alpha male. Not buying the tough guy act, Cossack softly pleads with him, nagging that staying alive has to remain top priority. Riding a serious adrenaline high, Joyuk completely brushes off the warning. He puffs out his chest and mockingly dares the great chieftain to come out and play. His smug trash talk dies in his throat. A suffocating, heavy pressure suddenly crushes the air around them. An absolute mountain of muscle steps out of the shadows. The colossal great chieftain towers over him, instantly vaporizing every ounce of his newfound breath. A massive, blood-stained axe swings down toward his skull. Joyuk shrieks in absolute terror, crying out for his bodyguard. Whoosh! A streak of sapphire energy blasts past. Cossack grabs him by the collar, yanking him out of the meat grinder, just in the nick of time. Swallowing his pride, the trembling hunter admits he definitely should have listened to this. Pointing a shaking finger at the hulking boss, he desperately barks the order to take that behemoth down. Meatball and Cossack crack their knuckles, radiating absolute confidence as they lock onto their Let's shred this guy, Meatball, Cossack roars. The pair blitzes forward, executing a flawless, synchronized pincer maneuver. Focusing a dense aura into his massive palms, Meatball casually catches the incoming executioner's blade, barehanded. The chieftain freezes in stunned disbelief, completely flabbergasted that a tiny creature just dead-stopped its prized weapon. Taking advantage, the slime raises its bulky arms sky-high. Bam Meatball brings 2 meaty fists slamming down right on the warlord's collarbone. As the giant flails around in a panicked daze, Cossack blink shifts directly into its blind spot. His daggers become a blur, unleashing an absolute meat storm of the monstrous warlord drops like a sack of bricks, utterly annihilated without breaking a ding ding ding. Golden system screens flood Joyuk's vision. Floor 25 cleared. Level up. And naturally, another flawless S++ rank secured. Snagging his 25th shiny platinum badge, he steps through the exit portal, mouth-watering over his next major reward. Hitting that magic quarter-century milestone unlocks something totally new. The glowing interface grants him a highly coveted Encore perk. He tilts his head, eyebrows raised, wondering what the heck an Encore actually does. A massive catalog rolls out, listing every single milestone buff he's ever earned, letting him double dip and pick one all over again. Staring down a buffet of broken abilities, he finally locks in his decision. Knowing exactly what will skyrocket his scaling, he slams the confirm button on trait enhancement. The holographic menu flickers and resets instantly, pushing his active summon limit all the way up to 3. Including himself, he officially rolls deep as a 4-man squad, and he's absolutely itching to see what kind of beast he drafts next. Chilling back at the apartment, our guy decides it's time to treat his ride-or-die partners. With a wide grin, he asks the squad what they want to gorge on for their victory feast. Pumping his fist, Cossack instantly screams for spicy tteokbokki, completely forgetting his hilariously pathetic spice tolerance. The freshly minted SS R-tier assassin struts around bragging that his days of dodging spicy food are dead and gone, though his master seriously doubts it. So to properly celebrate smashing through the 25th floor, Ju-yuk throws an absolute. He serves up blazing hot tteokbokki for his summons, while Meatball instantly obliterates the fiery dish and actually calls it sweet. Meanwhile, Cossack stares at the red sauce in pure terror, desperately scraping together his courage. The Shadow Killer braces himself, ready to prove his brand new tolerance to the heat. Sadly for our deadly friend, that shiny SSR status does absolutely nothing to protect his tongue. The scorching heat hits his system, and he practically explodes into flames. While he thrashes around on the floor, desperately croaking for a drop of water, Meatball, let's just toss this weakling out and summon a replacement. Riding high on his latest victory, Ju-yuk figures it is finally time to drop the massive bombshell on his family about his awakening. The camera cuts to his family's cramped, run-down apartment, bathed in the fading golden hour light. Kicking off this life-altering night, he walks through the front door carrying a premium gift, top-tier mouth-watering beef. He beams with pride, declaring that their days of scraping by are officially over. His parents stare blankly at the massive luxury feast, his mom instantly demanding to know where he dug up that kind of cash. But his dad softly steps in, cooling her down, and telling everyone to just appreciate the dinner their boy brought home. Watching his parents happily dig in, a massive wave of relief washes over Ju-yuk. Knowing he can finally wipe away all their financial struggles, he takes a deep breath. He drops the hammer on his folks. He has awakened, and he is now a fully active player. But his family completely misses the mark, brushing off his deadly serious confession as some. Left with no choice, our guy dials up team leader Jian for some heavy-duty backup. Cut to the next morning. They roll up to a jaw-dropping skyscraper, where Jian waits to roll. He looks the stunned parents in the eye, confirming that their kid is an absolute elite and a literal national treasure. Ju-yuk then throws open the doors, showing off the ultimate prize to his paralyzed family. He tells them to pack their bags, because this mansion is their brand new home. Back at the Awakening Management headquarters, our guy finally inks his name on that elite player contract. He zones out for a second, soaking in just how insanely fast his whole world flipped upside down. Jian actually bows his head, apologizing that the starting base salary is capped at a measly 2 billion won. That absurd mountain of cash completely short-circuits Ju-yuk's brain. He is going to keep his flawless S-rank identity completely buried in the shadows. He hates the idea of having flashing cameras in his face, knowing exactly what that kind of talk. He pictures them getting stalked by ruthless reporters and insane fans. Shifting gears, Jian checks in on them. He asks if the family is settling nicely into the luxury estate the agency hooked them up with. Ju-yuk lights up, swearing that the massive place is way beyond anything they ever dreamed of. To prove it, he flashes a sweet text from his brother, mentioning that their mom actually broke down in happy tears, and the entire household is still floating on cloud 9. Moving on, Jian slides a few pamphlets across the desk. They are layout options for Ju-yuk's personal, fully furnished, even though it is tiny compared to his parents' mansion. Our guy is practically vibrating with hype, swearing it feels like a billionaire's penthouse to him. Smash cut to the biggest, most outrageously expensive actual penthouse in Seoul. An entirely different breed of player is soaking up the high life. Enter Yoo Kilman, the undisputed #1 ranked powerhouse in all of South Korea. Acting as an all-weapon master, this guy has climbed higher up the tower than anyone else alive. Currently grinding through the 66th floor, he kicks back and clinks glass. They are throwing back ridiculously overpriced whiskey, violently flexing his bottomless bank account. Right in the middle of the party, one of the girls leans in, desperate to know who that mysterious phantom player is. The freak who just pulled off 25 consecutive S-Rank clears. Kilman just sneers at the question, just some bottom-feeding amateur who barely scraped his way to the 25th floor. But the second she doubles down, calling it a historic world first, his legendary temper finally snaps. Without breaking eye contact, he dumps the liquor right over her head, leaning in to whisper a bone-chilling question. What exactly does she think will happen to this country? What if he, the absolute #1 player, just suddenly refused to clear the 66th floor? Blinded by explosive rage, he violently chucks the ultra-expensive whiskey across the lavish room. The heavy glass shatters into a million jagged pieces. He barks out a terrifying reality. Without his protection, South Korea would be completely wiped off the map. Leaving the woman shaking in pure terror, he sadistically pins the blame for the tower's inevitable doom entirely on her shoulders, simply because she dared to praise another player to his face. Now standing alone, in the dead silence, a deeply resentful Kaleman glares out at the glittering city, absolutely sickened by how things played out. His blood boils at the thought of the entire damn nation going crazy over some random S-Rank rookie. Stewing in own bitterness, his mind drifts back to the incredibly massive scouting deals China had practically begged him to take. They were tossing around an eye-watering 180 billion won salary, complete with a sleek private jet. Japan's counteroffer was even crazier, dangling a staggering 200 billion won paycheck, alongside a dedicated staff of 10 personal maids. Feeling utterly betrayed and taken for granted, he spits venom into the empty room, cursing his own loyalty to Korea, while the rest of the country blindly. Meanwhile, an elite ranker who recently dominated the 25th floor contemplates ditching. He aggressively debates packing his bags and turning his back on his home country. He angrily reflects on his brutal roadblock at the 66th floor, a nightmare zone swarming with ghostly specters completely immune to physical strikes. The demonic aura radiating from these undead monstrosities is absolutely suffocating, triggering debilitating mental trauma with just a glance. Every failed raid forces him into an agonizing 3-day coma. Even heavily pumped with top-tier buffs and support items, gritting his teeth, he finally admits the harsh truth. He is completely dead. Tired of hitting a brick wall, he decides to stop just fantasizing about immigrating overseas and actually pull the trigger. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he visualizes the absolute chaos He pictures the frantic news headlines broadcasting Korea's inevitable doom, marking the terrifying collapse of the Black Towers. In exactly 3 months, the apocalyptic countdown will drop, and this very nation will desperately beg for his salvation. He bursts into maniacal laughter at the sheer thrill of leaving his entire country. Knowing he will be lounging safely overseas when the apocalypse hits, he curses those ungrateful bastards to drown in despair as their homeland crumbles into dust. Flipping back to our boy Juhyuk, he awkwardly signs for an absolutely massive delivery of 10 whole fried chickens at his slick new apartment. Sinking into the luxurious comfort of this player-exclusive penthouse, he realizes the VIP perks are downright insane. The dedicated residential staff handles literally everything, from basic maintenance to deep cleaning and even folding his laundry. Blown away by the absurdly high-end amenities, he kicks himself for not upgrading to this millionaire lifestyle way sooner. Balancing the towering stack of greasy takeout, he catches both of his loyal summons completely spellbound, furiously blushing at whatever is flashing across the screen. He drops the boxes, demanding to know what could possibly overshadow the holy scent of crispy fried chicken. Turns out the duo is entirely hypnotized by a vibrant K-pop girl group, shaking it on his brand new 100-inch flat screen. Juhyuk takes one glance and is instantly hooked, nodding in profound agreement that this dazzling performance demands their absolute respect. Tearing into the savory meal, our boy officially declares their next objective a ruthless speedrun straight up to the 29th floor. Tilting his head, a curious Cossack wonders why they are slamming the brakes right before hitting the big 30. Juhyuk breaks down his mastermind strategy. They will relentlessly farm for 10 straight days until his random summon cooldown resets, allowing them to storm the 30th floor as a full 4-man squad. Cossack practically vibrates with excitement at the thought of welcoming fresh blood into their ranks. But while Meatball pumps his fists in joy, a cold wave of pure panic suddenly washes over the skeleton mage. Paranoia strikes hard. What if this shiny new recruit steals his glorious spot as the boss's undisputed right-hand man and future team captain? Shortly after Jian drops off a highly classified package our protagonist specially requested. Inside sits the legendary Volcano Orc leather armor, the ultimate gear for surviving sub-zero temperature. The manager casually mentions that showering top-tier players with premium loot is just standard protocol, before giving our hero a solid fist bump of encouragement for his upcoming raid on the 27th floor. The trio finally breaches the 27th floor. It is a brutal wasteland, notorious for its flesh-freezing blizzards. But thanks to the volcanic gear, Juhyuk feels as toasty as a marshmallow by a campfire. Checking on his shirtless barbarian Meatball simply beats his bare chest and stoically grunts, "True warriors feel no chill." Kosik, meanwhile, is literally encased in a block of solid ice, his teeth violently chattering as he stubbornly claims he is doing just great, insisting his superior magic will easily melt the frostbite away. Deadpanning at the frozen skeleton, Juhyuk mutters that if the meathead barbarian actually had a brain, he would easily be the true SSR-Rank champion of this icy hellscape. Desperate to unfreeze his non-existent veins, Kosik starts frantically tap dancing in the snow to generate heat. Screaming about body heat, the skeleton zips straight into the blinding blizzard at Mach speed, declaring that the hunt starts right freaking now. Feeling criminally cozy and slightly lazy wrapped in his fiery armor, Juhyuk decides he should probably participate and score at least one kill. He and Meatball hit the ground running, sprinting desperately to catch their hyperactive teammate. But before our boy can even take 3 steps, a glowing blue system prompt rudely interrupts, announcing the floor is already cleared, and he leveled up. Through the swirling snow, a ridiculously proud Cossack salutes his master, casually reporting that he already wiped out the entire. The loot finally drops a shimmering monostone and an enigmatic holy sword, once wielded by a Rowan Kingdom paladin captain. He snags another platinum badge, for an S-rank clear, practically rolling his eyes, since he barely even broke a sweat. At long last, the system actually blesses him with a personal gear drop, and a weapon no less. But his massive grin vanishes the second he summons the two-handed blade, realizing it looks completely busted and severely battered. Straining just to heave the massive hunk of metal off the ground, he heavily doubts it could ever outperform his trusty mace. Frustrated, he chucks it straight into his inventory, figuring he will just pawn it off later. But taking a closer peek at the stats, he uncovers a sneaky, hidden passive. It is a specialized zombie slayer that guarantees an insane damage multiplier against the undead. Later chilling back in his apartment, he tries to gift the chunky blade to Meatball, but the stubborn barbarian instantly shoots him down, boldly claiming that a real warrior only relies on his bare knuckles. Strike 1. He pivots to Kosik, who turns his nose up at the rusty relic. The arrogant rogue sneers, bragging that his hands only touch premium-grade weapons, much like his flawlessly forged dwarven. With both summons turning it down, pawning, it seems like the only play. Yet right before tossing it aside, Kosik goads him into taking it for a spin. He figures, why not? Might as well take one practice swing. Letting out a fierce battle cry, he grips the hilt and braces his core. The first slash is a total disaster. The weapon's sheer weight almost flings him into the air. He somehow wrangles it for a second strike, barely keeping his balance. Just 2 measly swings and he is panting like a dog, his stamina absolutely wiped out by the colossal chunk of iron. Even after that embarrassing display, Cossack aggressively hypes him up, which Juhyuk brushes off as blatant kiss-assery. Dropping the act. Cossack drops some heavy lore. A player's physical stats are severely capped in the real world. This naturally gets our hero thinking, wondering if there is a way to shatter that real-world ceiling. Shockingly, there actually is a way. If the towers scattered across Earth were to suddenly crumble, the real world would merge with the dungeon environment, completely unlocking every player's true power. The catch. That exact scenario is the ultimate apocalypse, spelling absolute annihilation for the entire human race. Suddenly, the camera cuts to the Japanese embassy in Seoul, brewing up a shadowy political conspiracy. Inside a dimly lit room, a mysterious figure mutters cryptic codes into a phone, whispering that the rabbit is ready to relocate to a new nest. The voice on the other end gives the green light. Smirking confidently, the caller promises to personally escort this so-called rabbit, guaranteeing that everything is under perfect control. The shadows part, revealing the speaker as Counselor Tomoda of the Japanese embassy. With a chilling grin, he issues a dark warning. A massive typhoon is about to make landfall. Fast forward 2 days. Juhyuk is still sweating over Kosik's apocalyptic bedtime story, mindlessly reviewing his current climbing stats. He just wrapped up a flawless clear of the 28th floor. Shaking his head, he decides to ditch the anxiety. He will stick to his own rhythm, happily dumping the high-tier stress onto elite rankers like Yu Chol-min. Making survival his absolute #1 rule, he gears up to conquer the 29th floor. Looking back, those obnoxious jungle trolls on the previous level were an absolute nightmare. Nabbing an S++ rating would have been literally impossible if he only brought— thank God he deployed Meatball. The beefy brawler used his sheer, unadulterated muscle to simply uproot the gigantic tree those cowardly trolls used as cover. Honestly, if the meathead had even half a brain, his raw power alone would instantly rank him as an SSR tier summon. Once the cover was blown, Cossacks swept in for the cleanup duty, carving up the plummeting monster as they rained down from the canopy like falling acorns. But the 29th floor is a totally different beast. Knowing things are about to get incredibly messy, our guy locks a heavy-duty gas mask over his face. The mobs spawning here are horrifying plague trolls, rotting monstrosities that literally ooze putrid slime with every step. The stench is so violently toxic, it has actually made veteran players puke their guts. Taking zero chances, our boy officially locks in both Cossack and Meatball for this hazardous dungeon dive. Taking zero chances, our boy officially locks in both Cossack and Meatball for this hazardous dungeon dive. The trio breaches the 29th floor instantly, receiving their objective: exterminate 20 plague trolls before the 4-hour timer runs out. Wading into the sickeningly rank cavern, Juhyuk starts stressing over his bare-faced companions, but his summons confidently wave off his concern, bragging about their absolute immunity to all disease. Completely unbothered by the toxic air, the two powerhouses plunge straight into the chaos, using their disease resistance to kick off a brutal monster hunt. He tears through this level with blistering speed, making the previous floor look like a total joke. In a flash, system alerts light up his vision. Mission accomplished. Topped off with a sweet level up. He easily bags another S++ rank, claiming the gleaming platinum. Riding the high of victory, his crew eagerly begs for a massive celebratory feast. But throwing a wrench in the mood, Juhyuk mutters a quick apology, leaving Cossack completely baffled about what just went wrong. Before anyone can utter a single word, he snaps his fingers and unsummons them, instantly killing the party vibes. Fast forward to the next morning, inside the Awakening Management Department's elite training facility. A fierce woman is absolutely destroying a brutal, sweat-drenched work. Meet Nam Ga-yoon. She is South Korea's #2 player overall, and an absolute beast with a blade, who is currently throwing everything she has at conquer. Her mind races back to the nightmare waiting for her. The rotting, dark zombies of level 62. Their suffocating, corrupt aura makes winning feel like a downright pipe dream. Doubt creeps in as she wonders if the 62nd floor is really where her journey permanently ends. Shaking off the negativity, she grits her teeth, vowing to smash through this wall, even if it tears her muscles to shreds, and downs a massive protein shake, fueling her body for one more grueling run. Adrenaline surging, she flexes her gains and lets out a fierce, battle-ready roar. But her hype train derails when she catches a glimpse of pure chaos outside the gym window. Department staff are sprinting past in an absolute panic. Spotting Lee-mina in the stampede, she yells out, only to be met with a grim response. She obviously has not checked the news yet. Guyon shoots a glance at a nearby monitor and instantly curses. The crisis revolves around Yu Chil-min, who is currently broadcasting a live press conference and dragging the management department through the mud. He accuses them of playing dirty politics instead of actually supporting their top-tier hunters. He paints a bleak picture, claiming the entire country is heading straight for doom, before dropping an absolute nuke. He is officially abandoning South Korea to fight for Japan. Meanwhile, back with our protagonist, the team leader grimly verifies this absolute disaster, confessing that this exact nightmare scenario is why Juhyuk was yanked from the dungeon so abruptly, and immediately grills him on how fast he can bulldoze his way into the level 60 bracket. Caught completely off guard by the intense pressure, Juhyuk runs the math in his head. At his current breakneck speed, hitting the 66th floor in 37 days is technically doable, comfortably beating their 90-day ticking clock. But he does not sugarcoat it. He bluntly states it would be a brutal grind, since he desperately needs downtime to gear up, not to mention reminding the boss about the ironclad Looking completely defeated, John practically begs him, confessing that the department is backed into a corner and desperately grasping at straws. Feeling the guilt, but staying firm, our guy digs his heels in. He flat out refuses to make a massive promise he cannot guarantee. Their heavy standoff shatters when Nam Ga-yoon suddenly bursts into the office, and frantically demands to know if the United States has finally agreed to loan them any light attribute gear. Jion drops the painful truth, revealing the Americans are ghosting them, and those specific artifacts are practically extinct worldwide. Totally starstruck by having the nation's second-best player breathing the same air, Juyuk turns into a blushing, stuttering mess the second his boss tries to formally introduce him. However, the moment he overhears their desperate hunt for a light element weapon, a light bulb goes off. He remembers the absurdly rare holy sword, chilling it, and casually pulls it out, offering it right up to her. Absolutely floored at the sight of her literal dream weapon, she nervously asks to check its specs. The second she fires up her appraisal skill, the divine blade erupts in a blinding neon blue aura. The weapon's insane stats hover right in the air, displaying a god-tier damage spike and critical strike chance, tailor-made to completely. Screaming that an artifact this broken should not even exist, she fiercely grabs a terrified Juyuk by the shoulders and practically gets on her knees, pleading for him to let her borrow the blade, swearing on her life she will do absolutely anything he wants. Smash cut to his wildly escalating imagination. The glorious, picture-perfect wedding day of Bong Juyuk and Nam Ga-yoon. In his wildly vivid imagination, he's a sharply dressed groom, proudly locking arms with his stunning bride. But right as he closes his eyes and leans in to seal the deal with a kiss, the actual Ga-yeon's voice shatters his perfect little daydream, shouting his name. He jolts back to reality, his eyes bugging out in a completely goofy, panic-stricken stare. Standing right in front of him is Nam-gun. Her face is practically glowing with hope as she eagerly asks if he's really going to let her borrow that legendary holy sword. Absolutely mortified, he realizes he's been zoning out in his own little world, while everyone else was just standing around waiting for him. He scrambles to agree eagerly, handing over the blade. In return, an overjoyed Ga-yeon swears she'll do absolutely anything to pay him back. Geared up and practically buzzing with confidence, she declares she's charging straight up to the 62nd floor. Watching her march off, he just shrugs, completely downplaying the weapon's massive worth. He figures there's zero point in hoarding some rusty old relic anyway. Meanwhile, Ga-yeon crosses the threshold into the ominous black tower, stepping onto the brutal, unforgiving grounds of the 62nd floor. Her objective is simple but brutal: wipe out 20 dark zombies in under 15 hours. It's a nightmare trial that has crushed her time and time again. And it doesn't take long before she's staring dead into the eyes of her ultimate nightmare. The rotting monstrosity oozes a suffocating pitch-black aura, a horribly familiar sight that makes her stomach drop. Fighting back the terror, she completely locks in. She refuses to let this vile, nauseating energy force her to run away again. Holding her breath, she channels her energy into the holy sword, sparking its blinding white glow to life. But her heart immediately sinks. The blade's light is totally pathetic compared to her other gear, sparking a massive wave of doubt. Is this really going to be enough? Out of nowhere, the grotesque zombie violently launches itself, right at her throat. Backed into a corner, she aggressively clenches her jaw and swings with everything she's got. The holy blade brutally collides with the monster's rotting claws, sending a massive shockwave, echoing relentlessly across the dead, empty. Instantly, that foul, suffocating darkness violently washes over her. Her limbs turn to lead as the crushing demonic pressure threatens to bury her alive. Panic violently sets in. Did this useless sword even do anything at all? But right as her last shred of hope begins to slip away, a crisp system alert suddenly rings out, violently triggering the weapon's hidden true potential. Steadfast mind bathed in a surging righteous glow. She fiercely rips through the air with a bone-shattering strike, totally blown away by this massive spike in strength. The slash lands perfectly. It instantly vaporizes that sickening black aura and deals a massive critical blow to the undead freak. Not wasting a single second, she ruthlessly pushes her advantage. A vicious storm of critical strikes brutally shreds the monster to pieces. Its terrifying, shadowy form literally melts away under the blinding holy wrath of the blade. Completely stunned, her jaw practically hits the floor. She just wiped out her worst nightmare without even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, back on the outside, team leader Jeon Gwangil is furiously checking his watch, completely sweating the fact that 2 entire hours have dragged by. He's pacing nervously, already bracing himself for bad news. Since she usually bails around this mark, he fully expects another devastating failure. Suddenly, a glowing rift tears open, and she calmly steps right out. Gwangil instantly assumes she threw in the towel and aborted the run, but instead of tears, She casually holds out her hand, asking for a Juhyuk, who's been standing by this whole time, lets out a massive sigh of relief, seeing her back in one piece. But the second he cautiously asks how his holy sword held up in there, her response completely catches him off guard. Without saying a single word, she violently lunges forward, wrapping him up in a totally crushing, deeply emotional bear hug. Absolutely flustered by this super aggressive display of affection, his brain immediately short-circuits right back into another totally. She is practically crying with gratitude, openly confessing that she would have been completely slaughtered without that weapon. And then she drops the bomb. The 62nd floor is officially cleared. Hearing this, Gwangyil absolutely loses his mind with pure joy. The gears in his head start rapidly spinning. With a god-tier weapon like this, smashing, a cold sweat drips down his neck as he realizes they just dodged a massive cut. If that scumbag traitor Yu Chol-min had managed to get his filthy hands on this blade, the fallout would have been apocalyptic. He stares in sheer awe at the impossibly mysterious Juhyuk. How the hell does one solo guy just casually carry around this kind of insanely broken and casually farm those impossible S++ ranks completely alone? When Gayun finally hands back the now heavily cracked and battered sword, Juhyuk barely even bats an eye. Dismissing the blade as mere junk, Jian immediately cuts. He guarantees that the management division is going to foot the entire bill for the repairs. Smelling a massive payday, our guy tries to flip the weapon directly to the agency, right on the spot. But Jian pitches a far more profitable scheme, floating the idea of a weapon rental service instead. With hundreds of towers scattered across the globe, foreign nations are going to be begging for a light element blade to clear their 60th floors. So he slaps down an outrageous asking price of 10 billion won per lease, a move the team leader backs up using hard departmental data. Dollar signs flash in our hero's eyes as pure greed takes over, realizing this leasing gig is basically an endless gold mine. He gleefully signs away the logistical nightmare, letting the agency handle all the tedious rental paper. Riding the high of his impending billionaire status, he throws a massive feast, slow cooking a gigantic pot of mouth-watering boiled pork. He completely geeks out over his ridiculous luck, dubbing himself a holy sword tycoon after nearly throwing away his greatest cat. Beaming with pride, he drops the towering mountain of steaming meat right in front of his loyal crew. The two companions are absolutely moved to tears. Flashing a $1 million capitalist grin, he orders them to dig in, admitting that their hard work just bought him his early retirement. By nightfall, the legend of Namgun's massive triumph blazes across the news networks, flipping South Korea's looming disaster completely on its head and transforming the threat into an unbelievable economic boom. 10 days fly by, and after grinding the 28th floor into the grueling wait is officially over. His random draw cooldown just hit 0, clearing the way to pull his third loyal follower. Not willing to risk a trash pull, he completely commits to an obsessive, over-the-top purification routine. We're talking a deep scrub at the local bathhouse, capped off by stepping into crisp, immaculate new clothes. The dude even starves himself for a solid 24 hours, completely cleansing his system to reach peak spiritual purity. As the final, agonizing seconds tick off the clock, he firmly clasps his hands together like a true believer and begs the universe for an absolute god-tier pull, an LSSR, the mythical, legend special super rare grade. Kozak casually chimes in, joking that lightning couldn't possibly strike twice, to deliver another basic R rank like Meatball. But our hero instantly snaps at his assassin, fiercely defending his bulky friend and demanding to know what his problem is with Meatball. He brutally reminds the shadowy killer that they never would have racked up those flawless S++ clears without the barbarian carrying his weight. The gentle giant practically glows from the high praise, instantly triggering Kozak's deeply rooted endless jealousy. Tuning out the ridiculous bickering behind him, our protagonist zeroes in as the glowing timer finally flashes 0, and violently slams the button to trigger his random draw. Channeling every ounce of his desperation into a top-tier drop, a deafening explosion of violent purple magic completely swallows the living room, instantly snapping the trio to total attention. Cutting through the blinding magical storm, the breathtaking silhouette of a woman, draped in a flowing traditional hanbok, slowly bleeds into reality. A remarkably poised, velvety voice echoes out to thank him for the call, as she gently introduces herself as Jian Dalre. But a quick glance at her system profile drops an absolute bombshell. Both her class and her rarity grade are completely locked out as unavailable. Stepping fully into the light, she offers a deeply respectful bow and solemnly vows to lay down her life and absolute power for her brand new young master Bong. Spotting the terrifying ritual tools clinging to her belt, our guy breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing he just pulled a straight-up spear. Without warning, Dalrei's warm demeanor shatters as she throws a lethal, piercing glare directly at her new teammate, viciously calling him out for staring at her with total unhinged thirst. Her unlucky victim is a completely shell-shocked Kozak, and his frantic excuses of innocent awe are brutally crushed by her freezing tone. She fiercely orders the assassin to choke on his filthy lies. After threatening to end him if he harbors another twisted fantasy about her looks, her gaze whips back to our bewildered hero. But this time she practically purrs, inviting him to feast his eyes all he wants, a dizzying mood swing that makes him want to rip his hair out, realizing not a yet pushing past her completely unhinged bipolar act. He absolutely loses his mind upon discovering his new shaman is a confirmed SSR tier. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fully evolved assassin, her sheer, overbearing aura still rattles him to his core, leaving him wondering if there's actually a hidden food chain. Even reviewing her stats, he nods. Chief Shaman. Rigid, unsmiling, and dead serious. His hunch about her icy demeanor was spot on. Did his desperate pre-summoning prayer actually tip the scales? Our guy cannot help but wonder. Plunging straight into her memories, his mind gets hurled back in time, landing in the sweeping courtyards of a breathtaking ancient palace. Born a royal princess of the Qian Empire, she traded her tiara for talismans, devoting her entire existence to the mystic arts. But blood spilled in the throne room. Her power-hungry uncle slaughtered her younger brother, the rightful emperor, and violently snatched the crown. Consumed by blinding grief, she swore brutal vengeance, sparking a deeply forbidden, soul-shattering death hex. The flashback shifts to her traitorous uncle. Smirking, he saw her wrath coming, and had already rigged up impenetrable mystical barriers, keeping a fueled by pure agony and white-hot rage. Her aura explodes. The vision locks in her absolute dominance as the era's most terrifyingly powerful sorceress. She drops the apocalyptic hex. Her magic bulldozes straight through his pathetic shields, and the usurping tyrant is ripped apart by the curse in a spectacularly gruesome fashion. But wielding dark magic for a petty vendetta shatters the absolute laws of heaven. Her vengeance was served cold, but the cosmic backlash hit harder. The hex ricocheted, draining her very life force away. Witnessing this dark history, our hero finally grasps the agonizing heartbreak that forged his newest companion. Curious, he tests a wild theory, casually asking her who founded her mighty Chan Empire. She stands tall and proudly declares Great Emperor Gyeonhwan. That specific historical name drops his jaw straight to the floor. Wait, Gyeonhwan actually unified the peninsula? The puzzle pieces instantly click together. He is literally snatching these souls from complete... She hails from an alternate timeline, where history took a massive detour, just like Kosak's twisted memories of a modern Earth. While he marinates on her mind-bending backstory, his stomach unleashes a ferocious rumble. Right. He has been starving all day. He casually pitches a quick ramen break for the crew. Cossack and Meatball are instantly hyped. Even the stuffy Delay nods along, claiming that refusing a meal violates proper manners. As our guy strolls toward the kitchen, Cossack wildly hypes up his master's legendary noodle cooking skills. Dale absolutely loses her mind. How dare they make their liege cook? She unleashes a verbal hurricane, leaving our boy jumping out of his skin at the sudden venom. Cossack tries to nervously defend himself, but she just shoots him a withering, disgusted glare. She brutally labels him a clueless peasant who forgot his proper station. Eyes burning with dark intent, she vows to hex him into oblivion, just to teach him some basic respect. The usually ice-cold killer visibly sweats bullets, completely losing his cool. Spooked out of their minds, Cossack and Meatball frantically sprint to the stove to boil the noodles themselves. Clearly, even cold-blooded monsters have things that terrify them. Wrapping up the chaotic feast, our hero checks if the squad is geared up for the tower. Dale bows gracefully, vowing to spill her last drop of blood. He chuckles to himself. With her permanently leashing Cossack's chaotic energy, he might actually get to land a punch on a monster for once. Buzzing with adrenaline, he confidently declares he will butcher at least 10 trolls personally. But instantly, his entire squad screams their absolute refusal, swearing. Delay actually praises Cossack for once nodding at his perfectly obedient attitude. Cossack blinks, realizing this terrifying woman just shoved her way to... The system interface flashes their brutal objective. Slaughter 80 trolls plus one nasty twin-headed boss all under 13 hours. Staring down a massive wall of hulking green beasts, his new shaman to start raining apocalyptic death curses upon the mob. Instead, she casually conjures up a suspiciously modern, glowing blue box. She whips out a trusty portable speaker. Without a traditional drummer to lay down the beat, she admits this little gadget is her only backup plan. She casually tells Ju-hyuk to just sit back and relax. Hitting play, the ancient ceremony kicks off. She channels the spirits, begging them to shield her lord and obliterate any lurking darkness. Suddenly, a blinding shockwave of sapphire aura erupts from her, swallowing Meatball whole and mutating him into a colossal, towering beast. His flesh hardens into impenetrable steel, letting the brutal troll strikes bounce off him like rain. Buzzing with this unstoppable new strength, the barbarian casually swats a whole mob of monsters right out of the air. Over on the other side, Kozak gets the exact same wild boost. His blades turn into lethal blurs as he shreds through the front line, completely high on his sharpened reflexes and roaring power. He just laughs while carving the beasts to pieces. Ju-hyuk just stands there, jaw dropped. He finally gets that she isn't just some basic hexcaster. She's an absolute god-tier support. He watches in awe as she effortlessly slaps insane power-ups onto the crew, while simultaneously crushing the monsters with brutal curses. Feeling that sweet adrenaline spike hit his own vein, his battle lust flares up, and he sprints straight toward the chaos. But right before he can throw a punch, someone jerks him to a dead stop. It's the fiercely loyal Doré, gripping his collar. She demands he stay out of the dirt. Fighting is for the grunts, and a master should only observe. He whines about being nothing but a weak scrub himself, but she immediately shuts that nonsense down. He orders her to release him, but she doesn't budge an inch. All Ju-hyuk can do is grind his teeth in pure annoyance, watching his one shot at combat fade into dust. His squad wipes the entire room in seconds, triggering the clear screen and scoring him a level up before he even breaks a sweat. And honestly, it makes him pitch an absolute fit. Spinning around to chew her out some more, he freezes when he sees her face. To his sheer horror, his angry rant actually pushed the terrifying, iron-willed shaman straight to tears. Panicking, he scrambles to soothe her, blurting out that he only wanted to prove he wasn't going to ditch them. That exact thought rips open an old wound about the people he lost in his own past. Seeing her terrified that he might vanish makes everything suddenly click. A heavy wave of guilt crashes over him. He curses himself for being so blind to her deep-rooted trauma. She watched her family die, got stabbed in the back, and literally sacrificed her own life just to drag her enemies down to hell. His heart aches as he truly grasps the crushing loneliness, the terror, and the absolute darkness she survived. It finally hits him. These aren't just empty game pixels or tools to be ranked. They are living souls with real, fragile hearts. Her strict, bossy attitude is just armor hiding her shattered spirit. Reaching out, he gently strokes her hair. He swears he will never rush into danger again. The soft promise instantly melts her walls, leaving her incredibly grateful. Just as things get cozy and sweet, Kozak and Meatball stumble back from their slaughter fest, totally oblivious, wondering out loud why the boss sat out the fight. Kozak instantly assumes the worst, loudly accusing Ju-hyuk of making their little princess cry. Ju-hyuk fires right back, reminding the idiot that he's usually the one catching her heat. In a flash, her terrifying mask snaps back into place. She fiercely screams at the assassin to step back, furious he dared approach their lord while drenched in beast gore. The sudden screech leaves Kozak shivering in his boots. With the dungeon cleared out, the crew finally packs up to ditch the Black Tower. Ju-hyuk recalls his loyal fighters, warmly praising them for a flawless run and telling them to get some well-deserved sleep. Now gripping his 30th shiny platinum badge, he can hardly wait to see what insane new skill he unlocks next. The system suddenly blesses him with an insanely rare drop, a skill cooldown reset ticket. This game-changing loot means he can instantly trigger another random summon right off the bat, and his fingers itch to cash it in on the spot. But he holds back. His current squad already packs plenty of punch, so he figures it's smarter to stash the ticket for an actual life-or-death emergency. Meanwhile, in the background, Dalray is hilariously trying to drill some high-class manners into her chaotic monster teammates. Riding high on an ego trip, he snickers cockily, doubting he'll ever face a threat terrifying enough to actually need that reset. Cut to the national news networks exploding with updates. South Korea's #2 ranked hunter, Nam-ga-eun just smashed through the 63rd floor. Director Park wastes no time throwing a massive press conference to flaunt this monumental victory. The live feed emphasizes that the Holy Sword was their ultimate trump card, easily purifying the suffocating dark energy pouring off the undead horde. Suddenly, a brave journalist corners the director, demanding to know how they plan to calm the nation's panic after Yu Chul-min's disgraceful defection to Japan. A spicy question that the backstabbing traitor himself is currently watching on TV. Director Park looks dead into the cameras and makes an aggressive vow they will conquer the 66th floor in less than 30 days. Then he throws lethal shade, loudly declaring that while they are willing to rent out the Holy Sword to the rest of the world, they will flat out deny any requests from the nation harboring their runaway traitor. Hearing this, Chul-min absolutely loses his mind, screaming at the screen that he would have effortlessly crushed those stages if they had just handed him a god-tier weapon like that right from the start. His explosive tantrum gets cut short when Counselor Tomoda from the Japanese embassy suddenly barges into the room, playing dumb and asking what all the shouting is about. Chul-min snaps back fiercely, demanding to know why the guy is crashing his place uninvited. Tomoda immediately pressures him for an exact date on conquering the 57th floor. This seriously pisses off the hunter, who genuinely believed he had earned a vacation. The diplomat coldly explains that since the Holy Sword is officially out of their reach, the Japanese government is demanding immediate results to speed up their dungeon raids. Backed into a corner, Chul-min bitterly promises to beat the next stage by tomorrow. This sparks a sinister smile from the counselor, who smoothly mentions that the Prime Minister is going to be absolutely thrilled. Wanting to squeeze every ounce of PR out of the Tomoda suggests they live-stream the entire raid, a flashy stunt that Chul-min eagerly jumps on. Walking out the door, the official promises to buy him a new TV, and casually tells the raging player to catch some sleep. Now completely alone, Chul-min boils over with pure hatred, aggressively cursing out both countries, while racking his brain over who the hell actually secured that divine blade. Switching gears back to his cozy apartment, our boy is cheerfully swiping through endless news feeds, hyping up Nam-ga-eun's epic 63rd floor victory. Every single headline is exploding with crazy theories about the world's very first holy weapon, desperately trying to unmask its secretive owner. He literally wriggles with glee, soaking up every drop of this shadowy superstar status, completely baffling his three deadpan monsters, who are just staring at him. Suddenly, the doorbell chimes. A delivery guy steps up, offering to haul the 10 massive tubs of ice cream into the kitchen, but our main man puffs out his chest and insists on lugging the heavy cargo himself. He grandly reveals his epic loot: 10 buckets of ridiculously expensive sweet crown dessert. He gets a little nostalgic, remembering the broke days when buying this much sugar was just a total fantasy. But he brushes it off, hyping himself up that with 1 billion won about to hit his bank account, this is just pocket change for a baller like him. Now there's a strict new law in the house ever since Dal Rey moved in. The entire squad has to sit frozen, waiting for their boss to take the very first bite. Once cleared, the guys absolutely demolish their treats, like rap, triggering a deeply disgusted glare from the martial artist who savagely roasts them for eating like barbarians. She launches into a strict lecture on dining elegance, preaching that a true warrior never breaks their poker face, no matter how hyped they are inside. But the second the sugar hits her tongue, her icy facade completely crumbles, and her eyes practically shoot out cartoon stars. Cossack ruthlessly calls out her goofy, blissed-out face, making a violently blushing Dalray scramble to fix her posture. She desperately tries to play it cool by giving the snack a stiff formal review, but her boys are just squinting at her, fully realizing they just exposed her biggest weakness. Reading her like an open book, our hero just flashes a massive thumbs up, swearing to hook her up with even more sweets next time. Pivoting the conversation, she volunteers to cast a protective ward, probing to see if something is weighing on his mind. Cossack and Meatball don't miss a beat, instantly throwing Yu Chul-min right under the bus. The moment that story drops, she absolutely explodes. Boiling with righteous anger, she slams the guy as a backstabbing scumbag and swears to make the defector bleed. Cossack is totally on board, hyping her up and backing her lethal game plan 100%. She immediately demands an object the traitor touched. Our guy scrambles to hit the brakes, but she fires back fiercely, declaring they can't just let this massive injustice slide. Terrified she might get caught in the crossfire, he strictly shuts it down. He warns her that death hexes always carry a brutal, life-threatening recoil, and he absolutely refuses to let her put herself in the danger. Faster than you can blink, Cossack completely flip-flops, He practically bathes his boss in flattery over this merciful choice, earning a flat, deadpan stare. Seriously, are you unfazed? The girl coolly sets the record straight. No death magic here. Ju-hyuk raises an eyebrow, completely in the dark about what she's actually plotting. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper. She's dealing out karma. It isn't a hex, but pure, unfiltered cosmic payback that basically hits the fast-forward button, forcing the traitor to swallow the brutal consequences of his own past. Once she swears there's zero recoil on her end, our guy finally flashes the green light. Not long after Cossack struts back from his stealth op, boasting loud and proud about a flawless victory. He smugly flashes the loot, a basic TV remote he swiped straight from the defector's gutted apartment. Ju-hyuk sweats a little, asking if anyone spotted him. The minion just scoffs, practically rolling his eyes, while reminding his boss he's rocking that shiny new SSS-Rank now. It was a total cakewalk. Just snag the address from the front desk and yank a piece of junk from the leftover pile. Catalyst acquired. Dalray slides a ceremonial blade from its sheath, boldly declaring that the karma trial is officially underway. She slices open her fingertip, pulling a sharp, panicked gasp right out of her master. Crimson droplets hit the floor as she dives into the ancient chant, summoning the raw deities of heaven and earth. She smears her blood across the plastic shell, tracing blinding, ethereal runes, while spitting out forgotten syllables. The remote actually lifts into the air. Pushing harder into the spell, she demands that his karmic debt, be it as heavy as a mountain, or deep as a raging river, be cashed in on this very day. She summons the cosmic scales, commanding the universe itself to drop the gavel, and demands the sky measure the crushing weight of his sins. The whole room explodes in a blinding turquoise shockwave. Once it fades, she brushes herself off, calmly announcing the deed is done. From here on out, they just sit back and watch the universe drop the hammer. Cut to Japan. The cameras are rolling live as a hyped-up anchor brings Yoo Cho-min into the spotlight. Back home, the girl breaks it down. If the traitor's rap sheet is short, he'll just catch a string of bad luck. But her voice turns razor sharp, just as that arrogant smirk flashes across Chulman's face on stage. If his sins run deep, absolute apocalyptic disaster is about to wreck his life. Over in Tokyo, the turncoat Yoo Cho-min, now parading around as Mr. Ryu, settles in for a major live broadcast, just before his highly hyped tower raid. Fully leaning into his brand new alias, Mr. Ryu kicks off the primetime interview moments before his massively anticipated dungeon run. When the host questions why he's rushing floor 57, the guy just chuckles with pure arrogance, bragging he could breeze through it, even in his sleep. Milking the camera for all it's worth, he claims he's stepping up to heal the crushed spirits of the Japanese public, causing the studio crowd to practically melt, eating right out of the palm of his hand. The host tries to reel him in, begging him to play it safe. He drops a grim reminder of Japan's brutal bleeding wound, the tragic death of their former #1 champion. Chulman just waves it off. He gloats that even with trash stats, he could easily crush this level in under 8 hours. Then, dialing up the theatrics, he swears he's going to smash that timer down to a mind-blowing 5 hours, as a special little gift, strictly for his. Pumping his chest, the cocky powerhouse declares Japan bulletproof under his watch, announcing he's going in to back up the hype right now. He marches straight into floor 57 of the Japanese Black Tower, his physical stats heavily juiced up for the upcoming slaughter. Smirking about how long it's been since he last stomped through this zone, the grim system prompt suddenly locks in. Exterminate 15 fire wyverns. Time limit: 14 hours on the clock. These apex predators reign supreme as the undisputed kings of the sky, bowing only to dragons. Having memorized every single attack pattern from endless grinding, he smirked, convinced that failing this floor was absolutely impossible. But right before engaging, a bizarre sensation washed over him, forcing him to cast an uneasy glance behind his back. An icy shiver darted down his spine. He brushed it off, blaming it on a mild cold, totally clueless that Dowry's curse had just dug its claws into his fate. Pushing aside the creeping dread, he resolved to speedrun this floor and materialized a brilliantly glowing crossbow in his grip. The golden rule of hunting massive beasts: never get swarmed. You always isolate them in one-on-one duels. Leveling his sights, he unleashed a crackling mana-infused bolt straight toward a lone wyvern resting on the outskirts. A standard ranged player would immediately kite back to maintain their distance, but as a master of all weapons, he planned to simply swap to close combat if things got tight. Then the unthinkable happened. His guaranteed headshot bizarrely deflected off the beast's scaly calf, rocketing into the distance to strike a completely different target. "Are you kidding me?" he spat, deeply frustrated. His math was flawless, so how could a perfectly aimed shot just bounce? Gritting his teeth, he instantly swapped his loadout to a heavy sword. Staring down two screeching, furious beasts simultaneously, he tightened his grip. Fine. Two was still manageable. Muscles burning, he eventually hacked them down. But as he stood there panting, his mind raced. Why? Over a dozen strikes, two dead monsters, and not a single critical hit triggered. The odds of that. Swapping back to his ranged setup, he clamped down on his focus, swearing to never let his guard drop again. He locked onto his next prey, his finger hovering over the trigger. A massive, violent tickle assaulted his sinuses. His own body betrayed. Achoo! The explosive, uncontrollable sneeze jolted his entire frame, jerking sending the glowing projectile spiraling wildly into the open air. The errant shot smashed into a jagged cliff face, echoing like thunder, and instantly alerting two more resting predators. Three massive silhouettes eclipsed the sun, screeching in pure fury. Cold panic flooded his veins as he realized he was totally screwed. With thousands of viewers watching him live right now, bailing out meant becoming the internet's biggest laughingstock. Swallowing his fear, he braced himself for a brutal fight. His jaw dropped when all three beasts inhaled deeply, charging up a synchronized, ultra-rare breath attack. These creatures almost never spammed this stamina-draining move, let alone executing it in perfect, horrifying harmony. With zero time to dodge, he dumped every ounce of his mana, popping all his defensive cooldowns and ultimate skills, just to weather the fiery storm. When the choking dust finally settled, charred wyvern corpses littered the scorched earth. Gasping for air, he chalked it up to incredibly bad luck, yet smiled at his survival. Up ahead, he locked eyes with the last wounded beast, feeling pretty smug that he wiped out the entire flock in barely 60 minutes. A cocky, greedy grin crept across his face as he tasted the sweet, viral fame waiting for him once he shattered the previous record in the 4-hour range. Sneering at the creature's pathetic flailing, he shifted his weight backward to execute a flawless, textbook counter. It was a basic maneuver, literally idiot-proof, but then his heel crushed down on something hard with a sickening crunch, and his pupils shrunk to pinpricks. Glancing down, his stomach plummeted. He had just stomped straight into a hidden nest of newly born wyvern hatchlings. The babies instantly erupted into ear-piercing high-frequency shrieks that echoed violently through the entire canyon. Kilman froze, cold sweat drenching his back. A ground-level nest. The mathematical odds of tripping over one were astronomically low. His absolute ultimate nightmare became reality as a massive looming flock in the distance heard their young crying and dive-bombed straight toward him. Crushed by the sheer, statistically impossible weight of his cursed luck, his sanity finally snapped and he roared in pure, unadulterated frustration and rage. He spun on his heels and bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs about how this game was totally rigged. Screw his pride. Choosing public shame over a brutal death, he dove headfirst into the glowing safe zone, just as razor-sharp talons slashed at his back. Glowing red system prompts sealed his fate. Raid abandoned. Mission failed. He was forcibly ejected from the tower. Keolman abruptly blinks back onto the main stage, looking utterly defeated, and desperately downs a healing potion, as if his life depends on it. When the host demands to know the outcome of the run, the chilling reality of his catastrophic failure paralyzes the entire broadcast room. While a furious Keolman screams profanities at the backlash strikes instantly as media outlets slap the word fraud across every screen, framing it as a monumental political nightmare for the Japanese government. 2 days later, a shattered Keolman botches his second secret run and drops to his knees in pure agony. At the exact same time, while the Korean internet brutally roasts Japan, breaking news of Bong Joon-hyuk securing his 31st back-to-back S-Rank dominates the broadcast. Deep inside the Korean tower, his loyal squad absolutely obliterates yet another level, while Daure and Kosak hilariously hold him back, fueling the country's massive winning streak. Reports confirm that Namgaeun just completely shredded the 64th floor in a mind-blowing 3 hours using the legendary Holy Sword. Rumors of the blade's insane stats quickly hit the States, prompting the Department of Homeland Security to process a massive rental request from their #1 hunter. A high-ranking agent brings up Gerald's notorious gear obsession, highlighting his bizarre drive to grind the 66th level over and over just to test it out. Homeland Security Secretary Macmillan coolly greenlights the lease, fully expecting a formal petition to slide through the proper political channels. Right on cue, Tower Operations Chief Antonio drops a bombshell about an urgent message from the Japanese Prime Minister's desk, hinting that their crisis has reached a terrifying boiling point. Macmillan nods at the golden opportunity, leading the chief to question their terms. The cold-blooded secretary lays out a ruthless blueprint to bleed Japan dry, demanding an astronomical leasing fee for the divine weapon. Flashing a shark-like smile, he plots to intentionally stall the diplomatic talks, right until the island nation teeters on the absolute brink of guaranteeing they will be practically begging to hand over a blank check. Following that, a brutal broadcast highlights Kiyoman's endless string of defeats, igniting massive protests across Japan. Glued to the screen, Ju-hyuk and his crew break down the lethal karma curse, while Dalray clarifies that the hex will only shatter once the cosmic scales find. He casually notes that even though the guy looks absolutely pathetic, this entire disaster is nothing but the direct consequence of his own toxic history. Shaking off the drama, his eyes light up as he faces his spectral squad, asks if it is finally time to go wreck the 32nd level. Dalray instantly takes charge, gearing up for the run, while a trembling Cossack vows his absolute devotion. But right before they step through the portal, Ju-hyuk yanks the shaman princess into a corner for a secret huddle, which quickly devolves into an intense bargaining session over giant buckets of ice cream. The moment Cossack spots a premium flavor and attempts to join the debate, he gets ruthlessly banished from the room. Feeling totally left out, a weeping Cossack and Meatball sob, questioning if their loyalty just wasn't enough. Ju-hyuk instantly shuts down the waterworks with a guaranteed steak dinner, and the duo happily vanishes in a flash. Genuinely touched by his surprising generosity, Dalray hypes him up as a majestic king, destined to conquer the globe. But he abruptly slices through the compliment to hustle for his own combat time, aggressively demanding the right to slaughter 5 beasts per zone. She glares back with icy resolve, flatly limiting him to a single kill. But after a rapid-fire bartering match, they cheerfully lock in a solid compromise, granting him exactly 3 kills. Contract sealed, the crew finally storms the 32nd floor, tasked with butchering 20 massive Stage 2 Minotaurs. These specific Minotaur levels, stretching straight from floor 31 to 35, are all trapped in the exact same brutal biome, packed with identical beasts. But this dungeon is no joke, throwing progressively larger Minotaurs at them, starting bigger than the 3-meter-tall Meatball, and culminating in a colossal 6-meter king waiting on the 35th floor. Staring up at the towering 4-meter beast blocking his path, our hero feels a cold sweat drip down his neck, but he grits his teeth, reminding himself that backing down now, right after he went through the trouble of convincing the princess to trust him. Gearing up for the clash, Dalray sparks her magic, casting a wave of intense buffs and hexes. Her spells instantly supercharge her crew, while severely crippling the monster horde. Fueled by that crazy magical adrenaline, Meatball transforms into a literal wrecking ball, effortlessly tearing through the front line of beasts. Off to the side, Cossack stays hidden in the shadows, cloaked and ready to strike if things suddenly go south. Feeling the raw, surging energy from the buffs of Dalray coursing through his veins, Ju-hyuk flashes a cocky smirk, absolutely certain that losing is impossible, with this dream team backing him up. He tightens his grip and summons the ultimate form of his primordial thunder staff, instantly calling down a blindingly fast, sky-shattering lightning strike. The blast is insanely destructive and purely electric, though he realizes the cooldown is agonizingly long. But despite that early panic, he absolutely vaporizes his 3 assigned targets, leaving his supercharged squad to happily slaughter whatever is left. The system rings out, crowning him with yet another flawless S-rank and a shiny platinum badge for conquering the 32nd floor. The very next day, the camera pans to the sleek, high-stress headquarters of the Awakening Management Department. Inside manager Lee Mina catches up with Ga Yoon, who is wiping off sweat from a brutal training routine, casually admitting that the 65th floor pushed her to the limit. But flashing a fiercely confident smile, she makes it clear that struggling does not equal losing, proudly bragging that she crushed the boss anyway. Riding that high, she casually promises to wipe out the 66th floor in exactly 3 days, leaving Mina absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, at an intense National Assembly sit-down, the top government officials decide to rush the raid on the 66th floor. Their ultimate goal: buying the struggling nation a desperately needed Breaking down the strategy, team leader Jian explains to Mina that this whole operation is just a massive stalling tactic. They need to hold the line just long enough for player Bong to climb. But Mina does not hold back, throwing a massive wrench into that optimistic plan. What happens if the durability of his divine weapon shatters before he ever gets there? Jian completely brushes off her anxiety with a casual. He confidently compares the raw, unfiltered talent of Ju Hyuk to the legendary elites who conquered the tower completely barehanded. In his eyes, that kid is a total glitch in the Matrix, flexing an impossible, unbroken streak of 32 straight perfect clears. But before he can even finish his sentence, Mina holds up a finger to shut him down. A glowing blue system alert suddenly flashes across the screen, broadcasting that Bong Ju-hyuk just decimated the 33rd floor with another S-rank, pushing his legendary run to exactly 33 flawless victories in a row. Chuckling at the screen, Jian admits that the kid is even more of a monster than he thought. Back in the cozy apartment, Dalray surprises her master with a rare magical gift. She hands over a high-tier perception-blocking talisman. This sneaky little charm will trick the public into seeing his monstrous crew as totally normal humans, finally giving them a ticket outside. After being trapped inside a cramped apartment and deadly dungeons for so long, he can finally show his loyal squad the real world. And right on cue, his phone buzzes with a massive bank alert, showing a staggering 1 billion won direct deposit, just for renting out his holy sword. He spaces out for a second, daydreaming about buying luxury cars and flexing his new cash, but quickly snaps back, deciding his loyal family deserves a feast first. Slapping on the illusion charm, the bizarre little squad finally hits the bustling city pavement. Almost instantly, Ju-hyuk starts sweating bullets when a random girl locks eyes with them, terrified that she saw through the disguise and noticed his but in a hilarious plot twist, the girl just blushes, pointing and giggling about how cute the giant warrior is. His jaw hits the concrete when he realizes the high-level illusion magic is literally projecting his terrifying berserker as a giant, waddling, fluffy bull mat. Looking around and seeing absolutely nobody screaming at a 3-meter-tall titan walking past them, he exhales, knowing the disguise is completely foolproof. With the coast clear and totally hyped off crushing both the 32nd and 33rd levels, he throws his hands up, loudly declaring an all-out assault on an endless Korean barbecue joint. Skipping to the next morning, the crew gets geared up to dive back into the tower. Completely fired up and running on pure protein from last night, they stand eagerly at attention, waiting for their boss to give the green light. But when they happily ask how much the massive feast set him back, a dead-eyed Ju-hyuk just sighs and tells them to drop it, silently crying over the mind-numbing 12 million won dinner receipt. And deciding right then and there to channel his massive financial. Stepping onto the 34th floor, they find it absolutely swarming with 20 stage 4 minotaurs. Our guy holds his ground, just as a colossal meaty hoof crashes into the earth, mere inches from his face. This stage 4 monstrosity eclipses him entirely, looming at a nightmare-inducing height of almost 6 meters. Gazing up at the titan, cold sweat drips down his face as he silently curses just how insanely massive this thing actually is. His mind races quickly, hatching a game plan to shatter its kneecaps and bring the behemoth crashing down. Even so, he turns to Kasak and confesses he is completely tapped out. The shadowy rogue just flashes a cocky grin, swearing he will wipe out the rest if our boy can just slaughter one. Turning to a bewildered meatball, he barks out orders to lace his fingers together for a springboard, teasing the big guy about housing the most steak at dinner. The hulking barbarian is about to become a human catapult to blast Ju-hyuk straight into the sky. The second a Minotaur barrels forward, Ju-hyuk sprints right at Meatball, bracing for liftoff. He stomps his boot hard into the giant's calloused palms, locking his muscles for the upward surge. With an explosive grunt, Meatball hurls him upward, shooting him into the atmosphere like an. But mid-flight, he glances downward, his brain freezing as he realizes he vastly miscalculated the jump. Sheer panic kicks in, and he screams his lungs out while rocketing higher and higher with zero brakes. Hitting the absolute peak of his trajectory, he stares at the dizzying drop beneath him, knowing he is totally, completely doomed. Gravity finally takes the wheel, sending him into a terrifying free fall toward the unforgiving stone floor. Freaking out, he desperately tries to convince himself that his ridiculously high stats might actually keep him from splattering like a bug. But right in the middle of this life-or-death dive, his brain flashes back to that exact feeling of treading on empty space with his shadow step ability. Without missing a beat, he fires off the technique. Instantly glowing, rock-solid platforms of pure mana materialize right under him. He is literally walking on the sky, dodging a spectacularly messy death by a hair. Suspended in the heavens, Juhyuk has fully unlocked the true potential of his footwork. Down below, his squad is just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Meatball and Dalray are utterly mesmerized, watching their boss stroll on the clouds, a godlike trick they have never even imagined. Even the stone-cold Kosik is visibly shaken that the kid pulled off a mid-air shadow step. It was an absurd martial arts fable the assassin always thought was pure fiction. He remembers laughing off the concept of skywalking, but seeing it live forces him to swallow his pride and accept the legend is real. Thoroughly impressed, a sharp grin tugs at his lips as he finally recognizes the kid's terrifyingly deep potential. Up above, Juhyuk resumes his plunge straight toward the hulking beast. Anxiety spikes as he worries the insane velocity might ruin his accuracy. Realizing it is do or die, he funnels a massive surge of energy straight into the primal lightning staff. The exact split second the monster strikes our guy detonates the falling thunder flash. The blinding blast instantly vaporizes the Minotaur into dust. Utterly blown away that his crazy stunt paid off, a deeply rattled Juhyuk quickly checks to make sure he did not literally pee his pants. His crew erupts in wild cheers for their master's flashy execution, though a frantic Dalray practically begs him to stop taking such reckless gambles. With the ice broken, the squad ruthlessly shreds through the remaining horned beasts in record time. Wiping out the 34th floor triggers a sweet level up, tossing a wildly rare Summon Great Up rune right into his lap. Right on cue, the system rings out, crowning him with a platinum badge for his 34th back-to-back S-Rank, before warping him out of the dungeon. Safely lounging back in his cozy apartment, our boy casually asks if this shiny new rune can bump an SSR summon into the legendary LSSR tier. Kosik shoots that dream down, pointing out the magic caps off strictly at SSR. Suddenly, an overly hyped meatball crashes the chat, begging for another dinner trip, and practically drooling over top-tier Korean barbecue. Kosik instantly snaps at him, roasting the big guy's black hole of a stomach, and warning him that no boss wants to go bankrupt feeding a bottomless pit. Watching his summons pummel the gluttonous barbarian into submission, Juhyuk's heart aches for the dense but lovable meatball. Refusing to let the big guy suffer, our hero decides to toss him a bone, presenting him with a very special reward. He casually hands over the coveted Summon Great Up rune, urging his massive companion to shatter his limits and evolve. The colossal warrior instantly shatters into a blubbering mess, ugly crying, as he showers his master with endless praise. Meatball then wraps our boy in a spine-snapping bear hug, leaving the suffocating summoner screaming through a literal mouthful of coarse chest hair. Meanwhile, the camera pans to the Chinese Special Information Department, where a trembling officer briefs his stone-faced superior. The subordinate sweats bullets, reporting that over 50% of their force recruits have vanished without a trace. Even worse, a massive chunk of those missing players simply chose to end their own lives. The deputy director barely flinches. The file flashes a bold, blood-red title. It reads, South Korean Elite Roster. He taps the document, revealing a curated lineup of absolute beasts plucked straight from South Korea's top-tier guilds. His orders are chillingly clear. Snatch a highly skilled but totally unknown rookie from this list and wipe every single fingerprint from the crime scene. This airtight strategy guarantees the government can just play dumb and disavow their operative if things go south. Left alone, the director chuckles, mocking Japan's recent catastrophic After watching Japan crash and burn with their legal recruitment tactics, he swears he won't stumble down that same pathetic path. Flashing a terrifying, razor-sharp smirk, he drops the ultimate truth bomb. If you desperately need a powerhouse, just drag them into a black van, cut to 48. We bounce back to our protagonist's totally chaotic yet oddly peaceful domestic life, where Kosik practically demands they slurp down instant ramen. The lethal assassin insists on eating noodles for Juhyuk just stares, completely dying inside. While the deadly rogue plays chef, our boy flips through his digital summon roster, silently admitting that choking down noodles for 72 straight hours is actual torture. Suddenly his jaw drops. Meatball's profile is grayed out, slapped with an unable to summon error. Sensing his master's rising panic, Kosik nonchalantly drops a bombshell. Evolution is a deadly gamble, and a failed upgrade permanently deletes the spirit Juhyuk. Practically stops breathing. Smack Dalray ruthlessly backhands the assassin for giving their master a heart attack, quickly explaining that a deleted phantom would just vanish from the menu entirely. Since the big guy's portrait is still locked in the system, he is definitely still alive and kicking. She reveals that pulling off a miraculous double-tier evolution forces a summon into a deep multi-day hibernation. The math clicks in Ju-hyuk's head. A double rank jump skyrockets Meatball straight into the legendary SSR tier Cossack's face. Instantly morphs into pure unfiltered dread. Cracking up at his assassin's sudden existential crisis, our hero suggests they ditch the apartment and grab some gourmet coffee after killing their ramen. Walking down the street, Ju-hyuk sweats over a massive logistical nightmare. If Meatball evolves into an actual giant, he desperately needs to hunt for a ridiculously huge new apartment. Fast forward to the cafe, where Cossack waddles over, balancing a monstrous tray overflowing with iced lattes and sugary pastries. Right as our boy takes a sip, his smartphone vibrates violently. It is team leader Jian calling. Jian hypes him up for crushing his 34th consecutive S-rank dungeon, then quickly shifts his tone, saying they need to talk business. The second the team leader name drops Yujimon's ultra-luxurious penthouse, Ju-hyuk's blood runs ice cold. Terrified they caught Cossack trespassing on the security cams, but Jian just casually offers him the keys to the multi-million-dollar estate, promising 0 strings attached and a same-day deed transfer. The bureaucrat smoothly explains that the jaw-dropping real estate is just a humble thank you gift from upper management. It is their way of saying thanks for loaning out the legendary Holy Sword for playing it incredibly cool. Our boy promises to mull it over and taps end call, instantly catching a highly suspicious glare from his assassin. Ju-hyuk spills the details on the crazy real estate pitch, asking the rogue for his 2 cents since he has actually scoped the place out. Cossack absolutely loses his mind hyping up the palatial estate and its glorious rooftop terrace, which he claims is prime real estate for a massive lettuce farm. He dramatically declares it a sacred palace, truly worthy of his almighty. But when Ju-hyuk demands his serious tactical advice, the assassin violently shoots the whole idea down. He crosses his arms, warning that in the ruthless meat grinder of modern Dalray fiercely fires back, arguing that compared to all the blood, sweat, and tears their master bled for the guild, a fancy condo is just pocket change he absolutely deserves. This throws our guy into a brutal dilemma. He knows damn well that pocketing this so-called gift will slap an invisible leash on him, leaving him completely chained. Once they have that leverage, dodging their shady future demands is going to be virtually. After sitting in heavy silence for a few seconds, he aggressively slams his palm onto the cafe table, his eyes locked in absolute resolve. Screw it, I'm just gonna buy the damn place, he declares, groaning that swallowing corporate freebies would only leave him with a killer stomachache. Buying the place would definitely take a huge weight off his shoulders, a move his summons immediately hype up as insanely sharp and brilliant. Smirking, he whips out his phone to check the listing, figuring a 2 billion won penthouse is absolute pocket change now that he's about to have 4 billion sitting in the bank. But that cocky grin instantly vanishes the second the market price pops up. A jaw-dropping 20 billion won Cossack catches his master, turning pale as a ghost. But our guy hastily brushes it off and awkwardly suggests they just head home. Strolling down the street, Juliet starts doing mental gymnastics, wondering out loud if they really need some massive flashy apartment, while Cossack chimes in insisting he's perfectly happy sleeping anywhere. But suddenly, Cossack's lethal assassin instincts kick into overdrive. The hair on the back of his neck stands up as 2 shadowy figures pass by. His eyes narrow, glowing with a deadly intensity as he scans the suspicious duo. The heavy metallic stench of dried blood, the jagged, unmistakable scars knifing across their knuckles, and that faint, bitter whiff of gunpowder. Note, he instantly recognizes his own kind cold-blooded killers. And them lurking right outside his master's studio? Yeah, he doesn't buy the coincidence excuse for a second. Moving like a ghost, Cossack casually activates his mark of tracking skill. An invisible sigil silently latches onto the oblivious hitman. But just as he finishes, our boy calls out his name. Snapping back to reality, the assassin jogs up to the group, deciding to keep his lethal new prey a secret for now. Meanwhile, over at the Awakening Management Department, Rank 2 powerhouse Nam Gae-yoon is gearing up for an absolute bloodbath. She knows damn well that Ju-hyuk's holy sword is the ultimate weapon for melting the undead. But relying purely on a fancy borrowed blade, that plunging into deep, grueling meditation, she throws her mind straight into the meat grinder, visualizing a brutal clash against an endless nightmare legion. In her mind's eye, she's a hurricane of blinding light, tearing through oceans of rotting zombies and cursed mummies with explosive, holy energy. She's slaughtered hundreds of those rotting freaks just to reach this point. Suddenly, her eyes snap wide open, The mental simulation is flawlessly complete. Radiating pure, unstoppable confidence, she gets to her feet and shoots the sweating officials a fierce smirk. "I'll be right back." They hold their breath and wish her luck as she strides straight into the swirling chaos of the tower portal. The second she crosses over, a colossal, shadowy, undead abomination roars right in her face. She doesn't even flinch. Gripping the hilt, she unleashes a devastating, blinding shockwave from the holy sword, slicing right through the darkness. 10 agonizing, bone-crushing hours later, the portal ripples. Covered in sweat and gasping for air, her hand trembles as she raises a slow, triumphant thumbs up. She did it. A blaring system alert floods the room, leaving Mina absolutely paralyzed with shock. Gaion just annihilated the 66th floor, just like that Korea's doom clock is pushed back by 100. The dead silence shatters as the entire management department explodes into a deafening roar of victory. The director instantly greenlights a massive press release. Within minutes, the explosive news of Korea's miraculous survival spreads like wildfire across. The media crowns Nam Ga-yoon as the undisputed rank 1 savior, completely dragging that snake Yu Kil-min through the mud. Stepping up to the flashing cameras at the mega press conference, she humbly credits the citizens for their faith. But then she drops a bombshell, sending a very special public shout-out to the mysterious owner who lent her the legend. Sitting in his room, our guy lets out a massive sigh of relief. Her insane victory just bought him 6 whole months to grind through the tower at his own chill pace. Stretching his arms, he figures it's finally time to dive back into the grind himself. Scrolling through his glowing summon catalog, his jaw drops. That stubborn, unable to summon lock hovering over Meatball Lit's completely gone. Absolutely hyped to see what the ultra-rare summon grade-up rune actually did, he slams the summon button for his loyal barbarian. A blinding pillar of light erupts, completely swallowing the room. His heart pounds. Is Meatball coming back as a cracked SR, or maybe even an SSR tier monster? But the excited welcome gets totally stuck in his throat. He stares completely paralyzed at the silhouette stepping out of the glare. Where the hell is his giant hairy barbarian? Standing there is a stupidly handsome shredded warrior, rocking a perfect haircut, leaving our guy absolutely speechless. The completely overhauled Meatball now speaks with surprising elegance, bowing gracefully to express his deep gratitude for the summon. Flashing before them his updated status window proves the absolute impossible. This absolute unit just leaped up 2 entire tiers, officially evolving into an SSR, a special super rare companion. Wasting zero time, our guy calls the rest of the crew out of the ether. They instantly go on high alert, grilling him about the strange dude in the room. They are totally freaking out that their master just exposed their secret existence to some random civilian. Ju-hyuk just smirks, dropping the bomb on a completely stunned Cossack that this ridiculously handsome stranger is actually Meatball. While Cossack's brain practically short-circuits, our hero casually theorizes that Meatball's dramatic makeover was triggered by that massive 2-tier promotion. But just to be 100% sure it is really his guy, he throws a pop quiz, politely asking him to rattle off the 3 sacred principles of the summoned. Meatball puffs out his chest, confidently booming out the first rule, only to instantly stumble over the actual words. And the second he completely blanks on the next rule, Ju-hyuk bursts into laughter. All doubts vanish. That lovable idiot is definitely still their Meatball. With his heavily buffed frontline tank officially back on the roster, our protagonist hypes up the squad. It is finally time to breach the tower. The crew immediately teleports into the grim depths of the 34th floor, inside the Black Tower. Seconds after arriving, a pack of towering, muscle-bound minotaurs blocks their path, snorting with pure aggression. Stepping right up to the front line, Meatball boldly claims the vanguard position, but our guy starts sweating bullets. He realizes Meatball's sleek, 190-centimeter frame looks dangerously fragile next to his old 300-centimeter giant form. He quickly advises his vanguard to grab some defensive buffs first, prompting Dalray to step right up with her magic ready. Surprisingly, Meatball waves her off. He firmly rejects the support magic, itching to push his newly forged body to its absolute limits. Dropping down on one knee in quiet reverence, he passionately begs his master to place pure faith in the newly born SSR Meat. Swallowing his anxiety, our hero hesitantly gives him the green. Just in case things go south, though, he whispers a quick command to Cossack. Keep your daggers ready to jump in. The drastically downsized warrior stands toe-to-toe with a colossal beast. The air grows thick with killer tension. Out of nowhere, he rips a deafening roar right from his lungs. It blasts out a violent shockwave of pure aura, instantly snapping the gaze of every single monster in the room. The entire herd pivots in unison. Their irises burn crimson as they lock onto their brand new solo prey. Ju-hyuk practically has a heart attack. He cannot believe this madman purposely pulled the aggro of the entire dungeon floor simultaneously. But as the furious stampede barrels toward him, Meatball's flesh erupts in blinding light, swelling at a terrifying pace. His muscles balloon out, morphing him into an absolute titan that dwarfs even his original gargantuan self. Jaws hit the floor. Our guy just stares, completely mesmerized, suddenly grasping a massive realization. His beastly companion is now practically matching the Minotaurs in sheer mass, cementing his spot as an unshakable shield. The mountainous Meatball brutally collides with an incoming monster. Effortlessly slipping past the deadly right hook, he dances through their chaotic swings, parrying heavy blows, and striking back with explosive, bone-shattering impacts. Tossing the first casualty aside like a rag doll, he completely grabs hold of the second beast, driving a catastrophic knee strike straight into its skull. Watching this absolute slaughter unfold, Ju-hyuk and Kasak share a stunned glance that this newly evolved Meatball is looking wildly badass. A massive grin spreads across our hero's face. Handing over that rank-up rune was undeniably a genius move. Kosik, on the other hand, is practically vibrating with bitter envy over that insane power. He totally loses it, throwing a raging fit and crying foul. He screams that it is a totally broken cheat code for Meatball to suddenly become twice as, while his own shiny little rune barely moved the needle on his stats. But Dalray shuts the whining rogue down in an instant. She viciously chews him out for his gross disrespect, ordering him to go sit in a corner and deeply reflect on his toxic. Seeing the brutal verbal beatdown, Ju-hyuk softly steps in to diffuse the tension. He begs her to dial back the harshness, instantly earning himself a desperate and heavily blushing Kosak. Dropping to her knees, Dalray frantically begs for forgiveness, practically offering up her life to atone for daring to upset her master. But our guy isn't about that tyrant life. Instead of bringing down the hammer, he simply commands her to drop the attitude, formally apologize to Mr. Kosak, and start using proper honorifics. He lays down the law, making his summons swear to squash their beef and stop tearing at each other's throats. Deep down, he silently confesses that seeing his loyal crew bickering like stray dogs genuinely breaks his heart. But wait, while the squad was busy serving up drama, those massive Minotaurs didn't just stand around. They regrouped and viciously snatched up Meatball. Ju-hyuk's breath hitches as his beast tanks a brutal, bone-crushing blow. In all that chaos, he totally forgot they were still in the middle of a damn war zone. Pissed beyond belief, Meatball unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar, his eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power. In a split second, he erupts into a blinding tornado of fists. Every single strike pulses with devastating energy, absolutely pulverizing the remaining monsters into dust. Hell yeah. The sheer tankiness and explosive firepower of his freshly evolved summon easily steamrolls the entire stage. Right on cue, a system alert pops up flashing the glorious news they have officially conquered the 34th floor. Shrinking back down to his adorable bite-sized form, Meatball smugly brags that the 34th floor was an absolute joke, demanding a way tougher challenge to test his new limits. This hypes Ju-hyuk up big time, realizing that snagging S++ ranks is going to be a total breeze. Cut to a bit later, the whole crew is absolutely demolishing a massive feast of ice cream. Our hero kicks back, grinning from ear to ear over his summon's insane new damage output and that incredibly convenient pocket-size mode. But then he sighs. Despite the epic glow-up, Meatball still eats like a total pig, smearing dessert all over his face. Meanwhile, Kosak goes full edgelord brooding by the window and slickly twirling his daggers. When Ju-hyuk asks why he isn't digging into the sweet, the shadowy assassin immediately brushes it off, making up some lame excuse about being lost in deep thought. Dalray isn't having any of it. She ruthlessly calls his bluff, roasting him for reeking of jealousy, right in front of the boss. Caught off guard, Kosak stammers desperately, insisting he is actually thrilled, because Meatball's crazy buff means their master is finally safe from harm. Trying to kill the awkward tension, our boy slides over a special cup of ice cream he held back, specifically for his stealthy pal. That simple act hits right in the feels. The hardcore killer instantly melts when Ju-hyuk casually asks if he needs anything else on top of that. Kosik surprisingly begs to be summoned right at midnight, claiming he absolutely cannot miss a live overseas soccer game. Squinting suspiciously, Ju-hyuk asks since when he cared about sports, but the assassin fiercely defends his hardcore fandom. Giving him a nod, our protagonist announces he is making a quick rundown to the Awakening Management Department to cash out their massive haul of mana stones. Instant chaos. His fiercely protective summons lose their minds, begging and pleading to tag along like desperate bodyguards. He has to shut that down fast, reminding them that strictly off-the-books unregistered monsters like them would trigger every alarm in the building. A short drive later, his slick ride cruises up to the towering Awakening Management Department, where John is literally waiting on the sidewalk just to roll out the red carpet for him. Our guy casually drops a "thanks for the VIP chauffeur," but the team lead waves it off, insisting that a god-tier player of his caliber deserves nothing less than premium treatment. Breaking down the business, John reveals that their 64-kilogram haul of stones just got traded for a sweet 27 million won. Not missing a beat, Joo-hyuk drops a huge congratulations regarding Gyeon's massive, but John instantly deflects the praise, swearing that all the glory belongs to Joo-hyuk for loaning out that insanely overpowered. When John brings up the free luxury penthouse, our hero respectfully shuts it down. He admits the strings attached feel way too heavy, and vows to grind out the cash to buy his own crib. John, however, refuses to take no for an answer, stubbornly vowing to keep that high-rise paradise totally empty, just for him, leaving our boy sweating with a heavy dose of guilt for rejecting such an insanely generous gift. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. Joan's face turns dead serious as he reveals they have a high-stakes issue to lock down immediately. He drops a bombshell: the globally renowned American powerhouse, Gerald Watson, is touching down in Korea in just a matter of days. We are talking about the absolute peak of the food chain here. Watson is an internationally feared magic swordsman who literally sits on the throne as the highest level player on the planet. Totally lost, Joo-hyuk asks why he should even care about this VIP. That is when Joan drops the hook. Watson's one and only reason for crossing the ocean is to get his hands on the holy sword. The proposed offer: a clean 10 million per use. Joo-hyuk's jaw hits the floor as he stutters out, "Wait, dollars?" Bingo. The rental tag is 10 million American dollars, stacking up to a jaw-dropping, life-changing 13 billion won. That massive mountain of cash completely short-circuits our hero's brain, leaving him standing there like a deer in headlights. Totally misreading that stunned silence for disappointment, Jean fiercely promises to drag out the negotiation. Our boy's heart practically jumps into his throat, absolutely terrified by the team leader's endless greed. Terrified that this stubborn pride might blow the entire deal if someone else uncovers another holy relic, he wildly lunges. He frantically insists that $10 million is a literal fortune, desperately begging the man to just swallow his pride and take the damn deal. Leaving the intense boardroom behind, a completely starstruck Joo-hyuk sleepwalks his way back to his rundown apartment. 13 billion won. The astronomical figure finally crashes down on him and his knees buckle right in the entryway, realizing his grueling days of scraping the bottom of the barrel are permanently over. That old 2 billion won salary he used to dream about. Absolute chump change now. His mouth waters as he brainstorms the ultimate delivery order, daydreaming about it. But after a second of deep thought, he pauses, shaking his head as he scraps those luxurious dinner plans. Slurping down a cheap bowl of instant ramen sounds way better right now, saving that massive culinary blowout for later. He wants to share that absolute feast with his loyal. For tonight, true happiness is found at the bottom of a simple noodle cup. Later that evening, keeping his word, he brings Kosak back out. Completely wiped out from the roller coaster day, he lets out a massive yawn and tells his shadowy ally he is crashing for the night. He gives Kosak the green light to binge the football game all night long. The stealthy summon watches his master drift off, a warm, genuine smile creeping across his face. Yet the second Joo-hyuk's bedroom door clicks shut, that friendly vibe evaporates. In an instant, the assassin's face hardens into a mask of pure, icy malice. Stepping out into the chilly balcony air, a glowing system prompt reveals his deadly secret. His tracking marks are microscopic, utterly undetectable, and permanently embedded shards of pure magic. And he just so happened to plant 2 of those lethal trackers on a pair of shady lurkers yesterday afternoon. A dark memory flashes through his mind. Pure, unadulterated rage boils in his veins at the sheer audacity they had to. Following the magical breadcrumbs, he zeroes right in on their dirty little hideout, their rat nest, a sketchy spot operating under the name Imperial Traditional Massage. Deep inside that dimly lit joint, a tense briefing is kicking off. A vicious-looking thug named Im Minsik smugly reports that their twisted little operation. He tosses a dossier to his hit squad, detailing their absolute first victim, Kim Min-ji, a 32-year-old elite powerhouse, who has successfully blasted her way past the 30th floor. The squad's ruthless captain, Deng Guanlin, sits there like a stone wall, coldly absorbing every single detail as they flip to the next unlucky bastard, Jang Dong-su. Then a familiar folder slides across the gritty table. Bong Ju-yuk. The syndicate has heavily tracked his recent leveling, officially stamping him as their newest prime target. Leaning forward, the captain barks out his final orders, making it crystal clear that they only get one. They are going to brutally kidnap as many top-tier players as physically possible. But just as the moment he barks the command to mobilize, a bloody, decapitated head bounces right across the floorboards. Pure chaos instantly erupts among the squad. They scream about a breach in the corridor, but the captain freezes, discovering Cossack casually perched right beside him, deeply engrossed in a photograph of his master. The captain's brain short-circuits completely, baffled by how this phantom slipped in unheard. Snapping out of his shock, he violently thrusts a combat dagger straight at the intruder's throat. But Cossack doesn't even blink, effortlessly pinching the lethal steel between just 2 fingers. With a sharp flick, he snaps the thick metal in 2, casually warning the commander to back off while he's busy appreciating his idol. Heavily armed reinforcements storm the room, aiming their assault rifles and roaring for the stranger's identity. Gripping his mangled, bleeding hand, the bald leader shrieks at his troops to open fire and wipe the ghost out. Instantly, the operatives pull their triggers, spraying a relentless storm of lead. Yet gliding right through the deadly crossfire like a shadow, Cossack smirks. He teasingly assures them there's zero need to panic, since every single one of them is breathing their last breath today. His eyes suddenly darken with lethal intent, chillingly informing the grunts that they just signed their own death warrants by targeting the absolute wrong person. Moving with ungodly agility, he weaves through the rapid-fire spread, blurring past the limits of human vision. Before a single agent can blink, he bridges the gap, crushing a soldier's defenses with one devastating blow. As the frantic survivors scramble to pin him down, his blade flares with a sinister, pulsing aura. A blinding arc of silver slices through the air, cleanly lopping off the attacker's hands with surgical perfection. He lets out a wicked chuckle, pointing out that it's pretty hard to grab someone without any fingers, as the elite troops collapse into agonizing shrieks. The paralyzed commander watches his highly trained hit squad get butchered like helpless cattle. He genuinely wonders if he's locked inside a waking nightmare. Desperately trying to process this monstrous speed, he instantly scraps the idea that this guy is just some elite military op. He recognizes this freakish, physics-defying combat style. It's the exact same monstrous power shown in leaked Black Tower raid footage. The horrifying truth hits him like a freight train. This phantom is a player. A cold sweat drenches him as he questions how on earth a player is utilizing tower abilities in the real world. Meanwhile, Cossack casually hums that there's just one lucky survivor left, effortlessly executing the final bleeding henchman. His predatory, dead-eyed gaze snaps directly onto the shivering captain. Radiating a suffocating pressure, he maliciously toys with his prey, ordering the man to beg for forgiveness in perfect Korean. Pressing a dripping, blood-soaked edge against the commander's skull, he promises to spare his life in exchange for a simple apology. Choking on absolute terror, the boss desperately stammers out a pathetic plea. But right before the sentence escapes his lips, Cossack's steel rips across his throat, silencing him forever. Glaring down with utter disgust, the assassin flatly mutters that he never planned on letting anyone who disrespected his master breathe another day. Leaving behind a macabre calling card, the captain's decapitated head is propped up like a trophy, elegantly tied with the assassin's trademark crimson ribbon. With his bloody chore wrapped up, Cossack happily whistles a little melody while strolling away from the literal slaughterhouse. But halfway down the road, absolute panic sets in. He's caught in a frantic mental tug-of-war between his deep-seated fear of upsetting Ju-yuk and his obsessive love for his theatrical murder signature. A horrifying vision flashes in his mind of a furious Ju-yuk banishing him forever. Shivering at the thought, He desperately needs to bury all the evidence of his little nighttime killing spree. The very next morning, completely clueless to the bloodshed, Ju-yuk warmly asks if he had a fun night out. Beaming with joy, Kusik eagerly reports that all thanks to his gracious master, he had. Shortly after, as the raid party gears up to tackle the 35th floor, a hyped-up meatball aggressively vows to smash everything in their path. The floor's system prompt blares its objective: slaughter 80 minotaurs plus 1 minotaur king in under 13 hours. But the second they step through the portal, our boy completely freezes, staring down an endless muscle-bound ocean of minotaurs, already charging right at them. He signals Daorei to kick off her incantation, showering the crew with a massive power boost. Fueled by her spell, Meatball unleashes an earth-shattering bellow as a brilliant golden aura erupts around him. Yet the assassin blurs right past the hulking beast. Still salty about getting upstaged on the previous level, Kusik is dead set on flexing the terrifying capabilities of an authentic SSR summon. The lethal phantom moves like lightning, flashing his unmatched footwork. He cleaves right through the monstrous target with a single devastating strike. It is a flawless display of the cold-blooded lethality that comes with his brand new rank up. Chilling on the sidelines, Ju-yuk simply stares, totally baffled by the usually calm killer's sudden thirst for blood and glory. Blown away by their crazy fast pacing, he figures he cannot let his minions hog all the spotlight, so he dives headfirst into the brawl. Without missing a beat, he triggers his Shadow Step ability. He summons phantom footholds, mid-air vaulting across the blood-soaked war zone like an acrobat. He smugly crowns himself a genius for pulling off such a high-level airborne maneuver. But pride comes before the fall, and he completely whiffs his strike against. Right as he regains his footing, the grand boss has finally stepped into the arena. Ju-yuk immediately freaks out, completely. In his mind, they literally just started warming up. Yet before Kusik can even twitch a muscle, Meatball rockets forward like a rocket. He barrels directly into the towering monarch. The impact launches the massive beast into the stratosphere like a cheap bottle rocket. It is an instant one-shot kill, leaving nothing but a tiny, cartoonish sparkle in the cloud. Our guy just stands there absolutely dumbfounded. He hypes up Meatball for his totally busted, glitch-level brute force, leaving a shattered Kusik crumbling to his knees in pure, agonizing defeat. His golden opportunity to solo the boss and reclaim his dignity has completely evaporated. Securing a mind-blowing speedrun, the squad bags yet another S-tier rating, alongside a highly sought-after platinum emblem. The camera cuts to the messy fallout of Kusik's covert assassination gig. Squad cars and yellow tape now lock down the hidden compound. Forensic teams comb through the brutal aftermath, bagging up the abandoned weapons scattered across the crimson-soaked floors. Detectives Jian and Mina soon pull up, flashing their badges and taking full command of the grim crime scene. An officer greets them with a chilling update, confirming that the dead bodies actually belong to their very own internal oversight division. The plot thickens drastically, leaving them scrambling to figure out how top-secret government intel bled out into the underworld. Suddenly, Gi-hun spots something discarded in the dirt. His absolute worst nightmare becomes a reality. Player Bong Ju-hyuk's highly sensitive, restricted file was completely compromised in the breach. Panicking, he barks at Chief Lee to instantly lock down an all-hands emergency meeting with the top brass. Meanwhile, our boy kicks back at home, practically foaming at the mouth to unlock the sweet rewards from his 35th emblem. Fully convinced he needs divine intervention to roll good loot, he shuffles to the kitchen to grab a cup of filtered water for a luck ritual. But Daorei cuts him off, deadpanning that offering cheap dispenser water to the gods might actually curse his drop rates. Ju-hyuk just blinks at her, utterly speechless, recalling that her own grand summoning was done using that exact same tap water. Ditching the suddenly sketchy prayer, he pulls up the holographic interface to cash in his 35 platinum tokens. Kusik hovers nearby, sweating bullets as he prays for a roster expansion perk that will finally let his master deploy 4 fighters at the same time. Our hero loses his mind with excitement when the system spits out 2 insanely rare tower-exclusive artifacts. He checks out the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn first, an unbreakable buckler that skyrockets defense and aggressively parries incoming damage. Up next is the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight, a brutal bludgeon designed to supercharge his strike speed and encase targets in solid ice. He practically does a victory dance over the ridiculously overpowered stats of his friend. Watching his ego inflate his loyal familiars just sigh, terrified that this shiny new... The squad groans over their miserable luck, deeply with Cossack flashing a wry smirk, joking that splashing themselves with water cooler runoff wouldn't have magically fixed their terrible RNG anyway. Meatball completely deadpans the irony, casually reminding the crew that her Royal Highness Princess Dalray popped out of a portal fueled by that exact same water dispenser. Caught off guard, she desperately pivots, snapping at the suddenly smooth-talking warrior for daring to crack a joke at her expense. However, when the guys double down on the ridiculous origin story, the princess goes completely mute, her jaw practically hitting. Scrambling to salvage her royal pride, she stubbornly declares that the rusty office appliance is definitely a sacred relic, aggressively shutting down any snarky comebacks before they even start. The banter dies down when Meatball drops a heavy reality check. Their next random pull is right around the corner. That means a brand new unit is about to crash their tight-knit party. The catch: Juyuk hasn't scored a trait upgrade yet, locking his active roster strictly to a maximum of 3 fighters. So if this upcoming drop turns out to be top tier, someone is definitely riding the bench. The team instantly sizes up their current lineup. Dalray is their absolute... Meatball anchors the front line as an unstoppable meat shield and damage dealer. Cold sweat beads on Koshak's forehead as a heavy silence falls over the group, everyone silently agreeing that the rogue class is totally situational. And more importantly, completely... The grim realization hits him like a freight train. He is the absolute prime candidate for the chopping block. With a fresh recruit incoming and 0 extra roster space, his fragile assassin panic sets in, and he desperately begs the squad to blitz their way up to the 40th floor, praying they can snag a trait buff to expand the party limits before he gets permanently shelved. But Dalray immediately bites his head off sharply, demanding to know if he'd actually sleep at night watching their master grind himself to the bone, strictly to save a lowly minion's skin. Crushed, the assassin lets out a heavy sigh, resigning himself to the bench. But before he can throw in the towel, Juyuk violently cuts in. He stares down his heartbroken comrade and firmly asks, "Who exactly gave you permission to quit Cossack?" Glaring at his other units, the tension spikes. Meatball immediately waves his hands, backpedaling hard and swearing he was just throwing out hypothetical scenarios. Our MC flips the script right back at him, challenging the brute. "Would you step aside if a fully maxed paladin dropped from the sky?" The hulking warrior completely chokes, unable to mutter. Pivoting to the princess, Juyuk grills her next, asking if she'd happily pack her bags for a divine saintess. The mere suggestion of being replaced makes her flinch and outright laying down the law. Our boy vows that no one is getting left behind. They are conquering this tower together, blood and sweat right up to the bitter end. Rocked by his master's fierce loyalty, Cossack totally breaks down, ugly crying on the spot as Juyuk gently apologizes for missing the sheer terror tearing up his most paranoid companion. With the air cleared, the boss lays out the new playbook. A non-stop dungeon marathon, farming floors until they finally secure that trait evolution and unlock a permanent 4-man party slot. To put their protective minds at ease, he strikes a massive compromise, swearing on his life to stay entirely out of the crossfire until they snatch that ultimate roster upgrade. Dalray and Meatball practically ignite with hype, utterly ready to slaughter anything in their path. Juyuk then locks eyes with his sniffling rogue, demanding to know if he is ready to ride with them. His doubts completely shattered, the weeping assassin lets out a blood-pumping battle cry, swearing absolute loyalty to the squad once more. Smash cut to the awakening management department. Agents are swarming a horrifically bloody crime scene, treating the carnage as something way darker than a standard homicide. A veteran detective surveys the gore, definitively labeling the bloodbath as a botched abduction, targeting a top-tier ranker. He points out the obvious red flags. The mangled corpses scattered around are definitely... National Intelligence Director Park Il-jun steps into the fray, cementing their darkest theories. He grimly reveals the autopsy results. Every single one of the 8 bodies belonged to lethal Black Ops mercenaries. The terrifying reality clicks into place. The actual target was Juyuk, the master of the holy sword. A chilling wave of dread washes over the higher-ups as they realize how incredibly close they just came to losing a priceless national treasure. They bitterly curse the total lack of clues, especially since every single But June drops a heavy hint about who is pulling the strings in the shadows. He states without a shadow of a doubt that China orchestrated the entire, pointing out that their shady habit of snatching up top-tier awakened players is practically an open secret in the underworld. Leaning in, he quietly confesses something highly taboo. He is actually deeply grateful to that unknown assassin for bailing them out. Fast forward to the very next morning. Our guy and his elite crew step onto the 36th floor of the Black Tower, absolutely primed to shatter some speedrun records. He pumps up his loyal summons, demanding to know if they are fired up to bulldoze their way to the next checkpoint, and is met with a roaring wave of battle cries. Now the humanoid ogres lurking from the 36th to the 40th floors are infamous for their blinding agility, prioritizing speed way above brute force. But all that fancy footwork means absolutely nothing against a fully juiced-up meatball who violently bridges the gap in the blink of an eye. The massive beast just steamrolls right through the enemy front lines, completely outclassing the towering monsters in both pure velocity and bone-crushing strength. Meanwhile, Dory lays down some massive magical cover fire, casting a sprawling root debuff that locks an entire pack of ogres dead in their tracks. Sweating bullets over being left in the dust, a panicked Kosik wildly spams his own barrage of spells to pitch in on the lightning-fast slaughter. Their flawless synergy bags them another gorgeous S-rank clear on the 36th floor, keeping their unstoppable hot streak burning bright. Gripping his brand new unbreakable gear, Ju-hyuk aggressively vows that they are not hitting the brakes until they finally snag that sweet trait enhancement. Hitting the 37th floor, they face off against ogres, dodging at the speed of light, yet the squad totally wipes the floor with them. Pushing into the 38th floor, the monstrous enemies suddenly launch aerial bombardments, using their freakish jumping power to rain down strikes. But even the skies offer no safe haven from our overpowered crew. No matter what tricky gimmicks the ogres pull, Meatball uses his terrifying momentum to snatch them out of midair and crush them into dust. Rolling into the next morning on the 39th floor, our protagonist keeps up his absolute bloodbath, casually styling on the latest evolution of ogres. These specific beasts are the most elusive ones yet, using sneaky hit-and-run maneuvers to desperately stall for time. Sadly for them, those big-brain tactics fall completely flat, as Meatball brutally reminds them who the apex predator really is. Right before getting totally pulverized, one horrified monster mentally spits out a final foul-mouthed curse in its native language. It literally embodies the absolute madness of chucking a raging meatball straight into a monster mosh pit. Thanks to this savage climbing speed system, pop-ups for S-rank clears from floors 35 all the way up to 39 flood the screen, cementing their absolute god-tier status. Predictably, this 5-day rampage of insane S-rank clears sets the entire internet ablaze, sparking wild fan theories about the identity of this phantom speedrunner. Waking up the next day, Ju-hyuk squints at the seriously beefed-up security details swarming his apartment complex, while quietly gearing up to slip out for a highly classified side mission before challenging the 40th floor. Even though his heart pounds at the thought of sneaking around at 4 in the morning, he tries to play it cool while strolling past the front desk. A massive sigh of relief escapes his lips as he remembers his trusty perception-blocking talisman, a neat little trick that blurs his identity and forcibly dumbs down the awareness of any nearby guards. Riding the high of that magical stealth, he easily ghosts right through the heavy blockade and flags down an early morning cab in the pitch-black cold. Hopping in, our boy urgently tells the cabbie to floor it straight to the Gongju traditional market. The cranky driver immediately waves him off, complaining that it is way too far of a drive. That is until Ju-hyuk flashes a fat stack of 500,000 won. The driver's eyes go wide as he eagerly yells at his passenger to strap in for the ride of his life. Surviving what was undeniably a stomach-churning high-speed drift session, our pale hero aggressively stumbles out onto the market pavement. Ducking into a public restroom, He summons Kasak and slaps a stealth talisman onto him so they can prowl the stalls like total ghosts. Their shopping list is absolutely massive. Before kicking off their buying spree, the duo carefully scouts out the vendors, hunting for perfectly ripe fruits and incredibly high-quality dishes, stockpiling every single ingredient needed for a very specific traditional set. Hauling their heavy bags of premium groceries, the two of them eventually wind up right at the towering gates of Gumgangsan National Park. Slipping deep into the scenic trails, Joo-hyuk quietly calls out the rest of his monstrous squad. Staring deeply at the towering peaks, Dory whispers that the sacred hideout she remembered from her past life must still be hidden out here. Trusting her instincts, the crew vanishes up a totally overgrown secret trail deep into the dense forest. Following an exhausting steep hike, she finally declares that they have, leaving Joo-hyuk totally breathless as he gazes at an untouched, hidden sanctuary, resting right on the edge of a gorgeous cliff. He stands in absolute awe at this gorgeous, untouched sanctuary, tucked just steps away from the main path. Following Daorei's strict orders, Meatball braces himself to shift a massive flat stone resting dead center in the clearing. With a single monstrous heave, he hoists the colossal boulder up and casually tosses it aside like a pebble. The shifted earth reveals a concealed stone altar. Immediately, she orders the crew to scrub it spotless, using the fresh valley water they just collected. Sparks fly as she slowly and methodically grinds a blade against the pristine stone, setting the stage for the upcoming ceremony. Watching the grinding blade, Joo-hyuk immediately breaks into a terrified cold sweat. He is absolutely convinced she is still. With the sacred space completely prepped, she officially kicks off the mystic ritual, fully embracing her shamanic calling. Her haunting chant echoes through the air as she begs the spirits to shower her master's future with overwhelming luck, treating the ceremony with utmost respect. Joo-hyuk and his monstrous crew drop to their knees, bowing their heads, eyes blazing with pure fiery determination. He wraps up his plea and roars, "Time to move out." Stepping onto the 40th floor, the system slaps the squad with a brutal objective: butcher 80 ordinary ogres and one massive twin. The grunt monsters stand absolutely zero chance against the squad's godlike firepower, getting completely wiped out in mere seconds. Even the terrifying twin-headed boss gets utterly shredded the exact millisecond it dares to spawn. This flawless victory comes entirely from a ruthless. Securing yet another perfect S-rank clear on floor 40, our guy bags a shiny new platinum badge, along with a mysterious bonus reward. He is crossing all his fingers, practically begging the universe for the exact trait upgrade he With his heart hammering against his ribs, he aggressively shushes a twitchy Cossack, completely paranoid that the beast will jinx his drop. Ripping open his inventory screen, his eyes lock onto the glowing prize. It is a single-use lucky roulette ticket slapped with an unforgiving 1-hour expiration timer. Scanning the colorful prize wheel, he spots a wild mix of loot, from basic health potions to ultra-rare skills gear, and even a golden chance to upgrade his summons. After a brief, heart-stopping moment of panic, he finally catches sight of his ultimate goal, the legendary trait enhancement. But that glimmer of hope instantly morphs into pure dread when he notices the winning slice is literally thinner than a sewing needle. The odds are so abysmally low, it practically guarantees. Cossack nervously stammers out, "Are we completely screwed here?" And Joo-hyuk grimly nods, confirming their absolute nightmare of a situation. Staring at the impossibly thin sliver on the board, he solemnly confirms to a panicking Cossack that the jackpot slice is indeed as narrow as a needle. While his terrified pets hilariously scramble to run for the hills, he chooses to blindly trust the mystical mojo from Daorei's recent ritual. Gripping the radiant ticket high in the air, he forces his chaotic crew to swear they will not curse his name if this totally backfires. Risking absolutely everything, he aggressively tears the ticket in half and screams to the heavens for simultaneous summon 4. He holds his breath, eyes glued to the blinding blur. Hey guys, if you are hyped for this epic recap, smash that like button and definitely subscribe to the channel right now. Your support absolutely fuels the algorithm, letting me drop even more legendary manhwa breakdowns straight to your feed.